Chapter 1 Blind Date in the Hospital. Why are you so unscrupulous? Don't you just use the money in your past to buy a house for your brother? How did it become a thief? I have no conscience. Over the years, all the money I have earned has been used to make up for my family and Shen Feng. You said you had saved the excess for me. Now, what's the difference between this and stealing? You are still thinking about asking me to repay Shen Feng's mortgage and dreaming. Get out of here. If you don't promise you, don't come back. There was a burst of curses from the floor of Huideyan community, followed by the sound of the anti-theft door being slammed. The curse behind the door was still there, and Shen Yan stood at the door and exhaled. This is the third quarrel this week. She couldn't stay in this family for a moment. Thinking of her parents who valued sons over daughters and her old brother, she really regretted it. She took a few deep breaths to calm down and glanced at the time on her mobile phone. I have something to do today. My best friend's cousin introduced her to a blind date partner. She is going on a blind date and wants to get married as soon as possible to get rid of these bad things at home. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yan quickly took his mobile phone and took a taxi and walked out. At this time, a white Mercedes-Benz drove out of the intersection not far away. Luo Yining in the car was answering the phone. When he saw Shen Yan, it was too late to step on the brake. He hurriedly turned to the right and stepped on the brake. But because of inertia, Shen Yan was still knocked down. Luo Yining got out of the car in a hurry. Shen Yan's bag and mobile phone were scattered on the ground, and the whole person sat on the ground, and his right wrist and arm were scratched. She stood up with the front of the car without any problem in moving her feet. Are you all right? Luo Yining took back his outstretched hand. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. Shen Yan apologized repeatedly. I just looked down at my mobile phone and didn't see the car. I'm also careless. Go to the hospital. Luo Yining knew that he had just called and was distracted, otherwise he could have avoided it. No, that's a small problem. Shen Yan immediately refused. There was no need to go to the hospital for such a little injury. I'm going to have a look, otherwise I can't tell you if there's any problem. Luo Yining's words were irresistible. He picked up the bag and mobile phone on the ground, and then opened the rear door to help Shen Yan over. Shen Yan couldn't escape, so he had to get into the car. Thinking that this person should be afraid of meeting someone with bad intentions to slander him, go to see him and let him rest assured. It was not far from the hospital. Luo Yining was still a gentleman when he arrived at the hospital. He helped Shen Yan to sit down and offered to register. Shen Yan took out his ID card and gave it to him. Luo Yining was stunned and then stared at the person in front of him. Shen Yan, what's the matter? Is there any problem? Shen Yan was puzzled. Luo Yining didn't say anything and turned around and went to the window to register. After examination, it was indeed just an ordinary abrasion, and there was no other problem. It was just that the temperature was high in summer and I was afraid of infection. The doctor suggested hanging a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. No need, doctor. It doesn't matter. Just deal with it. Shen Yan doesn't like to come to the hospital. Let's get an injection. Luo Yining is the master directly. Shen Yan quickly stopped. I really don't need it. I still have something to do. She still has to go on a blind date. It has been delayed for so long, and the other party is probably in a hurry. Luo Yining looked at her with no expression on his face. I have to be responsible for bumping into you, otherwise I'm afraid I can't say it clearly afterwards. After saying that, he turned around and said a few words to the doctor. The doctor went out to prepare and didn't give Shen Yan a chance to refuse at all. Shen Yan stared blankly and sighed helplessly at the domineering of the man in front of him. She lay back on the bed again, took her mobile phone, opened WeChat and clicked the dialog box of Xia. The latest message is the contact information of Xia's blind date. Shen Yan thought that he had to tell the other party even if he couldn't go, so he adjusted his mood and pressed the dial key. Door with the sound on the phone, Luo Yining's mobile phone, who was standing in front of the window, also rang. Shen Yan turned his head and looked over, thinking that it was just a coincidence that he didn't have to be so embarrassed to answer the phone. Hello, hello. Luo Yining's voice came from far and near, and finally clearly came out of Shen Yan's mobile phone. Shen Yan was stunned by his mobile phone. Luo, Mr. Luo. Shen Yan swallowed his saliva. Luo Yining turned around and saw the mobile phone in her hand flashing. Then she pressed the hang-up button and walked to the front of the bed and stretched out her hand to Shen Yan. Hello, Luo Yining. The crisp opening line of the blind date made Shen Yan unable to react for a moment. Hello, I'm Shen Yan. It took her a long time to find her voice. Miss Shen, I'm sorry to let you know me in such a special way. Luo Yining spoke in a very gentle voice, and he also looked humble and polite. Shen Yan smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter. I was also careless today. Is there anything more strange than bumping into the blind date on the day of the blind date? Now that we have met, we still need to go through the process. After saying that, Luo Yining sat down on the chair opposite Shen Yan. Luo Yining, 28 years old, works in Xinjiang law firm. The house is 180 square meters and there is a car. You have seen that the annual income. Luo Yining paused when talking about the annual income, as if he was hesitating. Mr. Luo, don't worry about your annual income. I'm not interested. Let me talk about my situation. I'm 26 years old. I'm an online author. My income is basically stable, about 100,000 yuan a month. I'm enough to support myself. I have a car, no house, and I don't have much savings at present. When I get married, I can do premarital property notarization, and I can also write a marital property agreement. Luo Yining was a little surprised by Shen Nian's words. He himself is a lawyer who deals with marriage cases. Over the years, he has handled more or less divorce cases because of property disputes, so he is particularly sensitive to this topic. In the past 2 years, his family has been in a hurry, and there are many people he has had on a blind date. Income and so on are all the benchmark conditions, which gradually makes him more resistive of marriage, and he even thought about finding someone to apply for a fake marriage certificate to deal with his family. Mr. Luo. Shen Nian called out to Luo Yining when he saw that he didn't respond. Luo Yining turned around and looked at her. Since Miss Shen doesn't care about property, why did she choose to get married? Some questions still need to be asked clearly. Shen Nian thought for a term, because of my family situation is relatively complicated. I didn't want to get married, just to get rid of the control of my original family. So marriage is the best way. Of course, it doesn't matter if Mr. Luo minds. Shen Nian told Luo Yining his thoughts without concealing it. If it doesn't work for her, she can change to the next one. She doesn't want to delay a person who wants to get married. Luo Yining laughed after listening to her words, then stood up and walked to the bed and reached out to her again. It's a coincidence that we are just right. Chapter 2. Get a marriage certificate. It's a lawyer after all. Luo Yining has written a premarital property agreement at the time of Shen Nian's needle. Take a look. If there is no problem, I can print it out and sign it. The premarital property can be agreed upon, and the postmarital property does not need to be divided too small. After all, I'm married and living. Besides, I still have no problem raising a family. Shen Nian carefully looked through the dense words on the laptop. No problem. Mr. Luo is a lawyer, and I still believe in professional things. Luo Yining is very famous in the legal profession, and many people line up to ask him to litigate himself. When will Miss Shen have time to get the certificate? Also, what other requirements does Miss Shen have for marriage? Luo Yining put the computer in his bag. If you want to get the certificate, the sooner the better. If the time comes, today will be fine. As for the rest, I don't want to hold a wedding. It's good for us to keep the status quo after marriage. There is nothing special. She didn't really want to get married, so Shen Nian didn't want to hold a wedding with great fanfare. Just in time, we have the same idea. After leaving the hospital, the two people signed the printed property agreement and went directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. Shen Nian held the red notebook in his hand, and a big stone in his heart seemed to fall to the ground. Finally, she also entered a new chapter in her life. I still have to go to the office. You? Oh, I'm going home. You go to work. Shen Nian answered quickly. Luo Yining nodded. I'll send you the password and unit number at home. You can choose the room at will. In addition, I don't like others to enter my bedroom. Okay. Luo Yining drove away, and Shen Nian also took a taxi back home. There was no one at home. Thinking about saving her verboseness, she straight packed up her clothes, installed the computer and took the car key. As soon as I got on the bus, I received a WeChat message on my mobile phone. She picked up the mobile phone and it was added by a friend, which was Luo Yining. She passed the verification, and he soon sent a location and a door password. Rose Garden, 801, Unit 5, Building 10. Shen Nian knows that this place is a famous rich area in Dongjiang City, and the house price is also surprisingly high. It seems that the husband she married is really young and useful. Shen Nian followed the navigation to find the place. It is a 2-family room type, which is easy to find. Shen Nian walked into the door with a salute. The room was very clean and luxuriously decorated. The floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony could just see the river view opposite, which was very good. There are 4 rooms in total and a study. She chose the innermost room to put down her things. One is quiet, which is convenient for her to write, and the other is because it is far from Luo Yining's room. It's better for them not to disturb each other in this situation. The mobile phone rang. She took a look at the call from home. After hesitating for a moment, she still pressed the answer. Hello. Where have you been? Where is the car? Your brother wants to use a car. Shen's mother and Xu Shen on the other end of the phone shouted. The car is mine, and he wants to buy it himself. By the way, I'm married, and my family affairs will have nothing to do with me in the future. Don't come to me for everything. After saying that, Shen Nian hung up the phone directly. She turned on her mobile phone to deactivate the bank card at home before, and then muted it and turned on the computer to write the manuscript. Xinjian Law Firm. Luo Yining has just sent away a couple who came to do property notarization. The 2 people made a bad fight with him, and he had a headache when he mediated. Boss, let's have a drink later, shall we? Li Xiao leaned against the door. Luo Yining rubbed his eyebrows and leaned on the chair. No, I'll go straight home later. Yo-yo, it's rare for you to come home so early. Could it be that someone is hidden at home? Li Xiao joked. Luo Yining smiled and said nothing, but glanced at the marriage certificate on the table beside him. Both people in the photo have a light smile. Although there is no expression of much joy, the curve of the corners of the mouth is surprisingly similar. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Luo Yining went back. Shen Nian is still writing the manuscript. Hearing the sound outside, she immediately put down what was in her hand and went out. You are back. Luo Yining saw that she was uncomfortable for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He is married, and it is normal for more than one person in the family. You haven't slept yet? Not yet. There is still a little unfinished work. Shen Nian was also a little uncomfortable. Most of her married friends get married because they love each other. Therefore, her married life is different from hers. For a moment, she didn't know how to get along with Luo Yining. Have you eaten yet? Luo Yining picked up the cup on the table to take water. I've eaten and ordered takeaway. How about you? Shen Nian is still standing at the table. Luo Yining nodded. I have eaten it, too. After two simple words, the two of them had nothing to say. The atmosphere in the room was a little awkward. Shen Nian pinched the corner of his clothes. Well, you go to bed early, I'm going to work. Wait a minute. Luo Yining stopped her. Shen Nian stopped and looked at him with a smile. Although we don't have a wedding, I got married to deal with my family, so you have to go home with me tomorrow. Shen Nian nodded. You should. When will you go tomorrow? I'll prepare in advance. Since they are legal husband and wife who have received this certificate, some obligations and responsibilities between husband and wife should still be fulfilled. Let's go to dinner at noon tomorrow. Let's go out early to the mall to buy something. Okay. 7 o'clock in the morning. Shen Nian was woken up by the knock on the door. She rushed to the manuscript until 2 a.m. last night, and she was still confused now. Shen Nian closed his eyes and turned over to hold the quilt in his arms, muttering, Who is it in the early morning? Shen Nian, are you awake? This strange and familiar voice. Shen Nian sat up, and the sleepiness just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. I'm awake. Get up and have breakfast. Oh, good. The sound outside the door disappeared, and Shen Nian stared at the door in a daze. She doesn't seem to be used to the time when she is married and not alone. She hurriedly changed her clothes and went to the bathroom to wash. Fortunately, this room has a separate bathroom, otherwise she would have been embarrassed to death. When she packed up and went out, Luo Yining had been sitting at the table for a long time. He didn't eat first. It seemed that he was waiting for her. Shen Nian was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I usually catch up with the manuscript late and don't have the habit of getting up early. I will pay attention in the future. It doesn't matter. I don't know your habits. You'd better follow your living habits in the future. You don't need to change them. Luo Yining doesn't care about these. There is no need to be too careful about their marital relationship. Shen Nian looked up at him. Luo Yining is very good looking. You can think he is a very gentle person just by looking at his face. But when you get along with him, you will find that there is a sense of alienation in his gentleness. After dinner, Shen Nian took the initiative to clean up the dishes and chopsticks and the kitchen. The meal is cooked by others, and she has no reason not to even clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Luo Yining did not refuse, and it is not a bad thing to have a clear division of labor. He left Shen Nian to clean up the dishes and chopsticks and went into the kitchen. He turned around to make himself a cup of coffee and took it to the balcony to see the river view. Shen Nian cleverly rolled up her sleeves and washed the dishes and chopsticks. Suddenly, the mobile phone in her pocket rang. She picked up the phone with one hand and pressed the hands-free press. Hello. Nian Nian, it's not good. Something happened. Shen Nian suddenly couldn't hold the spoon in his hand because of the anxious voice on the phone. Chapter 3 A Scoundrel. There was the sound of a spoon falling to the ground in the kitchen. Luo Yining turned his head and Shen Nian was rushing out of the kitchen because his movements hit the door too quickly. Luo Yining quickly put down the coffee in his hand and walked over. Are you alright? Shen Nian's shoulder hurt so much that she almost burst into tears, but she still shook her head. Luo, Mr. Luo, I may not be able to see your parents again today. Something happened to my friend's place, and I have to go there. Okay, it's okay. It's the same if we go another day, but are you sure it's okay? Luo Yining knew that Shen Nian's hit was not light. Just touch it. It's okay. Shen Nian didn't say much to him. He went back to his room and took his bag and was about to go out. But Luo Yining had changed his clothes and waited at the door. Where are you going? I'll see you off. No, I'll just drive there by myself. Shen Nian quickly refused. She didn't want to trouble Luo Yining. It's not convenient for you to drive by yourself because you hit your arm. Now, it's the morning rush hour and it's not easy to take a taxi. I'll see you off. Luo Yining had opened the door and didn't give her a chance to refuse. Shen Nian felt that there was an array on his left shoulder from time to time. The pain of the array, thinking that his driving would definitely be affected, so he asked Luo Yining to send him there. When Shen Nian rushed to see his house, she was being stopped in the middle of the living room by her parents, and her face was full of anxiety. "What are you doing?" Shen Nian shouted and rushed in and pushed them away to protect Xi Yu. "Are you alright?" She turned around to check whether Xi Yu was injured. Xi Yu shook her head and grabbed Shen Nian's hand with an embarrassed face. "I'm fine. They forced me to call you. I still have to shoot today, and I can't help it." Xi Yu is an advertising model. Today, she has an important job to do, but she was stopped by Shen Nian's parents. "It's my fault. Go to work quickly." Shen Nian patted her hand. "Then you are the only one." Xi Yu and Shen Nian have known each other for more than 10 years. They know the face of Shen's parents and are worried that she will suffer. It's okay. Don't worry, I can handle it. Go ahead. Shen Nian comforted her a few words and asked her to leave first, and then took Shen Jingguo and Xi Shan downstairs. It's always bad to quarrel at home and in the corridor. You daughter's wings are hard now. Do you think I can't find you if I don't answer my phone? Xu Shen said angrily. I've already said what I should say. What else are you looking for me for? Shen Nian didn't say coldly. Where is the car? Give it to me. The car is mine. Why give it to you? What's yours? That's what's at home. It should be your brother's. Her father Shen Qingguo was a little unhappy. I bought the car. It's my name. It's my personal belonging. And I'm married. I have nothing to do with that family anymore. Of course, I should take my things. Get married. Why do you get married? Don't try to deceive people. Let me tell you, you have to give the car today, and you have to give it if you don't. Xu Shen didn't believe that Shen Nian would get married at all. She just felt that she didn't want to give them the car. Believe it or not, I can't give you the car anyway. Don't bother Xi Yu again, or I will ask her to call the police directly next time. Shen Nian doesn't want to talk nonsense with them. She had seen their scoundrels, so she wanted to leave after saying what she had to say. Xu Shen rushed up and grabbed Shen Nian's arm. You let go. Shen Nian wanted to shake her off. I won't let go. You must hand over the car today, or I will beat you to death. With that, he began to tear Shen Nian's bag and clothes. Shen Nian waved his hands vigorously. What are you doing? Let go. Her shoulder still hurts so much that she can't do enough strength. Xu Shen pulled her bag and pinched her fiercely when she saw her resistance. Shen Nian was in pain and pushed her harder. You lose money and dare to fight back. It's against you. Seeing this, Shen Qingguo raised his hand to hit her. But before his hand fell, he pushed him away with both hands. Luo Yining didn't follow Shen Nian upstairs, thinking that he couldn't go back today, and called his family to say something. As a result, he saw this scene after the phone call. He immediately pushed away the old man and protected Shen Nian behind him. Are you hurt? It's all right. Shen Nian was a little surprised by Luo Yining's sudden appearance. Shouldn't he have left? Who are you? You are medley here. Shen Qingguo stared at Luo Yining. But when he saw Luo Yining's eyes turning around, his eyes were terribly cold, and he completely lost his usual gentle appearance. I should ask you this sentence. It is against the law to make trouble in public. What kind of trouble? We are a family. Does the family know? Xu Shan shouted at him. Luo Yining looked back at Shen Nian doubtfully. Although Shen Nian felt it's very embarrassing, but I still stubbornly admit it, they are my parents. This matter is a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later. She walked to Luo Yining's side and took his arm. I said I got married, but you didn't believe me. He was my husband. The old couple looked at the two people in shock. Luo Yining also feels uncommained for a moment. He never thought that one day someone would introduce himself like this. You really dare to get married without telling us? Seeing that Shen Nian didn't seem to be joking, Shen Qingguo stared at Luo Yining for a while. Where are you from, what do you do, and how much is your annual income? It looks good to wear, and the income must not be low. Luo Yining was about to open his mouth with a cold face, but Shen Nian pulled him. This is uncommentable. It's what you said about me. Don't bother you. Now that I'm not at home, my things will definitely be taken away, so you don't have to pester me. After saying that, Shen Nian wanted to pull Luo Yining away. Shen Qingguo stopped in front of the two people. I don't care whether you are married or not. The car was bought before you got married and should be given to your brother. You must give us the car today. What I'm saying is that the water spilled by the married daughter, you unscrupulous thing, why let you take away the things in our family? Xu Shen also agreed. It's a joke. I bought that car myself. Why should I give it to someone else? Shen Nian was helpless about their crooked words. As soon as Xu Shan heard this, she began to curse and wanted to tear Shen Nian apart. Shen Nian frowned and was about to refute. Luo Yining blocked Xi Shan behind her. The car is hers, and she has the right to decide who to use the car for. What rights does she have? The car is for her brother. Go away. This matter has nothing to do with you. I want to tell her. Xu Shen still looked like she was taking the car, and she vowed not to give up until she got the car. Luo Yining stopped in front of Shen Yan motionlessly and looked at Xu Shen without changing his face. She is my wife, and her affairs are certainly related to me. Chapter 4. This husband is not bad. Xu Shen didn't expect Shen Yan to come to help. She was so angry that she didn't know what to say, so she sat on the ground and cried. Unscrupulous white-eyed wolf, I raised her so big that she wants to steal a car with her brother. Shen Yan wanted to come forward to argue. Luo Yining completely ignored Xu Shan's behavior and told Lao about the issue of the ownership of the vehicle with an expressionless face. He made it clear word by word and listed the process of going through legal procedures for Lao. Therefore, the car purchase contract of the vehicle and all the procedures are in Shen Yan's name. The car is judged according to the law. If you really want Shen Yan's car, go to the court to sue. Of course, it is not certain that the court accepts it or not. But if you come to rob us like this, we can also choose to call the police. Shen Yan or I have the right to investigate your legal responsibility. Luo Yining's calm, indifferent and professional appearance made Shen Yan admire it too much. In the past, I only heard about Luo Yining's name, and I knew that he was a very good lawyer. Today, when I saw him show his professional appearance, Shen Yan almost admired him. Shen Qingguo and Xu Shen didn't expect that Luo Yining was still a cruel character that was difficult to deal with, and immediately lost the arrogance just now. Shen Yan, you are awesome. I think you have the ability. Don't go back to this house in the future. Xu Shen said angrily. Don't worry, I'm married and have my own home, so I won't go back. Shen Yan doesn't miss it at all. Shen Qingguo snorted, you'd better remember what you said today. After saying that, the couple looked at Luo Yining timidly and did not dare to say harsh words to him again. They turned around and left in a hurry. Shen Yan sat in the car and sighed deeply. How are you? Luo Yining handed a bottle of water to her. Shen Yan took over the waterway and thanked, I'm sorry today. There's nothing to be ashamed of, but your parents have always been like this. Luo Yining asked. Shen Yan nodded and smiled mockingly, yes, they have always been like this. I'm used to it. Luo Yining didn't say anything, as if he understood why Shen Yan was in a hurry to get married. Let's go back. Shen Yan wanted to drink water, but found that his left arm hurt so much that he couldn't exert himself. Luo Yining reached out and took the water in her hand and unswired it and handed it to her. Do you want to go to the hospital to see your shoulder? Shen Yan shook his head quickly. No, the activities are normal. Just take a 2-day rest. Luo Yining didn't force it. He still had to go to the office, so he drove Shen Yan home. Shen Yan received Siyu's WeChat as soon as he got home. She simply told her not to worry about the situation. However, after learning that she actually got a marriage certificate, Siyu sent a series of emoji bombardments, expressing shock at the incident. Shen Yan felt that the matter could not be said clearly, so he made an appointment with her to meet and talk to her on the weekend. She put down her mobile phone and stared at the computer in a daze. What happened today caught her off guard, and what she didn't expect was that Luo Yining would protect her. Luo Yining pushed open the door, and the fragrance of food floated out. Luo Yining was stunned. It seems that this is the first time he has smelled the smell of food as soon as he got home. I'm back. It's just right. My last soup is ready. Shen Yan came out of the kitchen with a soup bowl. Luo Yining's eyes flashed, then closed the door and went to the balcony to wash his hands and sat down at the dining table. Can you cook? Yes, I often cook by myself, but I'm busy catching up with the manuscript during this period, so I haven't done it for a long time. Luo Yining looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. It's not bad. Shen Yan stuck out his tongue. I thought today's incident caused you trouble, so I made a meal to express my gratitude. Luo Yining smiled and picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of ribs. Since we have received the certificate, we are legal husband and wife. This is not a problem. You don't have to worry about it. That's what I said, but I still have to be grateful. Shen Yan lowered his head to eat, and Luo Yining looked at her. She was still wearing an apron, her sleeves were rolled up on her arms, and the abrasions on her wrists had been scarred. Luo Yining frowned slightly and bowed her head to eat silently. After dinner, Shen Yan was about to clean up the dishes and chopsticks, but Luo Yining stopped her. I'll do it. It's okay. I'll do it. Luo Yining had already taken the bowl in front of her and looked at her hand. Your injury has not healed yet. You have to pay attention, by the way. He turned around and took a bag from the shoe cabinet and handed it to Shen Yan. This is for you. Shen Yan took it and found that there were several bottles of medicine for trauma in the bag. She looked at Luo Yining in surprise. He cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks as usual. I bought it in a pharmacy. If you don't go to the hospital, you have to apply some medicine. As he spoke, he had already entered the kitchen and was rolling up his sleeves with his back to Shen Yan. Shen Yan suddenly felt warm in his heart. It seemed that her husband, who had received the certificate for 2 days, was not bad. In the next few days, Luo Yining came back in the early morning because of the case, and he left before dawn. Shen Nian was also busy with the manuscript, so the two of them basically could only meet occasionally. Shen Nian didn't get up until 11 o'clock on weekends. She yawned and stretched out of the room to drink a glass of water. As soon as one foot stepped into the living room, he saw Luo Yining standing in front of the water dispenser with coffee. The four looked at each other, and both of them were stunned. Are you at home? Luo Yining is not at home for a long time when Shen Nian wakes up. So he suddenly stayed at home and she didn't react. Luo Yining looked at Luo Yining's pink and tender rabbit pajamas and couldn't help laughing. Then he put down the coffee and took the water and handed it to Shen Nian. The case is over. I'm off today. Thank you. Breakfast is in the kitchen. I don't know what time you wake up and eat it first. Luo Yining went to the balcony with coffee. Shen Nian went into the kitchen with a glass of water. There are cooked millet porridge, eggs and steamed buns in the pot. Thinking that she had an appointment with Xi Ye today, Shen Nian finished breakfast in 3 and 5 times, and then went back to the room to put on makeup and change clothes. Do you want to go out? Luo Yining has been sitting on the balcony. He seems to like that place very much. I made an appointment with my best friend today. I think I can come back at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Shen Nian took the initiative to talk about his itinerary. Where are you going? Luo Yining got up and came in. We made an appointment at Century Square and went there for dinner. Shen Nian said. It happened that we were together, and I also made an appointment with someone over there. Luo Yining took the shirt on the sofa. Shen Nian thought to himself that it was really a coincidence. Luo Yining got dressed and looked at the mirror. Luo Yining's clothes are very good, and his figure is also well proportioned, which is a typical clothes rack. But you have to drive today. My car has been sent to the service shop for maintenance, and I can't pick it up until tomorrow. Luo Yining said. Of course, Shen Nian would not refuse. He drove Luo Yining to Century Square. I'll go first. I'll finish the night at about the same time as yours. We can go back together. Luo Yining said as he got out of the car. Okay, where can I find you? Shen Nian asked. Luo Yining thought for a term, just wait for me here. I'll come to see you at 8 o'clock. Chapter 5. Do you remember who you went out with? Shen Nian nodded. Okay. After the two separated, Shen Nian followed the map to find the cafe he had made an appointment with Xi Ye. Xi Ye had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Shen Nian coming in, she stood up and waved to her. Nian Nian, here. Wait in a hurry. I rushed to the draft until dawn last night, and I got up late today. Xi Ye had ordered the coffee that Shen Nian often drank. Shen Nian picked it up and took a sip. Don't worry. When I meet you on time, I'll wait for you. Xi Ye is no longer surprised by this kind of scene. Shen Nian laughed, but Xi Ye took her hand and looked at her with a serious face. Classmate Shen Nian, you should explain to me today that you got married without saying a word. Shen Nian smiled and said, okay, I'll tell you, and I will definitely explain it to you clearly. Xi Ye frowned more and more when she listened to Shen Nian's talk about her marriage. Did you get married so hasty? I don't even know much about it. Yes, at that time, I thought it was suitable in all aspects. Anyway, people like me marry the same to anyone. Shen Nian stirred the coffee in the cup. How can this be the same? You don't know it clearly. What if he has any bad hobbies? What if he is domestic violence? Shen Nian, who looked at Xi Ye with a serious face, couldn't laugh or cry. I haven't found bad hobbies for the time being. As for domestic violence, he is a lawyer. How can he do things that know the law and break the law? Although she hasn't been with Luo Yining for a long time, she can't connect Luo Yining with domestic violence. Don't think it's too simple. I've heard that those lawyers are very shrewd. In case you have any conflicts in the future and you want to divorce, you will be completely counted. Looking at Xi Ye's exaggerated expression, Shen Nian took a waffle and stuffed it into her hand. Don't worry, I know it myself. Xi Ye took a bite of the waffle, but don't be afraid of Nian Nian. You still have me. If he dares to bully you, I will help you. Now it's a good thing that you can get rid of those rotten people in your family. Shen Nian's heart is warm. Xi Ye is her best friend. The warmth she has felt since she was a child is all given by her. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Didn't you come out to play today? It's my treat. Let's have fun before we go back. Yes, just in time. I saw a package. You can buy it for me. Okay, no problem. The two went out of the cafe hand in hand. On the other side. Phew, what? Li Xiao almost spit out the tea he drank in his mouth. He hurriedly took the tissue on the table and wiped the tea from the corners of his mouth, looking at Luo Yining opposite in shock. What did you say? You got married? Luo Yining hooked the corners of his lips, and the curve of the corners of his mouth was very beautiful. What's so surprising about this? This is not surprising. Li Xiao almost stared out his eyes. You told me that you didn't want to get married. In a blink of an eye, you told me that you had got the certificate. How could I not be surprised? It's just that I met a suitable one. Luo Yining said it simply. Li Xiao clenched the tissue in his hand and lay on the table and looked at Luo Yining. Tell me, what kind of person is he? Is he a fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged beauty? In Li Xiao's eyes, Luo Yining must also be a very beautiful person. Beautiful? Shen Nian in pink pajamas suddenly appeared in Luo Yining's mind, and the corners of his mouth widened. The sister game will always be as much fun as you can. Shen Nian and Si Yu strolled around every house in the mall, and then went to dinner together. From their favorite stars to the latest TV series, it was almost 8 o'clock that Shen Nian was about to go back to write a manuscript. The two of them were reluctant to separate. Shen Nian was in a good mood today. She threw big and small bags into the car. She completely forgot what she had made an appointment with Luo Yining. She clicked on a favorite song and started the car to drive back slowly. Luo Yining went to the parking lot separately from his friends, but the parking space was empty. Luo Yining was stunned. He looked around to make sure that he was not in the wrong place. Then he had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and find Shen Nian's name in the address book. Shen Nian was waiting for the traffic light when her mobile phone rang. She glanced at it and saw that it was a strange number, so she didn't answer it. She didn't answer several calls from her at home in the past 2 days. Maybe it was someone else they called again. She had to talk a lot when she answered the phone, and she was so tired that she panicked. But I didn't expect that there were 5 calls in one call. Shen Nian felt very annoyed when she listened to the ringing of her mobile phone. She parked the car on the side of the road and impatiently picked up her mobile phone and pressed it to answer. Hello, who is it? Luo Yining was already a little annoyed when he made the phone call. It was the first time he made so many calls to a person when he grew up. I thought the phone would be connected well, but Shen Nian didn't answer the phone and said a few words to her. But I didn't know where to start because of Shen Nian's question. He was silent for a moment. Shen Nian, do you still remember that you have a husband? Shen Nian was stunned and took a closer look at the screen of his mobile phone. Then he remembered that he had forgotten to Luo Yining's number. She lowered her voice with some embarrassment. Well, I'm sorry, I forgot to save my number the other day. What's the matter with you? Luo Yining was helpless to be asked by this question. How does my wife usually write novels? Where are you? I'm on my way home. After Shen Nian answered the phone, a minute of silence came from the other end. Do you remember who you were with? Luo Yining walked through the mobile phone in a helpless tone. Shen Nian's heart sank, and the things she forgot gradually came back to her mind. It seems that she and Luo Yining have come home together. It's over, she's a yellow fish brain. Shen Nian patted his head in annoyance and said to the phone with a very guilty heart, well, where are you? Let me pick you up. 20 minutes later, Shen Nian arrived at the place. Luo Yining has been waiting on the roadside. It was still a little cold at night in early autumn. The moment he opened the door, the cold air poured into the car, and Shen Nian shivered unconsciously. Luo Yining opened the door, got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and completed the action in one breath. He was expressionless and didn't even look at Shen Nian. Shen Nian was very embarrassed. I'm sorry, I forgot to play with my friend today. I not only forgot, but also didn't remember at all. Now that I think about it, I will be laughed at by readers for forgetting my husband in a novel. It doesn't matter. He still had a light tone, and there was not a word more. Shen Nian knew that he was at a loss and didn't dare to say anything more. He started the car and went home. Arrived. Shen Nian stopped the car and looked at Luo Yining carefully. Luo Yining didn't say anything. Shen Nian slowly reached out to unfasten her seat belt, and a cold hand pressed on her hand. Shen Nian trembled and raised his head to look at her. Chapter 6 Angry. This is the first time that Shen Nian has looked at Luo Yining like this. I have to say that Luo Yining's appearance really makes people blush, especially when those beautiful eyes stared straight at Shen Nian. She felt that her heartbeat was much faster. Shen Nian, although we get married to solve each other's troubles, we are husband and wife after all. You should remember that I am your husband. Luo Yining's voice is very gentle, and it doesn't sound like he is angry. Shen Nian stiffened and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then nodded, I know. Luo Yining let go of his hand and unfastened his seatbelt. Save my mobile phone number. Which couple have you met doesn't even have a contact information? Oh. Shen Nian responded twice in a row. She originally wanted to say that they had contact information, and WeChat was. But looking at Luo Yining's face, she didn't say it. Luo Yining's face was cold until the two of them returned home without saying a word. And went straight back to his bedroom. Shen Nian knew that he was at a loss, so he didn't dare to say anything, or even didn't dare to make a big move. He went back to his room. Luo Yining frowned when he heard the sound of closing the door. He looked at the bright lights outside the window and felt very irritable. He didn't marry Shen Nian because of feelings. It's normal for her not to be used to having a husband like herself. However, he doesn't like the feeling of being ignored. He doesn't like it very much. In particular, this person is also his legal wife. The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. He pulled the curtains and fell heavily on the bed, burying his head in the quilt. Shen Nian walked into the door worriedly and didn't take a long breath until he sat on the bed. Although I usually feel that Luo Yining is alienated from her, I haven't seen his cold appearance today, which is really a little scary. She took out her mobile phone and found that there were 3 missed calls from Xi Ye. She remembered that she had not given Xi Ye Ping An and quickly dialed back. Hello, Nian Nian, are you back? Why don't you answer the phone? I'm back. There was an accident on the way. Accident? What's the matter? What's the matter? Xi Yu, who was on the other end of the phone, became nervous when she heard it. Shen Nian quickly explained, it's not a big deal, it's just that I forgot my husband. She told Xi Yu what had just happened, and Xi Yu laughed very unkindly on the other end of the phone. Shen Nian's head is full of black lines. Have you laughed enough? I've had enough of laughing. I'll hang up. Oh, don't laugh. I won't laugh however. Nian Nian, since you are married, you still have to adapt to what you should adapt to, otherwise how will you get along in the future? The two chatted for a few words and hung up the phone absent-mindedly. She leaned on the chair and recalled what Xi Yu said just now. I am indeed a little negligent, although they are no different from their partners now. But after all, it's better to get used to some things. So Shen Nian got up at 6 o'clock the next day and planned to make a breakfast to make atonement. But when she got up, Luo Yining had already left for work. She had to go back to sleep again and didn't get up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After ordering a takeaway, I turned on the computer and planned to finish the manuscript I owed yesterday. But she couldn't write a word in the first half of the day sitting on the computer, and her mind was full of things about last night. It seems that if she doesn't deal with this matter well, she won't be in the mood to write the manuscript today. He took out his mobile phone and opened Luo Yining's dialogue box. The conversation between the two people was still limited to the house number sent to her by Luo Yining on the day of receiving the certificate. She thought for a moment and typed a few words, hesitated and deleted it again. She logged out of WeChat and opened the address book, thinking about making a phone call, which is equivalent to telling him in disguise that she had saved his number. But would it be too deliberate? Shen Nian struggled for a long time and finally opened WeChat. What time will you come back in the afternoon? Do you want to come back for dinner? When the message was sent, Shen Nian lay on the bed and waited for a reply. 5 minutes later, just when Shen Nian thought that Luo Yining would not reply to the message, the WeChat prompt sounded on his mobile phone. Shen Nian immediately raised his head and took the mobile phone. No, I have a meeting. I won't be back at night. This stiff answer made Shen Nian feel like he was chatting with a robot. What a weirdo. She muttered that she threw away her mobile phone and crawled back to the computer. Great achievements have been achieved. After knocking the last period, Shen Nian stretched out a big stretch. It was already dark outside. She glanced at the time on the computer screen. It was 9:30. Pushing open the door, the living room was still dark, and Luo Yining did not come back. She took a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and went back to her room to take a shower and go to bed. However, when she took off her clothes, she found that the shower was only dripping a few drops of water. No way, it's broken at this time. I took the shower and patted it with my hand a few times, but there was still no water. Shen Nian had no choice but to put the shower back. What should I do? She can't sleep without taking a shower. After struggling for a while, she decided to go to the bathroom outside to wash. Anyway, Luo Yining said she shouldn't come back. She should move faster and clean up after washing. At this time, Luo Yining had just finished the meeting. He went back to the office with a pile of documents in his arms, and his eyes were full of fatigue. Today, the office has received several new cases, all of which are relatively difficult, so he has been busy since the morning until now. I turned on my mobile phone and took a look. There was neither new message nor phone call. Boss, the case of Yuanshan will be heard tomorrow. The information is all with you. Hurry up and copy it to me. Li Xiao came in with the computer in his arms. Luo Yining turned around and looked for the USB flash drive in his bag. But I couldn't find it inside and outside. After confirming it again and again, he confirmed that he had read the information yesterday and left it at home. What should we do? I also want to go back early and have a good sleep tonight. Li Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. He is also almost connected these days. Thinking that the court will be held tomorrow, he has to go back and have a good sleep tonight. Luo Yining glanced at the time. It's still early. Come back with me to pick it up now, and I'll charter you to go home and prepare in the evening. Really? Li Xiao is unbelievable. If you don't want to go, forget it. I'll go back to get it and send it to you. Luo Yining turned off the computer and took the bag. No, I'll just go by myself. I'm going to drive. Li Xiao almost rushed to the parking lot, fearing that Luo Yining would change his mind if he was one step late. He and Luo Yining were classmates in college. He knew that Luo Yining had always been meticulous about the case. In addition to his thorns along the way, what he can get today's status is inseparable from his rigor and responsibility. Usually, they are not allowed to take things like cases out of the office. Today, it is rare for him to take the materials back to prepare, so he must seize this opportunity. Chapter 7, only more embarrassing. The two drove all the way to the community where Luo Yining lived. Li Xiao got out of the car and began to tidy up his clothes. Luo Yining couldn't help looking at him several times. Is there anything wrong with your clothes? There is no problem with the clothes, but isn't it to meet your lawyer's wife? I have to make a good impression. Li Xiao smiled. Luo Yining glanced at him without saying much. He went straight to the password and opened the door, and the smell of shower gel came to his face in the room. Luo Yining stepped into the door with one foot and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Shen Nian was wearing a dry-haired hat and only a bath towel on his body. He had just covered his thighs. His arms and legs were all exposed. He was still holding a mop in one hand and was standing outside the bathroom door and looking at him. Boss, what's the matter? Before Li Xiao finished his words, Luo Yining slammed the door and completely isolated him out of the door. The door almost wiped Li Xiao's nose, and Li Xiao, who was in pain, instantly covered his nose and howled. No, my nose, boss, you are inhumane. Shen Nian turned around almost instantly, and his voice was a little panicked. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back at night? I'm sorry, I came back to get something. I should have told you in advance. Luo Yining was embarrassed. He never thought that Shen Nian was taking a shower. You go back to your room and get dressed first, and I'll get something. Shen Nian didn't answer and hurried back to the room and closed the door. It's a shame. Luo Yining looked at the mop left at the door of the bathroom and suddenly lowered his head and laughed. He went back to the room to get the USB flash drive and confirmed that Luo Yining didn't mean to come out before Luo Yining opened the door. Li Xiao still squatted at the door and looked at him pitifully. Boss, I thought you had abandoned me. Luo Yining raised his eyebrows. It's inconvenient to stay at home. Things are here. You go back first. I've come here. Won't you let me go in to see my sister-in-law? Although Li Xiao's nose hurts, the gossip heart is still jumping. He must have had something in the room just now, otherwise Luo Yining would not have had such a big reaction. Luo Yining looked at him expressionlessly. If you don't want to go home, go to the law firm. Just take care of tomorrow's case, lest there be problems in tomorrow's court. No, I've been following this case for so long. I remember all the clues clearly. There will be no problem. Absolutely not. It's too early. I won't disturb your husband and wife's world together. After saying that, Li Xiao picked up the USB flash drive and pressed the elevator as if to escape. When he went down to the first floor, he couldn't wait to pick up his mobile phone and clicked on the small group opened by the law firm. Big news, big news, big news about the boss. He sent a voice message, and in a short while, several messages gushed out in the group, all of which were melon-eating expressions. Li Xiao hummed with great satisfaction and started the car. Shen Nian changed his clothes and twisted to open the door. Luo Yining was sitting on the sofa and playing with the computer. She looked around, and there was no one else in the room. Your friend. He went back. Luo Yining raised his head, and Shen Nian wore a light blue home clothes. Without that pink cuteness, it looks more bookish. I'm sorry, I didn't know you came back. The shower in my room was broken, so I took a shower in this bathroom. Although what happened just now was not all her problem, she thought she had delayed Luo Yining's affairs, so she still apologized. I didn't arrange today's matter. I should have said hello to you in advance. I will tell you in advance when I come back or bring my friends back. Luo Yining closed the computer and walked to Shen Nian. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Oh, good night. Luo Yining closed the door, and Shen Nian was still standing in the living room in a daze. Looking at Luo Yining's attitude, he should not be angry. The ringtone of the mobile phone brought Shen Nian back her thoughts, and she quickly picked up the phone. It's Si Ye. Shen Nian couldn't wait to go back to the bedroom and complain to her about this matter. Therefore, Shen Nian was woken up by a call from the courier the next morning. She opened the door with sleepy eyes, but saw that Luo Yining had signed for her. Hey, haven't you gone to work yet? I'm going to meet 2 parties today before I'm ready to go out. Shen Nian nodded and took the art knife on the shoe cabinet to unpack the express. As the wrapping paper was uncovered layer by layer, Shen Nian was stunned by what was inside. There are 2 bottles of anti-wolf spray, an electric shock stick, and even an emergency alarm in the box. Shen Nian was stunned. She quickly took the express box and looked at the sender. It was Si Ye. She quickly picked up the express box a few more times, and there was a card in it, with Si Ye's handwriting on it. She said, "Be careful at home and beware of perverts." This, Si Ye's reminder is too appropriate. It's just. She turned her head and happened to see Luo Yining looking at the express in her hand. The deep gaze made her feel cold. Well, my best friend likes to joke all day long. She. Shen Nian didn't think of a suitable reason for a long time. Such an embarrassing thing happened last night. Today, her best friend sent such a bunch of things. Luo Yining didn't think much about it. Sure enough, Luo Yining sneered, "Shen Nian, do you remember what I did?" Remember. Although she often forgets that she has a husband, she still remembers Luo Yining's career clearly. Therefore, I won't know the law and break the law, and I am your legal husband. He paused for a moment, and then patted Shen Nian on the shoulder. Your things are useless. Shen Nian stiffened. When he looked up again, Luo Yining had already put on his coat and took the computer out of the door. At the moment when the door closing sounded, Shen Nian felt that his worldview seemed to collapse. Sure enough, there are many things in the world that are not embarrassing, only more embarrassing. She feels that she really has no face to see Luo Yining again from now on. As soon as Luo Yining entered the law firm, he felt everyone's unusual eyes. His good friend and subordinate, Cao Man, directly put on his shoulder and asked in an ambiguous tone, "Boss, Luo, is it better to be a bachelor in the arms of a beautiful woman than to be a bachelor?" Luo Yining frowned. What nonsense did Li Xiao talk to you about? Cao Man immediately shook his head. No, he is busy with the court. He doesn't have time to say anything to me. I just asked casually. Really? My marriage has not been officially announced in the law firm, and only Li Xiao knows about it. If he hadn't said it, it would have been that you installed a surveillance camera in my house. Luo Yining calmly turned on the computer. Well, I dare not say this nonsense. Illegally installing surveillance in other people's homes is a legal responsibility. Luo Yining smiled. Go and sort out the information of the case in Yingxi and send it to Li Xiao's mailbox, and leave the case to him. Chapter 8. Meet your parents-in-law for the first time. The expression on Cao Man's face instantly became colorful. No way, the case in Yingxi is not easy to chew. Didn't you say to study it before? We are not easy to eat. Li Xiao is not easy to eat. Anyway, he also has 10 days off at the end of today's court. It just so happens that he can use these 10 days to visit next to each other, which also saves him from being so idle. However, can he do this alone? Cao Man is still a little hesitant. If you think he can't do it alone, you can work with him. Leave the case in your hand to me. Luo Yining didn't even raise his head. Well, no, it's good for me to be in charge of my case. I'll sort out the information and send it to him now. Young people, you have to exercise. Cao Man went back to his office seriously and kept sorting out the information and sending it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao had just finished, and the busy days were finally over. A feeling of relief surged in his heart. He was planning how to enjoy the holiday, and suddenly he received an email prompt from his mobile phone. He clicked on it and then burst out a groundhog-like scream. Today, Luo Yining came home very early. Shen Nian had just sent away the master who repaired the shower. When he saw Luo Yining, he still felt extremely embarrassed, and even said hello. He seemed very uncomfortable, so he plunged into the kitchen. What do you want to eat? I'm going to cook. It's all good. Except for eggplants, I'm not picky about other things. Luo Yining's attitude seems to have returned to normal. Oh, good. Shen Nian nodded and opened the refrigerator. Looking at the few dishes, she decided to make fried noodles with soy sauce. Do you need my help? Luo Yining suddenly appeared at the door of the kitchen. No, I can do it. I cook noodles very quickly. Shen Nian didn't dare to ask him to help. Luo Yining didn't force it. He sat on the sofa and was busy working. The fragrance floated out of the kitchen, and Luo Yining looked up at Shen Nian, who was busy in the kitchen. In a trance, I felt that the two of them really looked like an ordinary couple in this situation. During the meal, the two people still sat face to face. Although they didn't say a few words, they were in harmony. This is for you. Luo Yining suddenly pushed a bank card to Shen Nian. Shen Nian was stunned. What is this? I will pay for living expenses on this card every month in the future, and I can use this card for living expenses in the future. Didn't we agree to keep our respective property? Besides, I earn enough money to spend. Shen Nian pushed the card back. Luo Yining put down his chopsticks and looked at her. We have agreed on our respective property, but we didn't say that we need AA to get married. It's one thing that you earn enough money to spend, and how much I contribute to this family is another matter. Besides, I can't even afford to have a wife. Shen Nian. She looked at the bank card and hesitated for a moment. In this case, I will also pay a part. Anyway, we all live together, and there is no need to divide it too clearly. It's okay. Anyway, you just need to keep this card. It's up to you to decide what you want to buy and how much to use. Besides, are you okay tomorrow? If it's okay, come home with me. Luo Yining rolled up his sleeves and showed half of his arms. Tomorrow, that's fine. Shen Nian calculated the delivery time for tomorrow, and it was in time. Luo Yining nodded and packed up the dishes and chopsticks and went into the kitchen. Soon there was the sound of him putting water and washing the dishes. Shen Nian looked at the kitchen in a daze, as if they were used to one person cooking and the other person washing the dishes, but this feeling seemed to be not bad. Shen Nian, who was going back to Luo Yining's home this time, specially learned the lesson of the last time, got up early in the morning, packed up, and then sat in the living room and waited. You got up early today. Luo Yining was a little surprised to see Shen Nian. Shen Nian was a little embarrassed. I said I was going to go last time, but it was delayed because of my business. I'm quite embarrassed to delay it until now. Luo Yining smiled. It doesn't matter. You don't have to care so much. Since you get up early, let's go out for breakfast. Okay, that's fine. Shen Nian took the bag and followed Luo Yining out. Luo Yining wore a beige wide-sleeved shirt today, with a white one inside. Short sleeves and black casual pants on his legs made him look much more lazy and gentle. It looks good, it's really good looking. Isn't this the leading actor in her novel? Shen Nian suddenly thought that Luo Yining, such a good-looking and excellent person, should never be short of suitors around him. Why did he think of getting married? Arrived. Luo Yining stopped the car, and Shen Nian quickly put away his idea of going empty and got out of the car. Luo Yining took Shen Nian to have breakfast, and the two went to the mall to buy gifts together. Shen Nian thought of picking gifts for the first time, but he was very careful. Although Luo Yining told her that it didn't need too much trouble, she still carefully chose the right thing. Although their marriage doesn't need to please their parents-in-law too much, Shen Nian doesn't want to leave a bad impression at the first time. Luo Yining's home is in the villa area on the outskirts of Dongjiang City. It took 40 minutes to get there. After getting off the car, Luo Yining took something out of the trunk. Shen Nian, in addition to my parents, there is also a younger brother and a younger sister in our family. His eyebrows frowned slightly. You don't need to care too much about them, just have a meal. Oh, good. Shen Nian nodded and always felt that Luo Yining's words had something else. Shen Nian followed Luo Yining. And the standard was a little daughter-in-law who met her parents-in-law for the first time. Oh, Yining is back. The one who opened the door was a woman in her 40s. She was wearing an apron and looked like a nanny at home. Mother Liu. Luo Yining greeted her, handed her what was in his hand, and then turned around and hugged Shen Nian's shoulder. This sudden touch made Shen Nian a little uncomfortable. But he can't dodge at this time. He can only stiffen and cooperate with Luo Yining. Dad, Mom, we're back. Luo Yining took Shen Nian into the room. The four people sitting on the sofa immediately stood up and looked at Shen Nian in unison. Although Shen Nian said that he was not afraid of meeting people, he was still not used to being stared at like this. This is my parents. Luo Yining took the initiative to introduce. Shen Nian quickly said hello, uncle and aunt. Well, come and sit down. Luo Jianhua, Luo Yining's father, is enthusiastic. Luo Yining held Shen Nian over, and the girl beside Luo Jianhua immediately gave up her seat enthusiastically. Sister-in-law, come on, sit here. Shen Nian smiled at her and then sat down. Luo Yining's mother Song Shuxi always had an expression, since you are here, take a rest first. I'll go to the kitchen to see the food. After saying that, he turned around and went to the kitchen. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Chapter 9 Dad supports you. Luo Yining frowned and felt a little unhappy. He was about to say something. Well, Luo Jianhua patted him on the shoulder. Yining, come with me. Jiayang, you and Yiza say hello to your sister-in-law. Okay. Luo Jiayang agreed immediately. Luo Yining followed Luo Jianhua to the stairway and couldn't help looking back at Shen Nian, obviously a little hesitant. This is at home. Is there anyone else who can eat her? Luo Jianhua said helplessly. Luo Yining glanced at him without saying anything and followed him upstairs. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Jiayang. This is my second brother, Yuza. Luo Jiayang enthusiastically introduced to Shen Nian. Hello, my name is Shen Nian. She looked at the two people in a friendly manner. When did my sister-in-law and brother get married? Luo Yuza finally said the first sentence. We won't get married soon. Shen Nian answered with a smile. How long will it be soon? Why didn't you tell your family? Luo Yuza's tone is a little aggressive, and he also looked at Shen Nian as if no one was around. That kind of look made Shen Nian a little uncomfortable, so he couldn't help leaning against Luo Jiayang. Oh, why do you talk so much? Give it, eat an orange and gag your mouth. Luo Jiayang stuffed an orange into Luo Yuza's hand and stared at him by the way. Luo Yuza smiled. I just asked casually, and I also felt that the eldest brother's marriage was too sudden. Flash marriage is popular now. Two people get married when they like each other. How can they pay so much attention to it? Do you think it's sister-in-law? Luo Jiayang took Shen Nian's arm warmly. Shen Nian nodded with a smile. You are right. Although Shen Nian is not a familiar person, she still likes Luo Jiayang's personality very much. Luo Jiayang and Shen Nian talked about this and that, and Shen Nian quickly became familiar with her. At first, Luo Yuza sat aside and interjected a few words from time to time. Later, when he saw that they were talking about topics between girls, he went out. At this time, Luo Yining and Luo Jianhua and his son were sitting in the study and talking. You kid, why didn't you tell us about such a big thing as marriage? Luo Jianhua is still a little unacceptable to Luo Yining's sudden marriage. Luo Yining was expressionless and a little indifferent. Haven't you been urging me to get married? What else are you dissatisfied with after I got married? Isn't it for you that we urge you to get married? But you shouldn't rush to get the certificate without saying hello. Luo Jianhua's tone was more helpless. Luo Yining played with the pen on the table with an indifferent attitude. Just take it if you think it's appropriate. Where did so many tricks come from? When did you meet? What does this girl do? What's the situation at home? Luo Yining looked up at him. Dad, she is my wife. You don't need to ask so clearly. Luo Jianhua was stunned and remembered that he had said the same thing as Luo Yining many years ago, and a trace of guilt surged in his heart. Yining. Dad, I chose my wife by myself. I think it's good if I'm satisfied. Other people's opinions are not important, and I don't care. Luo Yining's attitude was very clear, which made Luo Jianhua suddenly don't know what to say. He was silent for a while and sighed. Now that you have grown up, Dad really shouldn't interfere too much. But life is your own, and how you live is also your own choice. Dad can only tell you that Dad will always support you. Luo Yining's eyes flashed, and he got up and walked out of the door without saying anything. When he went downstairs, Shen Nian was still talking to Luo Jiayang. I don't know what Luo Jiayang was talking about. What are you talking about? So happy? Luo Yining sat down beside Shen Nian. Brother, I was talking to my sister-in-law about being chased by a dog when you were a child. Think about it, you were really timid at that time. Luo Yining looked at her helplessly. Your sister-in-law just came here for the first time and you picked out all my dark history for me, which made me look like a person in the future. There was a smile in his tone, but he didn't look angry. What's wrong with this? My sister-in-law won't dislike you, will she? Luo Jiayang raised his eyebrows at Shen Nian. Shen Nian nodded with a smile. You're right, I won't dislike it. Luo Yining smiled and said nothing. Song Shuxi came out of the kitchen and looked at the three people talking and laughing. Her face was not very good. Jiayang, don't just know he. Go and clean up to see your father and your second brother, and get ready to eat. Oh, I got it. Luo Jiayang agreed and muttered in a low voice, it's me again, and he knows how to call me. She made a grimace at Shen Nian. Sister-in-law, wait for me for a moment. Let's talk later. Okay, you can go quickly. Watching Luo Jiayang leave, Shen Nian came to Luo Yining and whispered. Your mother doesn't seem to be very happy. Is there something I didn't do well? Don't worry about her. Luo Yining took a cut apple and handed it to Shen Nian. Shen Nian was a little surprised. Isn't this good? Luo Yining raised his eyebrows. What, is this to please his mother-in-law? Shen Nian was stunned and blushed in an instant when he looked at the playful smile on the corner of Luo Yining's mouth. What a mess. I'll go to the bathroom. Looking at Shen Nian's hurried back, Luo Yining laughed. It's time to eat soon. Shen Nian sat beside Luo Yining with some restraint, only doing the dishes in front of him. Shen Nian, how many children are there in your family? Song Shuxi, who had been cold-faced, suddenly asked. We have 2 children and a younger brother. Shen Nian answered. So what do your parents do? Is the family doing business or what? My parents are both ordinary office workers. My mother has retired, and only my father is still working. Shen Nian is a little disgusted with people asking about her family situation. But she and Luo Yining are husband and wife now, and these problems must be experienced. I see. Song Shuxi looked a little disdainful, so it seems that the family conditions of our 2 families are still a little different. You. Mom, the eldest brother married his sister-in-law, not anything else. Why are you chasing so clearly? Luo Jiayang kindly opened his mouth to relieve the siege. What do you know? Song Shuxi glared at her. This marriage is a big deal. It's not a child's family. Do you think it's just a joke to get a certificate? Shen Nian knew in his heart that his mother-in-law was implicitly expressing his dissatisfaction with her. But she doesn't care. Anyway, she is also a traditional daughter-in-law who has to please her mother-in-law. I think Mom is right. Getting married is a big deal. The eldest brother and sister-in-law are indeed a little hasty and didn't tell their families. Luo Yuza also opened his mouth. I think marriage is a marriage for one person, not a family marriage. Luo Yining said lightly, obviously not taking these words to heart. He also picked up a chicken wing and put it on the plate in front of Shen Nian. Chapter 10 The War of the Luo Family. This was the first time that Luo Yining picked up vegetables for Shen Nian. Shen Nian was stunned for a moment or took a bite. Yining, there are some things I think I should say. I know you have never cared about this family, and you don't care about me. But you have to tell your father even if you don't tell me about such a big thing as getting married. Song Shuxi finally clearly expressed her dissatisfaction. Luo Yining's hand to pick up vegetables paused for a moment, then put down his chopsticks and looked at Song Shuxi coldly. If I hadn't taken this family in mind, I wouldn't have come back with Niao Niao. If I hadn't paid attention to you, I wouldn't have called you Mom until now. Luo Yining's uncertain words instantly froze the atmosphere on the dinner table. Luo Jiayang and Luo Yiza stopped eating at the same time. Shen Nian heard that Luo Yining's words had a deep meaning, and also felt the change in the atmosphere. It seems that the situation of the Luo family is more complicated than she thought. She went to Luo Yining with some concern. Luo Yining is still eating as if nothing had happened. Song Shuxi's face is very ugly. Luo Yining, what do you mean by that? That's what you understand. Song Shuxi frowned and was about to have an attack. You. Have a good meal, what are you talking about? Young people have their own young people's ideas, so we don't interfere too much. Luo Jianhua suddenly opened his mouth. Song Shushi looked at him in disbelief. Luo Jianhua, you can eat when you eat. Don't say so many words. Nian Nie's first visit will scare you again. Luo Jianhua's words are meant to defend Luo Yining. Luo Jianhua, can you tell the right between good and bad? Song Shushi threw the chopsticks in her hand on the table angrily. Mom. Luo Jiayang quickly took Song Shushi's hand, approached her and whispered, my sister-in-law came to our house for the first time today. Don't embarrass Dad. Song Shushi slapped her hand. You all make sense. I'm the only one who is an outsider, okay? After saying that, he stood up and pushed away the chair and went up to the second floor angrily. Mom, what are you doing? Luo Jiayang called out in a hurry. Jiayang, sit down and have a meal. Luo Jianhua didn't move, and his face was not very good. Luo Jiayang sat down slowly with a sound. Luo Yuzning looking at Luo Yining, his eyes were full of hostility. Brother, after all, my mother is an elder. Is it too much for you to disrespect her so much? Do you care about it? Luo Yining raised his head with a rare indifferent look. This is the first time that Shen Nian has felt something called sword pulling in reality, and her heart couldn't help but rise. Luo Jianhua's face was black without saying a word, and Luo Jiayang sat aside and looked nervous. It's just that I didn't say a few words well, and there was no malice. You calm down. Jiayang and I went to see my aunt. Shen Nian suddenly put the water cup in front of him in front of Luo Yining. Luo Yining was stunned. He turned his head, and Shen Nian was winking at him. Although it is not easy for her to get mixed with other people's family conflicts, there is also a little her reason in it, and it is her first time to come to the door. If the fuss is too stiff, don't say that it's hard for her to come to the door in the future, and it's not easy for Luo Yining to face her family. My sister-in-law is understanding. As soon as Shen Nian stood up, Luo Yuza said strangely, and then looked at Luo Yining with a sarcasm. I think my sister-in-law agreed with her eldest brother today that she deliberately came back to make her mother angry. Shen Nian frowned. Is this person not very stupid? Didn't you see that she was resolving the siege? He still has to add fuel to the fire. We just came back for a meal. You don't have to think too much. Shen Nian's attitude is as polite as possible. Really? Luo Yuza snorted. I think the eldest brother is very good at protecting his sister-in-law, but I thought that the eldest brother's trouble today was meant by his sister-in-law. Luo Yining's face pulled down in an instant. Seeing that he was about to slap the table, Shen Nian grabbed his hand. Uncle is still here. Forget it. She turned her head to look at Luo Yuza. I don't know which university Yuza graduated from. Have you ever heard a sentence? Luo Yuza frowned and said in an unkind tone, do you care which school I graduated from? Just say whatever you want. Don't beat around the bush. Shen Nian smiled. I can't control it, and I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that don't think about others with the heart of a villain in everything, which is not good. You. Luo Yuza's face turned black in an instant. He didn't expect that Shen Nian would dare to talk to him like this for the first time. His fist clenched. This is our Luo family. What are you? It's not your turn to teach me a lesson here. I didn't teach you a lesson. I just want to remind you. Shen Nian's attitude is still not in a hurry. Luo Yuza clenched his fist and was about to rush over. Luo Yining turned sideways and stopped in front of Shen Nian. Luo Yuza, don't think that I dare not hit you today. Come on, you and your husband sing together. You really think I'm afraid of you? Luo Yuza shouted angrily, and the atmosphere reached the point of tension. Luo Jianhua suddenly put the cup in his hand heavily on the table, and his tone was cold. It's hard for the family to get together for a meal. What do they want to do? They all sit down for me. Although Luo Yuza was unwilling, he didn't dare to talk back to Luo Jianhua. He could only look at Luo Yining and Shen Nian with hatred, sat down angrily, and the stool was rattling by him. Luo Yining didn't sit down. He turned around and picked up the mobile phone on the table. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. He ignored Luo Jianhua's reaction and pulled Shen Nian straight to the sofa, took the bag and was about to leave. It's all like this. Shen Nian also knew that the meal was over, so he quickly said goodbye to Luo Jianhua. Facing Shen Nian and Luo Jianhua's attitude eased a lot, he turned around and took a thick red envelope from the wine cabinet. Xiao Nian, I'm sorry about today. This is my little intention. Welcome to be the daughter-in-law of our Luo family. Shen Nian looked at the red envelope and was shocked. He quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, uncle. Before she finished speaking, Luo Yining had already received the red envelope. Thank you, Dad. Shen Nian was stunned and looked at Luo Yining, who was calm, in surprise. Luo Jianhua finally smiled when he saw Luo Yining receiving the red envelope, and personally sent the two people out. The sound of closing the door behind him sounded, and Shen Nian was heavily relieved. What? Are you nervous? Luo Yining asked in an unclear tone. Shen Nian shook his head. I was not nervous, but in the end, my uncle gave me red envelopes that I didn't know how to deal with them. She had no hope for her marriage with Luo Yining. Therefore, I am not afraid of difficulties. What I am afraid of is the recognition of other people's families. While thinking about it, Luo Yining stretched out the red envelope in his hand in front of her. You don't have to worry about today's events. Just listen to what they say or do. This is for you, and you can keep it. Shen Nian was stunned and immediately refused. I don't want it. Luo Yining glanced at her and stuffed the red envelope into her bag in no way. This is the rule. The new daughter-in-law will give red envelopes to her parents-in-law for the first time, which is also a change of mouth fee. Change the mouth fee? Shen Nian looked up in surprise. Luo Yining had already got into the car. She looked down at the heavy red envelope in her bag. She felt a little strange, but she didn't say anything more. Anyway, Luo Yining and I are legally recognized husband and wife, and it is normal for Lord Jianhua to give her this. Chapter 11, Come to the door. The couple drove away, and Lord Jianhua in the room sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. What do you want to do? Yining can't come back twice a year. What do you want to do? Lord Jiaoyang sat aside and lowered his head and dared not make a sound. Luo Yuza was already uncomfortable and immediately said, Dad, this matter was originally Luo Yining's fault. You don't say that he is talking about us. Lord Jianhua has been biased towards Luo Yining in everything these years, but Luo Yuza is very jealous. He didn't say that it shouldn't be for you as a younger brother. Besides, today is the first time that Shen Nian came to your door. You are making such a fuss to make people think of our family and your brother. Lord Jianhua said unhappily. She can see whatever she wants. Song Shushi came down from the second floor. A girl who dares to get a marriage certificate with someone who has never seen other people's family members is not a good person. Our family is not picky about her. Whether it's good or not, that's also Yining's choice. As parents, we have nothing to be picky about. Lord Jianhua did not approve of Song Shushi's statement. Since we are parents, of course, we should take good care of our children. I don't think this Shen Nian is trouble-free. We must find someone to check it out. Song Shushi insists on her own ideas. Lord Jianhua frowned. Don't mess around. Today's incident is already very unpleasant. You also know Yining's temper. If you make any more fuss, I'll see how you end up. After saying this, Song Shushi immediately threw away the bowl she was cleaning up in her hand and came to Lord Jianhua in anger. Lord Jianhua, don't always take care of your son. Although I'm not his biological mother, I haven't treated him harshly over the years. You should also consider my mood. No one said that you treat Yining harshly, but it's just that you are partial to your eldest son and think that I, Song Shushi, am going to harm him. Song Shushi said that her grievance surged into her heart, and she choked up. Lord Jiaoyang quickly went up and helped her sit down. Mom, calm down. Dad didn't say anything. For so many years, the eldest brother used to be like this. Now that the two of them have got married, there is no need to make trouble for these. What do you know? I just want respect, and I have contributed a lot to this family. The more Song Shushi said, the more wronged she became. Lord Jianhua couldn't bear it and sat over and persuaded her. Seeing this, Lord Jiaoyang immediately pulled Luo Yuza upstairs and gave up space for the couple to ease the relationship. Luo Yining here was not in a particularly good mood. He sent Shen Nian to the gate of the community and drove back to the office by himself. Shen Nian knew that he had something on his mind, so he didn't say much and went back by himself. As soon as she arrived downstairs at the door of the unit, she saw Shen Qingguo and Xu Shan arguing with the security guard from afar. Shen Nian immediately hid behind the swing and watched. I said, what's wrong with you? I said, my daughter lives here, and we came to see my daughter. Xu Shan looked at the security guard who was blocking her angrily. It took her a lot of effort to know that Shen Nian lived here. Who knew that the security guard didn't let them in when they were all downstairs? Sorry, madam. Our community is not allowed to let any visitors in without the owner's notice. Please understand. The security guard has a good attitude. I don't understand. We are not visitors. Our daughter is here and our family is here. Don't you understand? Where are your leaders? Call your leaders over. Xu Shan began to shout. Although Shen Nian knew that these two people would find her sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so soon. She hesitated for a moment and looked at the security guard being embarrassed by the two of them. She still walked over. As soon as the security guard saw Shen Nian as if he had seen a savior, he quickly shook off Xu Shan and Shen Qingguo and rushed to Shen Nian. Miss Shen, these two said that they are your parents and came to find you. But you and Mr. Luo didn't notify us in advance, so I know, I'm sorry to trouble you. They are indeed my parents. Shen Nian apologized to the security guard first. As soon as Xu Shan saw Shen Nian, she was even more proud. I'll just say, I'm here to see my daughter, and you stupid security guard dare to stop me. That's it. Shen Nian frowned and glanced at Xu Shan, then turned around and walked into the unit door. Xu Shan quickly gave Shen Qingguo a wink, and the two hurriedly followed. When Shen Nian entered the house, he took out 2 pairs of disposable slippers from the cabinet and gave them to 2 people, and then sat on the sofa by himself. As soon as Shen Qingguo entered the door, he began to look at the furnishings in the room, and his eyes were shining. I can't see that you are quite competent. If you find a rich man, this house is not cheap. It has nothing to do with you. Why did you come to me again? Shen Nian's tone is not good. Humph, do you dead girl need to be so separable with us? You don't even contact your family even if you get married in a hurry. We are also worried about you. Shu Shan pretended to say, but Shen Nian didn't like her. Tell me what's going on. I'm still busy. What are you busy with? Shu Shan put the bag on the table hard and sat straight opposite Shen Nian. You haven't paid the living expenses for this month. Over the years, the family's expenses have been borne by Shen Nian. Since Shen Nian moved out of the family and completely cut off the money given to the family, Shishen and Shen Qinguo came here. In the past, I ate and lived at home, and you asked me to pay for living expenses. Now that I'm not at home, of course, I don't have living expenses. Shen Nian said with an expressionless face. What did you say? You don't give us and your brother what to eat and drink. Shu Shan was anxious. That's your business. What does it have to do with me? Besides, Dad and Shen An also have salaries. How can they starve you? Thinking about these, Shen Nian felt that he was really stupid before. Obviously, 3 people in the family had a salary. But she still foolishly took out all her money to make up for the family. How can our salary move? Your brother is going to get married, and there are still many places to spend money. Shen Qinguo also said. This is not something I should worry about. I'm married, and my married daughter splashed water. These things in my mother's family have nothing to do with me. Shen Nian said that he didn't want to give them any more money. You dead girl, do you really think we can't do anything about you when you get married? Shen Qinguo rushed over to teach Shen Nian a lesson, just like eating dynamite. Shen Nian immediately stood up and moved aside. Dad, Mom, there are cameras in this room. I don't mind you making trouble here, but I don't know if my husband will mind. With that, she pouted in the direction of the camera. Chapter 12 Give me the house. Shen Qinguo raised his hand and put it down after seeing the camera again. I also saw Luo Yining last time. I knew that he was not easy to mess with. He was still a little afraid to go to court and fight a lawsuit at any time. If you say 1,000 or 10,000, you still want us to call our parents. Then it is reasonable for you to give us a little money as a pension. Shen Qinguo's tone was gloomy. Yes, you don't care about anything else and you should take care of our old age. Shu Shan also helped immediately. Shen Nian smiled and hugged his arm. Yes, then go to the court to sue. Anyway, you are not just my child. If you want to take care of your age, you and Shen An should also support them together. At that time, it will be decided by the court. The two were stunned for a moment. Shen Qinguo's temper immediately came back. I think you really think I dare not beat you. Qinguo. Shu Shan pulled Shen Qinguo to the horse, and then pulled him aside. This girl now has a bad time. The more we talk to her, the more reluctant she will be. Let's talk to her. Shu Shan knows the flesh that fell from her body. She knew that Shen Nian was the softest. Over the years, she has relied on this set to make a lot of benefits. Shen Qinguo could only swallow his anger back after listening to her words. After all, it is serious to ask for money now. The two of them immediately lost the unreasonable momentum just now. Shu Shan came forward and pulled Shen Nian with a smile. Don't be angry, Nian Nian. We were also angry just now. If you have something to say, let's talk about it. Over the years, you also know at home that your brother is not good and can't earn much money. Your father is just an ordinary employee and doesn't have much salary. Our family's expenses are not small. Now, it's really stressful. Otherwise, we wouldn't have opened our mouths with you. Shu Shan began to sell badly, but Shen Nian didn't even change the expression on her face. You used to have a few meals when I was at home. I eat too much, and I accounted for a large part of the expenses. Now I have moved away and don't eat at home, which should save a lot of the expenses. Shu Shan's face stiffened for a moment, and then continued to smile. But you know, didn't you just buy a house for your brother? You see, you can make money, and your husband also knows that you can also make money. There is no shortage of money to live in such a good house. It is also right for you to help your mother's family. Originally, Shen Nian still had the heart to deal with them. As soon as Shu Shan mentioned the house, Shen Nian's heart was not happy and immediately jumped out. She took her hand back from Shu Shan's hand. How much Luo Yining earns is his business. It has nothing to do with me if he lacks money or not. You don't have to think about it. Since you want me to pay for living expenses, give me the house I just bought for Shen An, so that I can consider continuing to bear the living expenses of my family. What, do you want a house? Shu Shan screamed. Shen Nian smiled but didn't smile. Why, can't it? Didn't you say that we are a family? Besides, that house was also bought with my money, so it's reasonable to give it to me. Nonsense. Shen Qinguo cursed in a low voice. Your brother is from our Shen family. The house was bought for him to marry. What are you? Why did you give it to him? Since I'm nothing, what other living expenses do you want from me? Don't forget that the house was bought with my money. Shen Nian stared coldly at the couple. That's what I'm asking for. Either bring the house, or you can go back. I don't have a penny, and I can't take out another penny. Shen Nian knew what virtue his parents were, so he gave the money to the death for the house. Xu Shan and Shen Qingguo never thought of it. Shen Nian is so difficult to talk to now. They quarrel and curse, but Shen Nian can't help it if they don't let go. They are worried that Luo Yining will come back, so they can only curse and leave. This stinky girl is really good now. She doesn't regard us as her parents at all. She only thinks about scheming us. Xu Shan got into the taxi and complained to Shen Qingguo angrily. It's all your fault. If you don't stop me, I'll take out the money even if I hit her today. Shen Qingguo snorted coldly. In his eyes, there is nothing that can't be solved by one stroke. Shen Nian was beaten by him since he was a child. You know how to fight. It's not that you didn't see her husband that day. It's not a good man, and I specifically inquired that her husband is a very famous lawyer. Maybe we will be sued. Xu Shan knows the stakes here. But Shen Qingguo doesn't care. You are just making a big deal. We are Shen Nian's parents. Have you ever seen someone's son-in-law suing his father-in-law? Really? Besides, we want Shen Nian's money, not her husband's. What are you afraid of? Yo, you're awesome. Those couples get married and get money, which is the common property of husband and wife. You think it's natural? Maybe they think what they think. I still can't stand out with Shen Nian. Xu Shan saw Shen Nian's resolute attitude now, and also knew that they were afraid that their previous set would not work, and they must have to change the way. But before she could think of a way, she was stunned by the mess in the room as soon as she entered the house. All the things in the cabinet were thrown into the living room, and even the clothes in the wardrobe were turned out. Oh, my God, is this a thief? Xu Shan exclaimed, but Shen An poked his head out of the room. Dad, Mom, you are back. Where is our family's money? Where did you put it? Shen An is Shen Nian's younger brother. After graduating from college, he began to grow old openly and righteously. He changes jobs every 3 months. Either it's too hard here or the salary there is low. However, Shen Qingguo and Xu Shan still love him very much. What he said was, and he had no position at all. As long as the sun opens his mouth, the two of them can pick the stars that day. You kid, why do you want money? Didn't I just give you 20,000 yuan 2 days ago? Xu Shan walked into the room while collecting the clothes on the ground. Shen An walked impatiently on the bed. What can I do with the 20,000 yuan? It's not enough for me to buy a bag for Xiao Xiao. Your girlfriend doesn't do business every day. Why do you buy things for her? Xu Shan thought that Shen An had been spending a lot of money since he had a girlfriend, and she couldn't help but feel a pain. What is this saying? He followed me. Isn't it right for me to spend some money on others? And this little girl is going to marry me in the future. What if he is too stingy now and he doesn't want to? Shen An's words were so serious that Shen Qingguo's mouth almost glanced behind his ear. Look at your little future. You talk about getting married every day, and I haven't seen you really bring people back to talk about marriage. That's right, son, you are also big. We have been together for 2 years, and our house has been bought. If you want to get married, you can talk about it. It's not a big deal for you to hang out like this. Xu Shan also took the opportunity to urge Shen An. Chapter 13, Caring About Her. All right, every time I say you are urging me, but you take out the money and let people see your sincerity, but you don't say anything about marriage in sincerity. Shen An waved his hand impatiently. Money, you know money in a day. How much money does our family have enough for you to squander? Your sister has moved away now and doesn't give money to her family. What else can our family have? Shen Qingguo said angrily. What, Shen Nian really doesn't give money to his family? Shen An was a little surprised. Over the years, he has relied on the favor of Xu Shan and Shen Qingguo to take advantage of Shen Nian. Thinking of Shen Nian's cowardly nature, he also pointed to Shen Nian's future to give him care. Xu Shan sighed, and her face was full of disgust. This dead girl doesn't know where her ability came from. Now, she can't get oil and salt. You and your father have bumped into each other twice in a row. She said, either give her your house, or she won't give her a penny to the family. Nonsense, how can I give her my house? Shen An suddenly became excited. Xu Shan quickly comforted, yes, I know that the house will definitely not be given to her. But the girl doesn't let go now, and we have no good way. How can there be no good way? Shen An stared. Dad, Mom, she was raised by you. What's the matter if you want to spend some money with her? Even if she is married, she can't ignore her mother's family. Besides, if she doesn't care what our family will eat and drink. Neither Xu Shan nor Shen Qingguo said anything, and Shen An was even more anxious. You can't give up like this. You have to make trouble with her and let her know how powerful it is. You know what? It's not that you haven't made trouble, but your sister is not easy to talk about now. The money is in her hand. If she doesn't take it out, we can't steal it openly. Shen Qingguo's face was gloomy, and there was no good idea. Shen An listened to his words and rolled his eyes, and took the initiative to take Xu Shan's arm. Even if you can't grab it, there are many other ways. Dad, Mom, my sister is still your daughter. She can't just ignore the family affairs. Xu Shen looked at him meaningfully and looked at Shen Qingguo blankly. Shen Nian here cleaned the inside and outside of the room after Xu Shen and Shen Qingguo left. Usually, when Luo Yining cleans up the room, she guessed that he should be obsessed with cleanliness. So I don't want him to come back and see where it's not clean. She was wiping the floor and Luo Yining came back. Looking at Shen Nian's busy and panting appearance in the room, Luo Yining was a little surprised. I have an aunt, so you don't have to do these things. It's okay. I just want to clean up. Besides, I don't usually go out, so I don't let my aunt come. Shen Nian wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's easy for her to clean up. When Luo Yining was changing his shoes, he saw the disposable slippers thrown in the trash can next to him. Has anyone come here at home? My parents just arrived. Shen Nian didn't hide it either. Your parents? Did they find this place? Luo Yining looked at Shen Nian. Shen Nian nodded, and then thought of something again. He quickly explained, but you don't have to worry. I can send them away and never let them affect you. Luo Yining has met Xu Shen and Shen Qingguo in trouble. Shen Nian is afraid that he will be troublesome. Luo Yining shook his head and put the computer on the sofa. I didn't mean that. I was thinking that it would be more troublesome for them to come here. Shen Nian didn't expect that Luo Yining was worried about her. He didn't react for a moment and was stunned. Luo Yining continued, in fact, you don't have to be afraid of them. If you don't want to deal with them, just tell the security guard downstairs not to let them come in. If it really doesn't work, you can also push it to me. How can that work? Shen Nian said quickly. They are very difficult to deal with. How can I trouble you? She doesn't want Luo Yining to think she is a troublemaker. Luo Yining frowned. It's not a problem. We are husband and wife, and these things will be faced sooner or later. I know we are husband and wife, but these things are my family, and I don't want to affect you because of these things. Shen Nian is telling the truth. She got married to get rid of her original family, not to find someone to solve her trouble. She knows how difficult Shen Qingguo and Xu Shen are. If she pushes it to Luo Yining, what will she become? Luo Yining understood Shen Nian's concerns. He originally wanted to say that it would be more convenient for him to deal with this kind of thing than Shen Nian, but after thinking about it, Shen Nian also had her own concerns, and it was difficult for him to interfere more. Well, if you need help. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you if I need help. Shen Nian said quickly. Luo Yining smiled and nodded back to the room. Shen Nian was still cleaning the floor. Luo Yining stood at the door for a moment and took out his mobile phone to dial Li Xiao's phone. Boss, why are you willing to call me today? Li Xiao's voice was lazy, and the sound of cups colliding came from the other end of the phone from time to time. Are you busy today? If not, please help me find some information. Luo Yining went straight to the point. Okay, I'm not busy. I'm not busy every day. Tell me what you want. Li Xiao's tone is light. I want to find some information and cases about family disputes. Family disputes? Li Xiao was surprised. Well, it's better to have a family property dispute. Luo Yining said. Boss, when did you become interested in family disputes? Li Xiao's tone was full of gossip. Luo Yining has basically only dealt with divorce cases over the years, and has not dealt with other cases and disputes. Today, he suddenly asked him for information about family disputes, which made him very imaginative. Luo Yining didn't answer. Li Xiao asked tentatively, is it related to your sister-in-law? Luo Yining on the other end of the phone didn't know how to answer and was silent for a moment. Li Xiao was already laughing. Look, I guessed right. Definitely, our 1,000-year-old iron tree has finally blossomed, ha ha ha. Luo Yining was speechless for a while. Help me find the information and send it to my email. If you can't send it, print it out and give it to me tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up the phone and ignored Li Xiao. Shen Nian took a shower after cleaning and lazily lay on the bed and used her mobile phone. Seeing that it was dark, it was time for her to write a manuscript, but she had no energy at all. Suddenly, the screen of the mobile phone flashed, and a phone prompt came. It's Shen An. Looking at the name on the screen, Shen Nian was a little upset and immediately hung up. Without thinking about it, she knew that Shen An's call was to ask for his guilt, so she didn't bother to pay attention to him. But soon Shen An called again, and Shen Nian still hung up decisively. After repeating several times, I received a text message. It was still Shen An. The text message said, Sister, my mother is sick, and now she is very serious. Shen Nian sat up from the bed with a sling. Chapter 14. Pretend to be sick. Shen Nian changed his clothes and came out of the room and happened to meet Luo Yining. Are you going out? Luo Yining looked at her. Shen Nian nodded. I have to go home. My mother is sick. Sick. Luo Yining was stunned for a moment, and then put down the cup in his hand. I'll go with you. No need. Shen Nian immediately refused. My mother. I don't know what's going on. She was fine in the morning, but she suddenly got sick. I'll go back and have a look first. Xu Shen's health has always been very good, and she also looked full of energy when she came today. She suddenly fell ill and felt that it was not so simple, and maybe it was some kind of plan. It's just that it's her mother after all. Whether it's true or not, she has to go back and have a look. Luo Yining didn't insist when he heard what she said. He glanced at the dark sky outside. It's dark, drive safely. Okay. The two of them didn't say any more, and Shen Nian hurried home. Shen Nian opened the door. Shen Qingguo sat alone on the sofa and didn't watch TV. His face was not very good. Dad, where is my mother? It's in the room. Shen Qingguo answered. Shen Nian immediately went into the room. Xu Shan was lying in bed, Shen An was sitting aside, and there was still a bottle of medicine on the bedside table. Mom. Nian Nian is back. Xu Shan changed her usual bitter appearance and did look a little weak. Shen Nian frowned and didn't move forward. What's going on? What's wrong? Why didn't you go to the hospital? No, my little problem. What kind of hospital do you go to? The hospital costs more money. Besides, if you hadn't been angry with your mother, would she have been sick when she came back? Shen An stared at Shen Nian. What do you mean by this? Don't you know what I mean? Shen An immediately turned around. We are all children in our family. It's not easy for your parents to raise you to be so old. You don't want to ask for money. At this time, you can't bear to go to the hospital when your mother is sick. Shen An put all the responsibility on Shen Nian at once. Seeing this, Xu Shan quickly pulled Shen An a hand. You child, how can you talk to your sister? Your sister is still a married person now. Your brother-in-law will be unhappy if you keep taking care of your mother's family. What's wrong with him? No matter how great he is, he should know that kindness and filial piety come first. Shouldn't my sister respect you? Shen An said the truth at the beginning. Shen Nian laughed out loud when he heard it. Hundreds of kindness and filial piety first. Shen An, you also know filial piety. I thought you would only spend money. Shen Nian knew very well what kind of virtue her younger brother was. Looking at Xu Sha's pretentious performance, she immediately knew that everything she was pretending to be sick, and she still wanted to ask for money from herself. Shen Nian, what are you talking about? Shen An was in a hurry. Am I wrong? Ours are all our parents' children, but what have you done these years except ask them for money? Shen Nian glanced at Xu Shan, who was lying in bed. Mom, if you don't feel well, go to the hospital as soon as possible. I'll go back first. After saying that, she was about to leave. Xu Shan immediately sat up straight. Stop for me. I'm sick. Did you just leave? Shen Nian paused for a moment and turned around. What else? Xu Shan was a little at a loss for words by Shen Nian's reaction. According to her and Shen An's imagination, as long as she said that she was sick, she tricked Shen Nian back. At that time, he would be able to get the money, but he didn't expect Shen Nian to pretend to be stupid. After thinking about it, Xu Shan felt that there was no need to sell it, so she cleared her throat. Nian Nian, Mom is not feeling well, but there is really no money at home. Can you give Mom some money to let me go to the hospital for a checkup first? It's okay. Shen Nian answered simply. Xu Shan immediately opened her eyebrows and smiled. Really? Then I want 50,000 yuan. Since my mother is not feeling well, she should go to the hospital. How much should it cost? My brother and I will each have half. After all, I can't let you raise me for nothing. Shen Nian said a serious look. Until now, she has already seen the thoughts of this family clearly. How could she be fooled again? How can you do this? Why do you still want to share it with your brother so clearly? Xu Shan frowned. My brother is clear. I have lived at home for the past few years. So it doesn't matter if I pay a little more, but it's different now. I'm married, and I also have my own family. I can no longer help my mother's family unconditionally. What's the difference between this and those brothers and demons on the internet? Shen Nian has a basket of words waiting for him. What kind of helper brother demon? What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Qingguo finally couldn't listen and rushed in. He glared at Shen Nian angrily. Now we are talking about your mother's medical care. Your brother is young and has no savings yet. How can you get out of money? Your life is better than taking a little money to make up for it. They are all people who have passed the legal age of marriage. Why are they still young? Does he blame me for not having savings? You bought the house for him with my money. Am I not enough to make up for the family? Shen Nian's tone was calm, and he didn't even mean to be angry at all. You came to me twice today, and I'm also honest. I asked you to use all my money to buy a house for Shenan, so I don't have any money in my hand now. If you are really in a hurry, you can sell the house with money. You dead girl, how can you do this? Xu Shan's angry words are not good. Shen An patted Xu Shan on the back and was angry. Shen Nian, don't go too far. It's okay if you don't give money to your parents. You still want to sell my house. Shen Nian sneered. What's your house? Shen An, don't think that the house with your name is yours. The down payment was made with my account. So to be serious, the house should be mine. If you annoy me one day, I can take the house back at any time. How dare you? Shen An's eyes widened. You see if I dare. Shen Nian looked at Shen An fiercely. Shen An was angry, but there was nothing he could do with Shen Nian. He could only pull Xi Shan's arm. Mom, look at her. How can Xu Shan let her precious son be wronged? She didn't care about pretending to be sick, so she immediately got out of bed and rushed to Shen Nian. Shen Nian, don't be so lazy. We gave you the steps. If you don't give me money today, I will die to show you. Xu Shan took out another set of her coercion, trying to force Shen Nian to obey. However, Shen Nian just stared at her expressionlessly for a while, and then took out his mobile phone and pressed a few numbers. Chapter 15 Being Beaten. Mom, I know I can't stop you, so if you really can't think about it, I can call an ambulance for you. Looking at the words of the first aid center that appeared on the screen, Xu Shan was stunned. She slapped Shen Nian's mobile phone with a slap, and the call interface on the mobile phone also stopped abruptly. Shen Nian, I'm your mother. Xu Shan screamed, and her fingers were about to poke Shen Nian's face. Of course I know you are my mother. If it weren't for my mother, I wouldn't have called an ambulance. Shen Nian took a step back and picked up his mobile phone. You. Xu Shan stared at Shen Nian. She was glad that she didn't have a heart disease, otherwise she would have been angry with Shen Nian. Are you still making trouble? If it doesn't make a fuss, I'll go back first. It's late. My husband will be worried. Shen Nian moved Luo Yini out. One is to make it convenient for you to get out, and the other is to remind the family not to think wrong. You take 50,000 yuan first, which is needed at home. Shen Qingguo opened his mouth directly. I didn't. Shen Nian also simply refused. If you don't have it, just ask your husband. Anyway, he should be filial to his father-in-law and mother-in-law when you get married. Shen Qingguo said it for granted. That's right. If it really follows our family's wedding process, we should take his meeting gift and wedding money. Xu Shan also immediately adhered. Shen Nian didn't expect that these two people could be so brazen that they actually put the idea on Luo Yineng. You think too much. We are a flash marriage. We agreed before marriage, and we also wrote an agreement. Each of us should take good care of our families and our own property, so he has no obligation to do something to you. She refused directly. She didn't want to involve Luo Yining in these things. I don't care about your bullshit agreement. Anyway, you have to pay today. Shen Qingguo didn't believe Shen Nia's words at all, thinking that she was just an excuse because she didn't want to give money. You can ignore this agreement, but the law can't ignore it. I think you should also know what Luo Yining does. He is very concerned about these things. So if you insist on making trouble, I have to let him turn over our original contract. As soon as Shen Nia's words fell, Shen Qingguo's slap was firmly thrown on her face. You little beast, I raised you so big. Now I want to ask you for money and you push me 3 times. I really think I'm afraid of you. Shen Qingguo was originally violent. I didn't get well with Shen Nian twice in a row and held back my anger for a long time. Shen Nian was stunned by Shen Qingguo's slap. She covered her face and was a little shocked. Shen An was very gloating. Sister, I just said that we are all a family. There is no need to make such a bad fuss. If you don't listen, what good is it for you to make Dad angry? A family? I think you are a family. What am I, your mobile ATM? Shen Nian looked at the 3 people coldly. I've made it clear that I don't have money. You used the money to buy a house for Shen An. If you don't believe me, beat me to death today. She dropped her bag heavily on the glass cabinet beside her, putting on a look of a dead fish and a broken net. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Originally, Shen Qingguo planned to scare Shen Nian. It can be seen that her lack of concessions makes him unable to get off the stage. If Shen Nian doesn't take the money, he can't really beat Shen Nian to death. Killing is against the law, and he still understands the truth. After a moment of silence, Shen Qingguo looked at Xu Shan, intending to let her ease the atmosphere. Xu Shan also knew it. She hurriedly picked up Shen Nian's bag and sang with a red face. Look at your child, why are you so angry? Your father is also anxious. You are our daughter. How can we beat you to death? First, calm down, Shen An, go and pour a glass of water for your sister. On what basis? Shen An was reluctant to choke his neck. Xu Shan immediately glared at him and kept blinking at him. Now is not the time to completely break up with Shen Nian, and there is still a place to use her at home. Seeing this, Shen An could only reluctantly pour a glass of water. But Shen Nian didn't give face. You don't have to say bad words. I don't have money. Self-play when I leave this home, every penny here has nothing to do with me. I will not be filial to you. But you expect me to be as obedient as before, which is impossible. She glanced at the 3 people indifferently. It's not early. I'll leave first if there's nothing to do. After saying that, she didn't wait for their reaction. She took the bag straight and went out without turning back, leaving a family of 3 faces to look at each other. Shen Nian got into the car and calmed down and looked at the half of his face that had been beaten in the mirror. Shen Qingguo's slap was not light, and the whole right face was swollen. She can't go home like this. How shameful it would be for Luo Yining to see it. After thinking about it, she dialed Xi Ye's phone. Fortunately, Xi Ye didn't shoot today and watched TV at home. Shen Nian drove to Xi Ye's house. When Xi Ye saw Shen Nian, she was a big bear hug. Oh, the busy man finally remembered me. Why, did you quarrel with your husband in the middle of the night? Nonsense, what's the matter with the two of us? Hurry up and find me some ice. Shen Nian patted Xi Yu and broke free from her arms. Ice cubes, what do you want ice cubes for? Xi Yu looked up at Shen Nian and found her swollen face. She quickly grabbed Shen Nian's hand. What's wrong with your face? Was it the lawyer who hit it? No, he can't beat people. Luo Yining's personality should not be related to beating people. Who is he? Did you go home? Xi Yu has seen Shen Nian being beaten many times over the years. Shen Nian was helpless. Yes, how can I be so miserable? Xi Yu quickly went to the refrigerator to take out the ice pack, took a towel from the bathroom, and carefully applied it to Shen Nian with ice. Looking at her swollen face, Xi Yu was very distressed. You said you were beaten at home before. How can you still be beaten when you are married? I can't help it. Who would let someone carry the name of my parents? Shen Nian's eyes showed fatigue. If the word parent hadn't been on her head, she wouldn't have to have been in this messy relationship. So what about your parents? They can't bully you like this all the time. Xi Yu was a little angry. By the way, Nian Nian, your husband is a lawyer. You can ask him for help. Ask him for help? Shen Nian thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to bother him about those messy things in our family. Xi Yu quickly sat up straight. Hey, I'm not bothering him. Your parents' practice is inherently immoral, and maybe it's illegal. So if you really want to get rid of them, I think my husband can definitely help you. Chapter 16, Attending a Reception. Xi Yu's words gave Shen Nian an idea. She has never known how to get rid of the store at home. Because it's always a family, no matter how much trouble others make, there is no way to help her. But she hasn't consulted and understood. Maybe there is really a way. But these things in our family are too bad. I don't want Luo Yining to get involved in these things. Shen Nian thought that Shen Qingguo and others had come up with Luo Yining's idea today. It would be really bad to involve him. What's wrong with this? The so-called art industry has a specialization. He is a lawyer and must be more professional than you in these things. Besides, you are husband and wife, and these things should have been faced together. Xi Yu felt that since they were husband and wife, Shen Nian should find Luo Yining. We are a husband and wife. I'd better think about it again. Shen Nian is still a little hesitant. I took the ice pack and applied it for a while. Shen Nian felt much more comfortable. He looked in the mirror and it was not so swollen before he returned the ice pack to Xi Yu. By the way, Nian Nian, do you have anything to do tomorrow night? It should be fine tomorrow night. What's the matter? Shen Nian lay on the sofa and buried his head in the pillow. Xi Yu came over with the washed strawberries. I'm going to attend a party tomorrow night. I don't want to go alone. Can you come with me? Although Xi Yu is in the line of modeling, she really doesn't like proms and receptions. She doesn't like it, and neither does Shen Nian. For Shen Nian, it's better to stay at home and watch TV series to find inspiration for novels. Seeing that Shen Nian hesitated, Xi Yu quickly stuffed a big strawberry into her mouth. Just follow me, or how embarrassing I would be alone. Besides, there will still be a lot of great people in your group at the party tomorrow night. You can also communicate when you meet, please. She grabbed Shen Nian's arm and couldn't help shaking it, and pouted and pretended to be pitiful. Shen Nian had no resistance to her move and immediately surrendered. Okay, I'll go with you. You send the time and place to my phone. All right. Xi Yu smiled and immediately picked up her mobile phone and sent the location and time. Shen Nian stayed with Xi Yu for a while before going back. Luo Yining has had a rest, and the lights in the living room and porch are on. It seems that the lights were deliberately reserved for her. Shen Nian felt a little warm in his heart. No matter how late she came home over the years, no one has ever left a lamp for her. Luo Yining is the only one. She closed the door gently and planned to go straight back to the room. As soon as I walked to the door of Luo Yining's room, the door suddenly opened. You are back. Luo Yining was wearing dark blue home clothes and a pair of gold-framed glasses. Shen Nian stuck out his tongue. I'm sorry, I disturbed you. No, I haven't rested yet. I'm a little uneasy to see that you haven't come back. Luo Yining's words made Shen Nian's eyes astringent. It turned out that someone was also worried about her. How's it going? Is your mother all right? Luo Yining's words of concern reminded Shen Nian of what happened at home tonight, and she suddenly felt very wronged. She tried to control her emotions and shook her head. It's okay, it's just a small problem. Shen Nian did not tell Luo Yining the real situation. Luo Yining didn't doubt it either. It's good if it's okay. Then go to bed early. It's very late. Okay, good night. Shen Nian pulled out a smile. Good night. Luo Yining closed the door. Shen Nian went back to the room and lay on the bed, exhaling heavily, constantly thinking about what Luo Yining had just said. Sure enough, people still can't be compared. In the past, when there was no Luo Yining, she never felt that she also needed care, and even felt that she did not miss the care of others. However, after marrying Luo Yining, his care from time to time actually gave her a different mood in her heart. The more Shen Nian thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She just got into the quilt and slept in a daze without taking off her clothes. At 5 p.m. the next day, Shen Nian and Xi Ye made an appointment to go to the party. Shen Nian dressed up carefully for more than an hour, looked at herself repeatedly in the mirror, and did not go out until he was satisfied. Xi Ye has been waiting downstairs in the community for a long time. Looking at Shen Nian coming out of the door, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Shen Nian was wearing a white one-shoulder dress, and the dress was dotted with sequins. The retracted waistline and the bow on the back made Shen Nian's figure proportion more perfect. Her hair was pulled up low, and a few strands of hair just floated on both sides of her temples. With the wind blowing, the pearl earrings on her earlobes from time to time were touching. Xi Ye knew that Shen Nian had always been good-looking, but such an elaborate dress was more good for her than the usual bare face. It's so beautiful. Xi Ye stared at Shen Nian. Nian Nian, ask me to say that you should be a model. Shen Nian gave her a blank look. Don't flatter me. I don't have your good figure. Open the door quickly. It's very cold. Yes, Miss Shen, please. Xi Ye quickly opened the co-pilot's door and pretended to help Shen Nian get into the car like those gentlemen. Shen Nian slapped her hand angrily, and the two of them suddenly laughed together. The ball was held at Sunya Manor in the suburbs. Sunya Manor is very famous, covers a large area, and the decoration is also very luxurious. From waiters to chefs, it has been carefully trained. It only receives 5 banquets a year, which is basically sky high. Therefore, those who can come here are all people with heads and faces. Xi Ye took Shen Nian into the garden, and many people had already come. But the two of them still attracted a lot of attention. After all, they are 2 beautiful women with good figures and good looks, and they are eye-catching wherever they go. A waiter led 2 people to sign in, and Shen Nian followed Xi Ye. It's not the first time she has come to this kind of occasion, so she doesn't look nervous. After signing in, the 2 people found an inconspicuous corner to sit. Xi Ye was a foodie, so she took a piece of cake and started eating. Shen Nian was not interested in these foods, and just took a small sip of the red wine in his hand. The music on the dance floor sounded, and many people began to dance. A man in a suit and leather came over. He snapped his fingers at Xi Ye, and Xi Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Shen Nian is familiar with this name. Like Xi Ye, he is also a model, but he is an international model. Basically, he will be in every issue of Gossip magazine. Miss Xi, we meet again. Yu said with a smile. Xi Ye's eyes narrowed with a smile. Yes, what a coincidence. Xi Yu is still very excited. She has always admired Yu very much. Some time ago, they cooperated together once. I thought it was the only time we met, but I didn't expect to see you here again today. Is this your friend? Yu's eyes looked at Shen Nian. Chapter 17 A Chance Encounter at the Drinking Party. This is my best friend, Shen Nian. Nian, this is Yu that I mentioned to you before. Xi Ye's enthusiastic introduction. Shen Nian nodded to him in a friendly manner. Hello. Yu looked at Shen Nian with a smile and stretched out his hand in a friendly manner. Hello, Miss Shen. Shen Nian also generously stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yu. Miss Shen is very beautiful. Yu stared at Shen Nian. Shen Nian felt a little strange. He smiled and lowered his head, not answering his words. Yu doesn't mind. I wonder if I have the honor to invite Miss Shen to dance. Sorry, I can't dance. Shen Nian politely refused. Well, that's really bad. Yu heard Shen Nian's refusal, but he still maintained his proper demeanor. His hand holding the wine glass gently touched Shen Nian's cup and Xi Ye's cup again. I'll go there first. Xi Ye nodded to send him away, and immediately held Shen Nian's hand excitedly. Hey, Nian Nian, how can you be indifferent? You are so good at dancing. Why should I dance with him? Seeing that Shen Nian was so calm, Xi Ye was even more excited. Don't you think he is handsome? Is he handsome? It's all right. Shen Nian turned his head and looked at Yu, who was talking to others. It's really not bad. It is the kind that can be recognized at a glance in the crowd, but it is still a little worse than Luo Yining. Thinking of Luo Yining, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell him when she went out. She took out her mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Luo Yining, telling him that she had something to do in the afternoon and would go back a little later. At this time, Luo Yining was sitting in Li Xiao's car and looking at the information file of the case that Li Xiao found for him. When he heard the mobile phone ring, he picked it up and took a look, and then replied with a nice reply. Li Xiao glanced at it. Sister-in-law is checking the guard. Luo Yining didn't answer and pressed the phone to close. Just check the post. I'm embarrassed. You have a family now, and you can't understand the pain of our lonely family. Li Xiao sighed with a resentful face. Oh, by the way, boss, you haven't said what you need this information for. Is it related to your sister-in-law? If my sister-in-law needs it, I can help her free of charge. Li Xiao. Luo Yining pointed to the time on the central control screen. We are late. Li Xiao immediately shut his mouth and drove intently. At the drinking party. Shi Yu went dancing with others, and Shen Nian was sitting bored and playing with his mobile phone. Isn't Miss Shen bored alone? Chu Yu came with a wine glass again. Fortunately, there are so many people. Shen Nian smiled. Is Miss Shen also a model like Miss Shi? Chu Yu asked. I'm not. Shen Nian shook his head and picked up the wine glass, obviously a little absent-minded. She looked around, trying to find Shi Ye and let her come to rescue her. Suddenly, a familiar figure broke into her sight at the entrance. Luo Yining. Why did he come? Shocked, Luo Yining's eyes just turned to him. The four looked at each other. Shen Nian was inexplicably nervous, and the wine in his mouth choked into his throat in an instant. She quickly put down the cup and coughed violently. Seeing this, Chu Yu quickly put down the cup and took a tissue from the side and handed it to Shen Nian. Are you alright? Shen Nian took the tissue and covered his mouth. Cough, it's okay, cough, thank you. Luo Yining also noticed the situation here. When he saw Chu Yu, his eyes flashed, and then he strode over. What's wrong with you? Shen Nian had calmed down at this time. She stared at Luo Yining blankly. I'm fine, I just choked. Lawyer Luo. Chu Yu looked at Luo Yining with some surprise. Hello, Mr. Chu. Luo Yining had a smile on his face, and his expression was well controlled. Do you know each other? Chu Yu looked at Shen Nian. Shen Nian was about to explain. Luo Yining had taken her shoulder and introduced indifferently, this is my wife. Shen Nian froze and didn't know how to answer. He could only smile awkwardly. Chu Yu was even more surprised, and his tone didn't believe it. Lawyer Luo got married. When did it happen? Why didn't anyone say it? Not long ago. I didn't like publicity, so not many people knew about it. Luo Yining always kept a decent smile. I see. Congratulations. Chu Yu had also seen the big scene, and immediately changed his attitude and raised his glass to say happy. Luo Yining also took the wine glass on the table and gestured to Chu Yu. Originally, Chu Yu was quite interested in Shen Nian, but knowing that Shen Nian was already a married woman, he left curiously. I came with my best friend. Shen Nian didn't know why to explain. Although everything seems to be normal, she always feels that Luo Yining is not very happy. Luo Yining let go of her hand. You have your own private space. I understand you, but Chu Yu is not a good person. Stay away from him. Oh, good. Shen Nian didn't know what to answer, so he could only answer repeatedly. I just said how to throw it down and run away. It turned out that I saw a beauty. Li Xiao walked over slowly and couldn't help looking at Shen Nian. Li Xiao, my friend. Introduced by Luo Yining. Shen Nian quickly greeted with a smile. Hello, I'm Shen Nian. Shen Nian. Li Xiao felt that the name was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, he remembered the marriage certificate that Luo Yining showed him. Li Xiao's eyes widened. Are you, sister-in-law? There was still surprise in his surprised eyes. Oh, I knew for a long time that the girl this boy could like must be beautiful, but I didn't expect her to be such a beautiful woman. Li Xiao's undisguised praise made Shen Nian a little embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly. Li Xiao was very enthusiastic. Hey, sister-in-law, tell me how you and our boss met and how you took him down. God knows, he is from our law firm. Li Xiao. Luo Yining interrupted Li Xiao's gossip at the right time. Don't forget what you are doing today. If you can't negotiate the case, your bonus this year will be gone. Li Xiao curled his lips. My wife is still so stingy here. Sister-in-law, don't you care? Huh. Shen Nian didn't expect to come to her again, so he had to continue laughing. I can't control your work. Humph, it's really a husband and wife who follow me, and they know how to bully me. All it, okay, I'm going to get busy, and I won't disturb your tenderness. Li Xiao muttered dissatisfiedly. He turned around and walked 2 steps, and suddenly turned back to Luo Yining. Boss, there are elites gathered tonight. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful. You have to be optimistic. In case you run away with someone else, you will be single again. Luo Yining's head was suddenly full of black lines. He was about to speak. Li Xiao had already slipped away, leaving the couple looking at each other again. Chapter 18 Drunk. Originally, Shen Nian wanted to say something to relieve the embarrassment, but in a blink of an eye, someone had already talked to Luo Yining. Luo Yining also introduced Shen Nian to others very generously. Shen Nian had to nod and smile with Luo Yining. Shen Nian has always known that Luo Yining is famous, but he didn't expect to be so popular. People who came to say hello one after another, and everyone wanted to toast. Shen Nian, as Luo Yining's wife, naturally wants to accompany her. Shen Nian's drinking was not very good. Shen Nian was a little dizzy after drinking a few glasses of wine in a row. Are you all right? Luo Yining noticed Shen Nian's abnormality. Shen Nian waved his hand. I'm fine, and I can still drink. Luo Yining looked at the blush on her face and was a little helpless. She was about to take the wine glass in her hand and someone came over again. Luo Yining had to look at this end first. The same process, greetings and toasts. Luo Yining originally wanted to block the wine for Shen Nian, but Shen Yan drank too much and poured 2 more glasses happily. The back of the red wine was strong, and it was outside. When the wind blew, Shen Yan was even more dizzy, and his whole body leaned on Luo Yining's shoulder. Luo Yining quickly helped her sit down, turned around and asked the waiter for a glass of honey water. You say you can't drink, why are you so strong? I can drink. Shen Yan is still dying and his mouth is hard. All right, drink this first. Luo Yining handed the honey water in his hand to Shen Yan's mouth. Shen Yan was about to bow his head and shout, when Shi Ye exclaimed. She took 3 steps and 2 steps to push Luo Yining away and blocked Shen Yan. Who are you? What are you going to do? Shi Ye had just made an appointment with several investors to shoot a few times. Unexpectedly, she turned around and saw this scene. Her first reaction was that Luo Yining was not a good person. Luo Yining looked at Shi Ye. Who are you? I'm her best friend. She came with me. Who are you? Shi Ye also looked at Luo Yining, and her eyes were full of vigilance. She knows that many people are well dressed on such occasions, but in fact they are not good people. Shi Ye. Luo Yining raised his eyebrows. Shi Ye was stunned. How do you know my name? Luo Yining smiled. I'm lucky to see the anti-wolf spray you sent her. Shi Ye was completely stunned. Of course, she knows about this, but how does he know? Hello, I'm Luo Yining. Luo Yining politely showed his identity. Shi Ye's eyes widened. You are Nian Nian's husband. Luo Yining nodded. He pointed to Shen Yan. She drank too much. I just gave her honey water. I see. After explaining the misunderstanding clearly, Shi Ye quickly looked back at Shen Yan. Sure enough, Shen Yan's face turned red, and his eyes began to wander. Nian Yan, Nian Yan. She stretched out her hand and waved in front of Shen Yan. But Shen Yan gave her only one giggle for a long time. It's over. You drank too much. Don't you know that you don't drink well? How can you drink like this? Shi Ye looked at Shen Yan with a distressed face. It's my fault. She was with me just now. I didn't know that she didn't drink well. Luo Yining thought of Shen Yan's drinking cup after glass, which didn't look like a person with a bad amount of alcohol. So what should we do now? I can't leave for a while. Shi Ye still has work to do, so he can't leave until the time. It's okay. I'll take her back, and you can do your own business. This. Shi Ye hesitated a little. Although she didn't hear Shen Yan say bad things about Luo Yining, she was still a little uneasy. Don't worry, she is my wife, and I can still kill her. Luo Yining said, took off his coat and put it on Shen Yan, and then helped her stand up. Shi Ye struggled for a long time, and finally listened to Luo Yining. The two of them are indeed legal husband and wife, and she really has no reason to worry. What's more, Luo Yining doesn't look like a bad person, and he also cares about Shen Yan. Let them get along more. It's also a good thing that they can have a relationship with each other. She also hopes that Shen Yan will have a good home early. Then be careful and tell me when you get home. Luo Yining nodded and took Shen Yan out. Li Xiao came over and looked at Shen Yan with some surprise. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? How's the conversation going? Is it done? Luo Yining didn't answer his question. It's basically done, but they still hope you are in charge of this case. They can only trust you. Li Xiao is serious when it comes to work. Luo Yining nodded. Then you have an appointment with them to talk to the law firm at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We have to go back first. Okay, I'll say, then you take your sister-in-law to the car and wait for me first. Li Xiao gave the car key to Luo Yining. Luo Yining helped Shen Yan to get into the car first. Originally, Luo Yining planned to let Shen Yan lean in the back row to rest, but who knew that Shen Yan grabbed his arm tightly and didn't let go. He had no choice but to sit down and let her lean on her. But who knew that as soon as he sat down, Shen Yan fell into her arms. Luo Yining was stunned for a moment and wanted to push her away, but he still couldn't bear to see Shen Yan's drunken, unconscious appearance. He lowered his head and looked at Shen Yan, who was lying in his arms. She was not drunk. She was like a good kitten. Her fair face blushed and she muttered something from time to time. She looked a little cute. The corners of Luo Yining's mouth rose unconsciously. His wife is quite interesting. Finally, Luo Yining helped Shen Yan back to her room when he got home. But looking at the dress on her body and the neat pajamas folded at the head of the bed, she was embarrassed. You can't let her sleep like this, but he can't change his clothes. After thinking about it, he patted Shen Yan's face. Shen Yan, wake up, we're home. Shen Yan really opened his eyes. She looked at the room blankly. Are you home? Luo Yining helped her sit down. I'm home. Can you change your clothes first? Shen Yan still nodded blankly and raised his hand to pull the zipper on his clothes. Luo Yining turned his head in a panic. I'll warm a cup of milk for you. After saying that, he wanted to go out. But Shen Yan suddenly stood up and hugged him. I don't want it. If you leave, you will never come back. Luo Yining froze there. If I don't leave, I'll go to warm milk for you. I don't want it. You are a liar. Shen Yan's voice suddenly burst into tears. I know, if you leave, you will never come back. I don't want you to go. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Luo Yining's heart softened when he heard her voice. He slowly turned around and helped Shen Nian sit down again and wrapped the blanket beside her. I really won't go. I just go to the kitchen to give you a hot cup of milk. You will feel uncomfortable after drinking. It's better to drink some milk. His voice was very gentle, as if he was coaxing a hot-tempered child. Chapter 19, Throwing into the arms and hugging. There were tears in Shen Nian's eyes. She stared at Luo Yining for a while as if to confirm something, then come back quickly. Okay. Luo Yining touched her head and saw that she had no other reaction before leaving the door. He stood outside the door and sighed deeply. He looked at the closed door and shook his head helplessly, and then went into the kitchen. When he came in with milk, Shen Nian had changed his clothes and stared at him. Luo Yining breathed a sigh of relief and handed over the milk. Drink it quickly. Shen Nian was very good at this time. She took the milk and drank it in one breath. Luo Yining helped her lie down and covered her with a quilt. Have a good sleep. Shen Nian still nodded obediently. But when she watched Luo Yining take the cup and was about to leave, she immediately sat up again and stretched out her hand to hug Luo Yining's waist. You have to leave again. Luo Yining. Shen Nian gently rubbed his head against Luo Yining's stomach, like a kitten and puppy. Except for Yi Ye, you are the only one in the world who treats me well. If you leave, I will be alone. Luo Yining's hands were frozen in midair, and his body was also stiff. It took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence. Shen Nian, let go of me. I won't let go. Shen Nian's head rubbed more vigorously against Luo Yining's stomach, and Luo Yining's body became more stiff. He was helpless. Does this woman really not know what danger is? Shen Nian buried his head low and said in a muffled voice, everyone bully me. My parents only asked me for money. They also beat me, and no one cares about me. Sometimes I feel that living is boring. Luo Yining was stunned. Did they hit you? Shen Nian nodded. They lied to me back and asked me for money. When I said I didn't have money, they beat me. I used to be like this at home, but now I'm married. They only know how to bully me. She was also drunk at this time, and her heart was extremely wronged. She just wanted to say everything. The more she said, the sadder she became. As she said, she began to cry. Luo Yining was just surprised at first, but later he was really distressed. He has seen the situation of Shen Nian's family. Although he knew that her life should not be easy, Shen Nian has always been strong and careless. He has never said anything to him directly, and he has never dug deep. But now I feel a little uncomfortable when I hear her aggrieved tone. He carefully patted Shen Nian's back with his hand to try to appease her. Well, everything will get better, and someone will care about you in the future. Shen Nian cried even more sadly when he heard his words. Luo Yining is not good at comforting people, so he can only pat Shen Nian on the back over and over again. Gradually, Shen Nian was also tired of crying, and his voice became quieter and quieter. Finally, he fell asleep directly in Luo Yining's arms. Luo Yining was also patient. He waited for Shen Nian to fall asleep before carefully helping her lie down and covering her with a quilt, and then gently returned to the room. Luo Yining was also tired after tossing and turning for a long time, but he lay in bed and couldn't sleep, and his mind was full of Shen Nian. After tossing and turning for more than half an hour, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hey, help me check something? Shen Nian was woken up by the alarm clock he set early the next morning. She stretched out her hand from the quilt in a daze, turned off the alarm clock on her mobile phone, and got back into the quilt. Soon, a sudden ringtone of her mobile phone interrupted her sleep. Shen Nian reluctantly took the mobile phone and answered. Who? Nian Nian, are you feeling better? It's Yi Ye's voice. I'm fine. What's the matter? Shen Nian hasn't woken up yet. It's okay. You were so drunk last night that you lost consciousness, and I was still worried about you. Shi Ye's broken thoughts immediately drove away all of Shen Nian's sleepiness. She only had a vague impression of the drunkenness last night. She only remembered that it was Luo Yining who brought her back. It seems that she also gave her milk. As for her, it seems to give someone a hug. She quickly lifted the quilt and took a look. She was wearing pajamas, and the little dress she wore yesterday hung on the hanger beside her. She never hangs the clothes she has worn on the hanger, and she doesn't remember changing her clothes, so... Oh, my god, what happened last night? Shen Nian woke up several times in an instant. Nian Nian, did you listen to me? Shi Ye's voice brought Shen Nian's thoughts back and forth. Yu Ye, are you sure that Luo Yining brought me back last night? Shen Nian tried to hear Shi Ye say another answer, but things didn't go as she wanted. Shi Ye's words seemed to sentence her to death. Of course, I couldn't leave last night, so I had to ask him to take you back. However, I think he cares about you very much. After he went back, he specially reported peace to me. Nian, your husband is not bad. Shen Nian couldn't listen to a word of Shi Ye's words. She hung up the phone in a hurry. She felt that there seemed to be a mass of pulp in her mind, gluing all the intermittent fragments in her memory together, which made her unable to understand at all. She was in a daze, and a knock on the door scared her to almost throw her mobile phone out. "Are you awake?" "It's Luo Yining." Oh, I'm awake." Shen Nian answered in a panic. "Come out for breakfast. I cooked millet porridge." Luo Yining's voice sounds very ordinary. "Okay, I'll be right there." Shen Nian responded with his mouth, and his heart became a panic. She didn't know what happened to her and Luo Yining last night, and she didn't know how wrong she was last night. Now, I really regret it to death. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk if I had killed her. Shen Nian procrastinated for a while before coming out of the room. There are millet porridge cooked by Luo Yining, white water eggs, steamed buns and 2 side dishes on the table. Let's eat it. It's not hot. Luo Yining served a bowl of porridge to Shen Nian. Shen Nian quickly took it, thank you. She was so sullen that she didn't even dare to look up at Luo Yining. Don't just eat porridge, eat some steamed buns and eggs. You were drunk last night. Although I didn't vomit, it hurt my stomach. I want to eat more. Luo Yining's caring words made Shen Nian even more embarrassed. She picked up the steamed bun on the table and took a bite, and tentatively raised her head. Luo Yining was peeling eggs slowly and logically, and his slender fingers were holding white eggs, which was pleasing to the eye. "Well, I'm sorry, I drank too much last night. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I?" Shen Nian still stubbornly asked the question in his heart. No, Luo Yining answered simply and put the peeled eggs on a small plate in front of Shen Nian. Shen Nian was relieved to hear this answer. Luo Yining doesn't seem to be a liar. He said it would be fine if he didn't. But you have to change the problem of hugging people after drinking. Chapter 20 Support her. Luo Yining's words almost made Shen Nian spit out the porridge he ate in his mouth. After all, you are a married woman now. It's definitely not good to get drunk and hug people randomly. It's easy to cause misunderstandings. Luo Yining's words were serious, and Shen Nian's face burned. If he can say that, he must have taken action. Oh my god, it's really embarrassing. Looking at Shen Nian's face visibly turning red, Luo Yining was in a good mood. He continued to pretend and said, "Also, your cosmetics are of good quality, and you can't wash them off even if you rub them on your clothes." "What?" Shen Nian was shocked. Luo Yining glanced in the direction of the balcony. Shen Nian immediately looked over and saw that Luo Yining's white shirt dyed with foundation and lipstick was placed on the dirty clothes ban. "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Shen Nian's eyes widened and he didn't know what to say except to apologize. "It doesn't matter. It's just a piece of clothing." Luo Yining didn't seem to care. But Shen Nian had no face to sit here anymore. She quickly finished the porridge in the bowl and said, "I'm going to catch up with the manuscript." Then he hurried back to the room. Luo Yining felt more happy when he looked at Shen Nian's angry and embarrassed appearance. It seems that it's good to have someone to tease when you are idle. Shen Nian really felt that she was shameless, so she kept hiding in the bedroom. She didn't dare to come out until Luo Yining went out. She ran to the balcony to wonder if Luo Yining's shirt could be remedied, but found that the dress was gone. She was a little upset. He didn't say that he was drunk and caused trouble, and he also soiled his clothes. After thinking about it, she felt that she should buy a new shirt for Luo Yining, which was an apology. She immediately changed her clothes and packed up and went out. On the other side, Luo Yining actually sat with Shen Qingguo and Xu Shan. Xu Shan was a little surprised to receive Luo Yining's call early in the morning. The day before yesterday, after Shen Nian left home, she blocked their family's phone number again and couldn't be contacted. She was thinking about going to her door again. Luo Yining came to her first and asked her to meet at 12 o'clock. Xu Shan and Shen Qingguo came as soon as they discussed. They thought it was okay if they couldn't see Shen Nian and see their son-in-law, and they didn't miss an opportunity to ask for money. "Xiao Luo, I heard that your work is not bad." Xu Shan put on the posture of an elder. "Last time we met, I also introduced myself. Auntie should know that I came to you and uncle today for Shen Nian's matter." Luo Yining didn't give Xu Shan a chance to turn around the bush. "Humph, that girl's wings are so hard now that she doesn't take us seriously." Shen Qingguo was still very angry when he mentioned Shen Nian. "If she doesn't take you seriously, how can you make unreasonable trouble with her again and again?" Luo Yining has a good attitude, but he is not polite at all. Shen Qingguo was a little unhappy. "What are you talking about? What do you mean that we are unreasonable? We are her parents. Shouldn't we let her make some contributions to the family? It is an obligation for children to support their parents, but it is also a matter of situation. Morally speaking, it is only when parents have no ability to work and cannot get paid for them that they are given certain financial assistance and support. But as far as I know, before you two lose your ability to work, your uncle still has a monthly salary of 10,000 yen, which is not enough to rely on your children at all. After all, Luo Yining is a lawyer, and what he said hits the point directly. Then you also said that this is a moral issue. Legally speaking, we are her parents, and we should ask her for money at any time." Shen Qingguo began to force words to make sense. According to the law, it is not what she should give if you want money, and it also depends on the economic and living conditions of the payer. As far as I know, Shen Nian also has a younger brother who is also working, and his monthly income is not low. If it's really about supporting parents, their sisters and brothers should pay equally. Moreover, Luo Yining took out a thick stack of documents from his bag. According to my investigation, Shen Nian has not asked his family for another penny since college. On the contrary, she has been making up for the family. Over the years, your family has changed houses, decorated the house, and bought a house for her brother. All of them have been used Shen Nian's money, which are recorded here one by one. If this situation is really judged according to the law, she may no longer be able to fulfill her maintenance obligations in the future. Shen Qingguo and Xu Shen didn't expect that Luo Yining would come prepared and dig out the situation of their family clearly. You dare to investigate us? Xu Shan looked at the bills and her hands were shaking. I don't count the investigation. Shen Nian and I are husband and wife. What I'm doing now can only be regarded as understanding, and it's not illegal. Luo Yining took a sip of coffee slowly. Xu Shan and Shen Qingguo looked at each other, and Shen Qingguo looked at Luo Yining viciously. No matter how you say it, we are also your father-in-law and mother-in-law. If you are so disrespectful to us, we also have the right to sue you. Luo Yining smiled. That's your freedom. I just want to tell you today, no matter how you treated Shen Niao before, now that she is married and belongs to our Luo family, she can't be bullied by you anymore. In addition, if you let me know that you dare to attack Shen Nian next time, I won't be polite. Luo Yining's words made his face and voice cold, which made Shen Qingguo and Xu Shen a little scared. However, Luo Yining is also a son-in-law. How can the father-in-law and mother-in-law be frightened by their own son-in-law? It's so faceless to say. Shen Qingguo tried to calm his voice. She is our daughter. It's right for parents to clean up their disobedient daughter. Can you control it? I don't care if you have the final say. No one or family can coerce and threaten others by violent means, otherwise it is illegal. It's a joke to break the law. Xu Shan sneered. What's wrong with my mother beating the child? Even if you say it out, others will only think that you are making a big deal. She doesn't care about this matter, and she doesn't care about what Luo Yining said. Luo Yining's face was as usual. He hooked the corners of his lips and smiled. I have said what I should say. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see. I can't guarantee others. But over the years, I have not lost the case of Luo Yining, and I am not afraid of fighting a lawsuit with my father-in-law and mother-in-law. And with what you two have done, I want to see what kind of lawyer you two can find to defend yourself. After saying that, he got up and left, leaving not even a word of extra to the second old man. Xu Shan was stunned for a while before pointing to the direction Luo Yining left. He just left. Shen Qingguo patted the table hard with a black face. Go home and call Shenan back. I still don't believe that there is nothing we can do with this dead girl. Chapter 21 Dowry and Mortgage. Shen An returned home in a hurry after receiving the phone call. Mom and Dad, what is your brother-in-law looking for you for? Did you give the money? Money, 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 you only have money in your mind. Your parents are beaten by the number of people. You don't know how to care, so you only care about money. Xu Shan was a little unhappy when she saw her son enter the door and asked Qian. Shen An glanced at Shen Qingguo, who was sitting on the sofa with a dark face. Dad, what's going on? Who counted you? Shen Qingguo snorted and didn't answer. Xu Shan said angrily, it's not the one your sister married. I didn't expect that she was like your sister. She was not a good person. She didn't regard us as an elder at all. It's really a shame not only to take out the bill that your sister has spent money on your family over the years, but also gave us a lot of money. What? Did he still take the bill? Why did he? It must be Shen Nian. It must be Shen Nian who asked him to find you, just because she didn't want to give money. Shen An was sure that Shen Nian asked Luo Yining to trouble his parents. Needless to say, it must be your sister's dead girl who doesn't want to pay. Xu Shen also felt that it had something to do with Shen Nian, and suddenly hated Shen Nian even more. Let's go, Mom and Dad. Let's go to their house. I'll go to Shen Nian. I have to ask them to apologize to you today. Shen An looked majestic, as if he was going to fight. What are you going to do? What's the use of going there? Are you and your mother going there less? Shen Qingguo scolded. But, that can't be done like this. What if Shen Nian doesn't give money to the family? Shen An doesn't worry about anything else, but about money. I don't think her husband is easy to mess with. The set of sets in his mouth has a nose and eyes. If it's really a big fuss, it may not be good for us. I'll take it easy for now. Shen Qingguo also taught Luo Yining how powerful he was. I'm worried that this will make Shen Nian and Luo Yining anxious, and they will not need money at that time. How can this be slow? Shen An was in a hurry. He walked around the sofa and sat down again. Dad, Mom, I went to see my little parents today. My family was very satisfied with me and agreed to marry me. Ah, really? Xu Shan immediately smiled when she heard this. Oh, didn't you say when the marriage can be decided? Tens of millions of unhappy things are not as important as the son is going to get married. I didn't say this, but my family made 2 requests to me. As long as we can meet this requirement, they will agree to our marriage. Shen An rubbed his hands and looked at the second old man and wanted to say something, but stopped. What's the request? Tell me. Shen Qingguo still had a cold face, but he also cared about his son's life events. The first one is the dowry. The little mother said that it was at least 660,000 yuan. What, 660,000? Shu Shen almost screamed. Are they going to marry their daughter or sell their daughter? How dare they want so much? Mom, calm down. How can this be? I attended the wedding of several friends before, and they gave millions of dowry in luxury cars and villas, which is not much. Shen An has never taken money as money, and he doesn't think it's more than 60,000 yuan at all. Another requirement is the house. The house you bought for me is just a down payment, and the small family requires full payment. Full payment? Where can I give you the full payment? With this money, you and your father also took out the pension money in it at that time. How can there be any money left? Shu Shen was even more excited. It's a dowry and a full payment house. Isn't it to kill her? Oh, I know. Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. Shen Allah asked Shu Shen to sit down. I know the situation of our family, so I have discussed it with Xiao Xiao. The dowry must not change, and the house can continue to be mortgaged. But the 2 of us don't have to pay for this mortgage. The family has to find a way. What should I do at home? Shen Qingguo opened his mouth. I only have that little salary a month. Your house has a mortgage of 20,000 yuan a month. It's not enough for me to pay all the salary. What should we do? We have already agreed. Shen An pulled Shu Shen and Shen Qingguo's hands. Dad, Mom, you can find a way, or Xiao Xiao will not agree to marry me. If you don't agree, you don't agree. Who wants so much money to marry a daughter-in-law? If you break up with her, my mother will introduce you to a good one. Shu Shen encouraged her son to break up. But Shen An was not happy. I don't want it, I want Xiao Xiao. Besides, Mom, can't you spend money even if you introduce one to me again? Can they not have a dowry or a house? This stopped Shu Shen. She runs around all day long and is also clear about the current market. If you find a new one for Shen An, you don't have to ask for less than Xiao Xiao. So what should I do? At that time, when I bought a house for you, I wanted to pay off your mortgage with your sister's money, but now your sister has changed. Her elbows are bent outwards, and we can't help it. I don't care. You can figure it out. Anyway, I found my daughter-in-law for you, and I tried my best. Shen An threw the difficult problem to the old 2. Shen Qingguo was already angry at this time. When he saw his son's unpreparing appearance, he suddenly slapped the table with anger. You don't care about me all day long. You don't care, and we don't care. Anyway, I can't pull this old face to say good words to that bitch anymore. You have the ability to say it yourself. After saying that, he went back to the room angrily. Shu Shen was afraid that Shen Qingguo would be angry, so she quickly patted her son. Can't you say it properly if you have something to say? If you don't have money, we can figure it out for you. What are you doing? What should I do if you make your father angry? She hurriedly followed Shen Qingguo in to say good words. Lao Shen, you said you too. Why are you so angry? The son-in-law is angry and his son is not angry. Why are you angry with him? I'm afraid he has no future. Shen Qingguo is still very angry. Yes, but who let him be our son? Besides, it's like this when we get married now. We can't let our son be single. Shu Shen persuaded Shen Qingguo with good words and kept saying good words to him, and finally calmed down his anger. Shen Qingguo, who calmed down, sighed helplessly. Forget it, who told us to be parents? You call Shen Nian. We can't take out the money, so we can only let her give it. Can the girl give it to me? She doesn't even want to give her living expenses. Shu Shen felt that it was impossible for Shen Nian to give money. Shen Qingguo snorted, whether she wants to or not, as long as her surname is Shen one day, she can't get rid of these things. You can call her with another number, and I'll tell her. Chapter 22 At worst, I will have the same surname as my husband. Shen Nian was picking up a shirt for Luo Yining in the mall when he received the phone call. She saw that it was a strange number and she picked it up. Hello. It's me. Shen Qingguo's voice came. Shen Nian was stunned for a moment, and his tone was a little cold. What's the matter? Shen Qingguo paused for a few seconds before he said again, are you free today? Come back and have a meal. Your mother cooked your favorite dish. Shen Qingguo calmed down at this time, but he was skilled in speaking, thinking of tricking Shen Nian back first. But Shen Nian is not stupid. Of course, she will not be fooled again after Shu Shen pretended to be sick last time. I don't have time. If you have anything, just say it directly. Anyway, you don't need money. You girl, how can this family have an overnight feud? Shu Shen also spoke. Shen Nian ignored it and looked at the 2 shirts in his hand, imagining which one Luo Yining would look better. After a long time, Shen Nian's answer, Shen Qingguo was a little impatient. Did you listen to us? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. If it's okay, I'll hang up first. I still have something to do. Shen Nian's attitude is also not good. Shen Qingguo's anger on the other end of the phone just subsided and burned again. Seeing this, Xi Shan quickly patted him on the back and whispered, "Don't be angry, don't be angry, it's important to get down to business." Shen Qingguo looked at her and could only swallow back the curse that came to his mouth. "Nothing is as important as your son's marriage. You can't mess this up." He exhaled and said calmly, "Your brother is getting married." Thinking about such a big thing, does Shen Nian have to ask if he needs help? At that time, he will be able to talk about the dowry and mortgage repayment logically, and then rely on her with filial piety. Unexpectedly, Shen Nian's reaction was completely different from what he thought. Shen Nian was a little surprised to hear the news. After all, Shan An's appearance as a potman, she didn't expect that he could get married so early. However, she didn't bother to delve into it. She just said lightly, "Congratulations, send me the address and time of the wedding banquet, and I'll go when I have time." Shen Qingguo was angry again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't you care about such a big thing? Are you still a member of Shen's family?" "I'm not." Shen Nian's words almost made Shen Qingguo vomit blood in anger, and his hand holding the mobile phone had blue veins. Shen Nian didn't care and said to himself, "Didn't you say the water spilled by the married daughter? I'm married now, and I'm another family member. Don't forget that your surname is Shen." Shen Qingguo roared angrily. "Forget it, I won't talk to you. Your brother got married, and there is no money at home now. As an older sister, you should do your part. Haven't I contributed enough? His houses were bought with my money. That's different." Shen Qingguo will not give Shen Nian a chance to refute now, and get straight to the point. The woman's side asked for a dowry of 660,000 ye. You can figure it out. In addition, your brother's salary is not high, and he has to pay for it every month. His mortgage is temporarily suspended in your name. You. Why? Shen Nian refuted directly before he finished speaking. Just because your surname is Shen. Shen Qingguo is not willing to show weakness. Shen Nian laughed angrily. "Should I be unlucky if my surname is Shen? If you think my surname is Shen in your way, I can change my surname. Anyway, I'm married now. At worst, I have the same surname as my husband, which is better than being threatened by you from time to time." "You." Shen Qingguo stood up angrily. "I don't have any money here. You can hit whoever you like. Don't come to me again." After saying that, Shen Nian hung up the phone mercilessly. Shen Qingguo was stunned by the beeping voice on the other end of the phone. She dares to talk to me like this, and now she dares to talk to me like this. It's really against her. He smashed his mobile phone heavily on the bed, and his face turned red with anger. Xu Shan quickly picked up her mobile phone. "Oh, I just said that this girl is not easy to deal with now. She won't pay for this money so easily. You can still let her do it. Dad, Mom, tell me where she lives? Or where does her husband work? I'll go to her." Seeing that Shen Qingguo knew that he had not negotiated, Shen An decided to solve it by himself. The old two didn't want Shen An to get involved again. But after thinking about it, they didn't take advantage of it after coming forward so many times. It's good to let Shen An make trouble, so I told Shen An. Shen Nian was also very angry when he hung up the phone. Although she knew the absurdity of the old two, it was beyond her expectation that it was so absurd. It's really a daydream to point her to marry their son. She stroked her chest and took 2 deep breaths to calm down. Don't be angry because of these bad things, absolutely not. She compared the 2 shirts in the mirror again and chose the one she liked. That's all. Please wrap it up for me. Shen Nian handed the clothes to the waiter. Okay, madam, we still have a new tie here. Would you like to know? The waiter enthusiastically recommended the new products in his hand. Shen Nian thought about it and thought it was okay to buy a shirt and a tie. A shirt can be regarded as an atonement, and a tie can be regarded as a small gift. Well, let me have a look. The waiter immediately caught Shen Nian to the tie area. Shen Nian's eyes swept over the neatly arranged tie and saw a black one at a glance. There is a small embroidery on the bottom corner of the tie, which is an abstract letter N, which happens to be the first letter of the last character of Luo Yuning's name. Shen Nian felt very satisfied, that's all. After buying what he likes, Shen Nian's mood is much better. She was going to walk around again with her things, but as soon as she went out, she met 2 people who surprised her. Song Shutian and Luo Jiayang. Oh, sister-in-law, what a coincidence. Luo Jiayang was very happy to see Shen Nian. Jiayang, auntie. Shen Nian also greeted the 2 people politely. Song Shushi did not answer her, but looked at her up and down. Luo Jiayang enthusiastically took Shen Nian's arm. Are you shopping alone, sister-in-law? Where is my brother? Why didn't I accompany you? He has something to do today, so I came by myself. Shen Nian has a good impression of Luo Jiayang and is also willing to talk to her. Well, then call me if you are bored next time. I'll go shopping with you. I happen to be alone. Jiayang. Song Shushi interrupted Luo Jiayang's words. No one is idle to go shopping every day. Your sister-in-law is not one of those who do nothing. It's time to put your heart at home after marriage. Besides, your brother also worked very hard in the law firm, and the money didn't come from the wind. Chapter 23 Mother-in-law finds fault. Of course, Shen Nian can hear Song Shuqian's voice. It's nothing more than saying that she has nothing to do, doesn't put her heart to her family, and has to spend Luo Yining's money. Shen Nian smiled. Auntie is right. Marriage is for two people to form a new family. Of course, they are all more careful. Song Shuqi didn't like her. She knew it when she met her for the first time, so she was not surprised that there was a thorn in her words. But she is not a soft persimmon to be bullied. Son, a seemingly irrelevant sentence is to tell Song Shuqi that marriage is a matter for her and Luo Yining, and others are not qualified to interfere. Of course, Song Shuqi heard what she meant and immediately became more dissatisfied with Shen Yang. Yes, marriage is a matter of two people, but also a matter of two families. The newlyweds also need to know what respect they should have for their elders. Song Shuqi's words were not good, and the smell of gunpowder between her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law suddenly aroused. Seeing this, Lord Jiayang quickly said, Mom, didn't you say you wanted to see the bag? I know the bag of the store in front is not bad. Let's go and have a look, sister-in-law. Do you have time to go home for dinner with your brother on the weekend? Dad misses you very much. Shen Nian didn't want to be entangled with Song Shuqian, so he responded to Lord Jiayang's words with a smile. Lord Jiayang quickly pulled the reluctant Song Shuqi away. Why are you pulling me? Song Shuqi shook off Lord Jiayang's hand, and when she turned around, Shen Nian was gone. Mom, why are you so hostile to your sister-in-law? Have you forgotten what Dad said to you before? You can let the eldest brother live what kind of life he wants to live. Don't get mixed in. Lord Jiayang looked at Song Shuqi helplessly. Everything is up to him. Luo Yining didn't care about me in the first place. Now it's the same for marrying a daughter-in-law. I can't say a few words yet. So is your dead girl. Why do you bend your elbows outward? You greet Luo Yining with a smile all day long. Who on earth are you with? Song Shuqi was very angry when she thought of Luo Yining and Shen Nian, and even listened to Lord Jiayang talking to them. Of course, I have the same heart as you. I just hope that you and Dad can live a good life. Why do you care so much about the eldest brother? Anyway, he doesn't live with our family now. Wouldn't it be better if we could live a good life? Why do you have to find it? Lord Jiayang is not really looking at Luo Yining. She only knows that Lord Jiahua values Luo Yining very much. Therefore, it is not good for Song Shuqi to be able to get along with Luo Yining. But obviously, Song Shuqi is not as smart as her daughter thought. She snorted indifferently. Do you think we can live a good life with him in peace? Luo Yining is not a fuel-saving lamp. If I don't plan for you brothers and sisters now, your father's property will have to fall into Luo Yining's hands in the future. Mom, I think you are thinking too much. All three of us are Dad's children, and he always wants a bowl of water. Lord Jiayang does not agree with Song Shuqi's statement. Song Shuqi poked Lord Jiayang's forehead fiercely with her finger. Why don't you say that you are simple-minded? I'm too lazy to talk to you about these things. Go, don't you have to go back to work in the hospital in the afternoon? Go quickly. Lord Jiayang now works in Dongjiang City Center Hospital and is a surgical nurse. So I'm also very busy every day. It's almost time, and I don't want to talk about this with Song Shuqi anymore, so I hurried back to work. Song Shuqi watched her daughter walk around the stairwell and dialed a phone call. Hey, help me investigate a person named Shen Nian. On the other side, Shen Nian went to the parking lot alone. She turned on her mobile phone and was about to navigate back when she received a message on WeChat. It's Shen An. She blocked Shen Qingguo and Xu Shan and forgot to black out Shen An. When she opened it, there was a picture, and the big words of Xingjin Law Firm were reflected in Shen Nian's eyes. As soon as her face changed, she immediately dialed Shen An's phone, and Shen An quickly picked up. What do you want to do, Shen An? I don't want to do anything, sister. Since you don't want to pay attention to me and my parents, I have to come to my brother-in-law. Shen An's voice sounds a little smug. Shen An, don't mess around. If you make trouble there, you will bear legal responsibility. Shen Nian tried to threaten him. But Shen An not only didn't care, but also laughed. I'm here to see my brother-in-law. I don't kill or set fire. What legal responsibility do I need to bear? I just don't know how my brother-in-law will deal with these things. Shen Nian frowned. She has always adhered to solving her own problems, and she didn't want to trouble Luo Yining. Shen An was originally a shameless man. He didn't know what he would do when he made trouble with Luo Yining. Don't look for him first. I'll come to see you now. Hearing this, Shen An knew that his plan had succeeded, so he immediately said nothing else. He hung up the phone and sent Shen Nian a location, and then leisurely ordered a cup of coffee and sat and waited. Shen Nian kept overtaking all the way, for fear that Shen An would go to find Luo Yining for trouble later. Fortunately, Shen An was still playing games with her mobile phone when she arrived. She took a long breath and walked over. Shen An, I have made it clear what I should say. What on earth do you want to do? Shen Nian tried his best to control his emotions so as not to disturb other guests. When Shen An saw her coming, he put down his mobile phone. It's really hard to see you now. I can't cry when I don't see the coffin. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Do you want money? If you really don't want to give up, you can sue me. Shen Nian was really going crazy because of the family. Shen An spread his hands. Why am I suing you? We are a family. I just don't have money to get married and want you to get some money. I know you can earn money, and I have inquired that my brother-in-law's annual income is tens of millions, which is more than enough to buy me a villa. Can you hear what you are saying? Are you shameless? Whether we have money or not is our business. If you don't have money, don't get married. You can't support your wife. Shen Nianxian suppressed the impulse to fan people in his heart. That's the story later. Besides, what can people do if they want face? Can it make people full, or can it make people wear warm clothes? Shen An leaned on the sofa with Arlao's legs crossed, completely like a gangster. Anyway, I'm here today. You have to give the money whether you give it or not. Otherwise, I will make a big fuss about my brother-in-law's affairs. I wonder if you two are ashamed or I am ashamed. You. Shen Nian was almost angry to death. But she didn't dare to push Shen An in a hurry, for fear that she would really go to Luo Yining's company to make trouble. After thinking about it, she took out a bank card from her bag and thought it was a disaster. There are 30,000 yuan in the card, which is given to you, and you don't have to pay it back. If you take it, go quickly. What, 30,000? You sent the one who asked for food. Chapter 24 Shen An beats people. Shen An threw the bank card to Shen Nian very disdainfully. I won't talk to you. For the sake of our family, I won't embarrass you. The price is 2 million yuan. You dream. Shen Nian narrowed his eyes. It's really a lion's mouth. Shen An sneered. I didn't dream. 2 million is not much for you and your husband. I can't give you so much money, so don't think about it, and... Shen Nian leaned forward and lowered his voice. Shen An. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? You haven't forgotten what you did in the nightclub last year, have you? If you really pissed me up, I will tell your girlfriend's house about it. I want to see if you can still get married. Shen An's face changed instantly when he heard this. Last year, he went to the nightclub with a few friends and drank too much. A girl was bullied. At that time, her family wanted to sue him for rape. In the end, Shen Nian found someone to pay for the matter. Well, how long has it been? What are you talking about? Shen An looked at Shen Nian nervously. Shen Nian smiled. You are allowed to threaten me, and I am not allowed to threaten you. If you know the fun, I advise you to go back, otherwise the fish will die and the net will be broken, which will be bad for everyone. This time, Shen An gritted his teeth. He stared at Shen Nian and couldn't wait to strangle her. Shen Nian, don't think you can scare me. Over the years, you are just our family's money-making machine, not as good as a dog in some people's family. Do you think I will be afraid of you? He cursed and laughed angrily, but the next moment, a glass of water was poured on his face. Shen An jumped up when he was scalded by hot water. Shen Nian, are you crazy? You want to burn me to death? His screams suddenly attracted the attention of others in the cafe. Li Xiao and Cao Man, who were sitting in the corner, also looked over. It's her. What, do you know each other? Cao Man asked. Li Xiao pouted in the direction of Shen Nian. The girl in white is Luo Yining's wife. What? Cao was shocked and immediately turned his head to look. That's good. Lao Luo is really blessed. He is beautiful enough to marry this wife, but who is the man opposite him? Li Xiao smiled and picked up the coffee. Let's talk about it. Shen An's face is covered with water, and her hair is also watery. She looks so embarrassed. Shen Nian, you bitch, do you think I can be bullied by you? Before he waved his fist, Shen Nian had slapped his face. Shen An, you should grow up. As your sister, this slap tells you to learn to respect people. Otherwise, you won't be slapped in the future. Shen An was stunned by Shen Nian. He has beaten everyone since he was a child, but he was reluctant to beat him. The voices of people around him talking and the shameful laughter from time to time made Shen An feel ashamed. He looked around and suddenly picked up the guitar he was watching beside him. Damn it, I'll kill you. When the clerk saw this situation, he hurried up to stop him. Sir, please calm down. Let go of me and be careful that I will fight with you. Shen An has lost his mind by now, and his mind is full of teaching Shen Nian a lesson. What he didn't see was that Shen Nian had already put his mobile phone behind the bonsai and turned on the camera. Shen An waved the guitar, and everyone around him gave way. Shen Nian shouted for help while hiding behind the sofa. He rushed up and grabbed Shen Nian's hand. Now I know I'm scared. I have to beat you to death today. He threw away the guitar in his hand and raised his hand to hit Shen Nian. Shen Nian covered his face with his hands, and his nails tried hard to greet Shen An's face and hands, but he still screamed for help. Cao Man wanted to help, but Li Xiao stopped him. Why are you stopping me? We can still watch Lao Luo's wife being bullied. Li Xiao pointed to the bonsai by the sofa. No one can bully her. What? Cao Man didn't see the mobile phone. Being at a weak position and keeping evidence, she is worthy of Luo Yining's wife. Li Xiao shook his head and laughed. The next moment, his smile froze on his face. Shen An, who had not been taken advantage of, suddenly grabbed the cup on the table in a hurry. Not good. Li Xiao quickly stood up and walked over quickly. Seeing that the cup was about to hit Shen Nian's head, suddenly, one hand grabbed Shen An's hand. Which one dares to ruin my good deeds? Shen An looked up and saw Luo Yining with a cold face. Before he could react, Luo Yining kicked him in the stomach, and Shen An suddenly fell out. Then, Shen An was pressed to the ground by several policemen who rushed to him. Are you alright? Luo Yining helped Shen Nian up, and his eyes were full of concern. Instead, Shen Nian looked at Luo Yining and was a little surprised. Why are you here? I'm here to talk about something. Luo Yining originally had an appointment with Li Xiaokamang to talk about the case, but he encountered such a scene as soon as he came. What's the matter with you? Shen Nian sighed. That's my brother. The middle process is too complicated. I have to go back and talk to you. Shen Nian took his mobile phone, and the police escorted Shen An over. Madam, we know the general situation. Now you have to go back with us to make things clear. Okay. Shen Nian agreed immediately. Comrade police, she is my wife. Can we go to the hospital to treat the wound first and check the wound? Luo Yining said. The police took a look at Shen Nian's hands and immediately agreed that there were indeed bruises and many wounds on his hands. Luo Yining accompanied Shen Nian out of the door. Shen Nian asked in a low voice, do I still need to check the injury? She had been protecting herself just now. In fact, it was just a little scratch, and it basically had no effect. Keep the evidence. I have the evidence. Shen Nian pointed to his mobile phone. Luo Yining was a little surprised. He didn't quite understand how Shen Nian could record a video with his mobile phone. Seeing Luo Yining's confusion, Shen Nian was about to explain. Luo Yining held her arm. Let's talk about it when we go back. Shen Nian looked at the policeman behind him and shut up obediently. When he arrived at the hospital, the doctor treated Shen Nian's wound. Luo Yining took photos one by one and asked the doctor for an injury appraisal report. When he walked out of the hospital, a cold wind blew. Luo Yining carefully found that Shen Nian, who was wearing a dress, shuddered. He immediately took off his coat and put it on Shen Nian. Shen Nian was shocked and quickly refused. No, I'm not cold. Dress up, it's more like a victim. Luo Yining has put his hand back. Shen Nian pinched his clothes in a daze and didn't make a sound. When you get to the police station later, you just need to make it clear and leave the rest to me. Shen Nian looked at Luo Yining's back, inexplicably feeling very down to earth. Luo Yining's weight seemed to have changed slightly in her heart. Chapter 25. This is the feeling of being maintained. And Shen An, who was sitting in the police station, was now restless and shouting injustice. Comrade police, I really didn't mean it. Besides, that's my sister. We're joking. The policeman gave him a blank look. Do you care about playing? It's good to put everyone in the hospital. No, we really. Sit down. The policeman scolded and scared Shen An to sit down quickly. Soon, Shen Nian and Luo Yining came, and Shen Qingguo and his wife also entered the door with them. As soon as Xu Shan entered the door, she cried and wanted to go to Shen An's side. Oh, Anan, Mom's heart. The police stopped her immediately. That's my son, and I'm his mother. Xu Shan quickly explained. It's the family. Then, wait outside. I'll call you when I'm done here. The policeman said with an expressionless face. I'll take a look at my son first to see if he is hurt. Xu Shan received a call saying that her son was caught fighting with someone. She rushed over in a hurry, for fear that her son would be missing a hair. You can't contact the suspect until the case is clarified. Besides, we have checked your son, and there is no injury, but the lady was injured by him. The police pointed at Shen Nian. Xu Shan and Shen Qingguo quickly turned their heads and were obviously stunned when they saw that it was Shen Nian. You. What's going on? Shen Qingguo frowned. Shen Nian's hand was wrapped in gauze, and he was also expressionless. As you can see, Shen An injured me. You. How can you call the police? He is your brother. Xu Shan directly ignored Shen Nian's injury. She quickly turned around and explained to the police, Comrade, this is a misunderstanding. They are sisters and brothers, a family. No matter what the relationship is, it is illegal for your son to intentionally hurt people in public. The police were a little speechless to Yu Shan. It doesn't matter if his daughter is injured. He just wants to get rid of his son. What's wrong with this family? Their brothers have been fighting since they were young. Shen Qingguo didn't care either. Seeing this, Xu Shan quickly turned around and said good words to Shen Nian. Nian, you are a good boy. Tell the police that this is a misunderstanding and ask them to let your brother go. Looking at the indifferent appearance of the two people to themselves, Shen Nian felt ache. Although she has known her parents' eccentricity for a long time, they are still their son at this time, which really makes her feel cold enough. Noticing the change in her mood, Luo Yining stepped forward and hugged her shoulder. Whether it's a family or not, it's true that Shen Nian was injured. Whether she pursues me as a husband or not, she can't give up, so you don't have to say anything. It's none of your business. It's our family's business. Shen Qingguo shouted at Luo Yining. He really doesn't like this son-in-law at all, doesn't help him at all, and only causes trouble for them. Shen Nian is my wife. Of course, I should take care of her. Your family doesn't care about her life or death, which doesn't mean that no one else in the world cares. Luo Yining's words were so powerful that almost every word pressed on Shen Nian's heart. She looked up at him with tears in her eyes. It turns out that this is the feeling of being firmly maintained. Shen Qingguo and his twins not please Luo Yining. On the other hand, the police just wanted to clarify the matter as soon as possible, and didn't bother to talk to them more, so they directly asked someone to kick the two out. Shen Nian was in a good mood and described the cause and effect of the incident, including the matter that Shen An asked her for 2 million. You have a good appetite. The policeman looked at Shen An angrily. Shen An lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the police. That's what I said. That's not what you said. Over the years, you should know how much money you have taken from your sister one after another. This time, you asked for 2 million. What's the difference between this and extortion? Luo Yining said coldly. Why is it extortion? I just told her. Shen An was in a hurry. He knew the crime of extortion. He didn't dare to take such a big hat. Beat people in public and kill them. What do you call talking? Luo Yining. Shen An was in a hurry. He patted the table and stood up. Sit down for me. The questioning policeman pointed at Shen An and scolded him. Shen An was not convinced, but he didn't dare to say anything in the face of the police. He could only sit down again and lower his voice. Isn't he also saying it? Is there anything wrong with what Lawyer Luo said? You are also an adult. Don't you feel ashamed to ask your sister for 2 million yuan? You also beat people in public. Let me tell you, what you said is more serious. It's extortion and intentional injury. If your sister sues you, she will go to jail. The police in Dongjiang City knew Luo Yining. He knew that this person was not easy to mess with, of course, it was to lose face. And what Shen An has done is indeed a big problem. So I didn't have to think about standing directly on Shen Nian's side. Shen An was even more anxious when he heard this. No, I didn't blackmail, and I didn't mean to hurt people. She hit me first. Shen Nian was about to speak when Luo Yining held her down first. You said she hit you, where she hit you, where the injury is, you can also do an injury appraisal like us. Luo Yining handed the injury appraisal to the police. According to the injury identification, my wife's injury has constituted a minor injury, which is the details of the injury. Shen An was dumbfounded. Shen Nian slapped him, and Shen Nian's strength was not strong. He didn't even have a red mark on his face. How could he do an injury appraisal? Comrade police, don't listen to their side words. Although I wasn't injured, she really did it first. The surveillance of the coffee shop was recorded. We have adjusted the surveillance of the coffee shop, and we can only see you shouting, holding a scary guitar, and beating people furiously throughout the whole process. What the police said is true. They did watch the surveillance, but there was no scene of Shen Nian beating people in the surveillance. She really hit, Shen Nian, you say something, don't dare to say it. Shen An shouted at Shen Nian excitedly. The two policemen standing behind him immediately held him down. I didn't dare to admit anything. I did slap you and splashed water on you. But that's because you can't extortion and insult me with anger. I can also sue you for insult. Shen Nian was no longer silent. Shen Nian, we are brothers and sisters. If you are like this, your parents will not spare you. Shen An shouted at Shen Nian. Shen Nian sneered, do you think I still care about these things? Shen An, you are not a child. It's time to take responsibility for your behavior. Chapter 26. Husband and wife are together. Shen Qingguo and Xu Shen were anxious to wait outside. Xu Shen couldn't help looking into the door, but there was only a small glass above the door, which was still blurred and nothing could be seen. Lao Shen, what should I do? There's nothing wrong with your son, right? It's okay. Don't worry. Shen Qingguo comforted Xu Shen, but in fact, he had no bottom in his heart. Shen Nian is not as good as before. He has done a lot of things, and there is also Luo Yining. While I was thinking, the door opened. The interrogating police and Shen Nian and his wife came out. You can go back first and have a good rest. Just tell us when you think about it. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to bother you. Luo Yining stretched out his hand to thank the police. You're welcome. This is what we should do. The policeman flatteredly stretched out his hands and held Luo Yining's hands. Hey, police, they're out. What about my son? Xu Shen asked in a hurry. Shen An is suspected of extortion and intentional injury and currently needs to be criminally detained. The policeman immediately turned cold when he spoke to Xu Shen. What? Xu Shen exclaimed. Shen Qingguo was also anxious. Police comrades, how can they be criminally detained? This is a small fight between sisters and brothers. If your son's crazy behavior today is also called a small fight, then what a chaotic society is. This matter is extremely bad. If Miss Shen insists on prosecution, your son will not only bear the corresponding legal responsibility, but also be sentenced. After saying that, the police turned around and went back, not wanting to say a word to them. Lao Shen, what should I do? What should I do? Xu Shan was about to cry. Shen Qingguo also has no master. Let's go. Find Shen Nian. Go find Shen Nian. The two hurried out of the police station, and Shen Nian and Luo Yining had already walked to the front of the car. Shen Nian, and so on. Xu Shan shouted loudly. Shen Nian stopped, and the two of them chased up. What are you doing if you have no conscience? Why did you let the police arrest your brother? Are you going to make me angry? Xu Sha's mouth is an accusation. Shen Nian's face didn't change. I can't blame me for this matter. He came to ask me for money, threatened me, and beat me. As parents, you don't want to protect me, so I can only call the police. You are brothers and sisters, and this action is also a joke. Do you need to argue like this? You still have to sue. You are too careless. Shen Qingguo was also full of complaints. Shen Nian sneered, Dad, Mom, if Shen An and I turn things upside down today. If I beat him like this, do you still think it doesn't matter? Do you still think I'm making a big deal? The two were stunned and didn't answer. Shen Nian continued, You have been biased since you were a child. No matter how excellent I am, no matter how good I am, I can never get a word of praise from you. There is only Shen An in your heart. I will always give in to him, and I will always put him first in everything. Why? I am also your biological son, and I also have feelings. You ask yourself, for so many years, I have paid much more to this family than Shen An, but what about you? What have you done for me besides acquiring for money and extracting my value? At least we raised you so big. Don't say that you raised me. I have already repaid the kindness I owe you with the things I have done over the years, so don't morally kidnap me. Shen Nian's attitude finally changed, and his voice became sharp. Luo Yining looked at the deep disappointment in Shen Nian's eyes and couldn't help but feel pain, and his hand holding the car door was also tight. Shen Nian took a deep breath and adjusted his mood. We have all made it clear what to say and what to do. In the future, I will live my life, and you will live your life, and we will not interfere with each other. She turned around and was about to get on the bus. Xu Shan stretched out her hand and grabbed Shen Nian's hand wrapped in gauze. I don't care what you say, you must go back to the police station with me now and make it clear that your brother is released. Shen Nian was caught in the wound by her and took a breath of cold air in pain. Luo Yining's eyes were cold, and he immediately rushed up and tore off Shisha's hand to protect Shen Nian behind him. Auntie, please be respectful. This is the door of the police station. I don't mind going in again if it's noisy again. I didn't tell you. I was telling my daughter to get out of the way. Xu Shan splashed. It's useless for you to tell anyone. The police have already made it clear about your son. If you have any questions, just ask the police. My wife is injured now and needs to go back to rest. If she has any health problems because of your delay, your son's problem will be more serious. You should think about it. Luo Yining's words happened to be on the weaknesses of Xu Shan and Shen Qingguo. They don't care about Shen Nian's health, but they care about their son. Shen An has now been criminally detained. What if the trouble gets worse? The two human rights weigh the pros and cons, and in the end, they can only reluctantly let the couple go. The heating temperature in the car gradually rose, and Shen Nian relaxed a lot. She looked sideways at Luo Yining, who was focused on driving, and her heart softened. Thank you for what happened today. You don't have to be polite to me, but don't use this method of hurting the enemy 1,000 and losing yourself 800 in the future. In case you really hurt yourself, you can't cut it. Luo Yining moved the steering wheel, and his whole body showed a sense of calmness. I know that I have a measure. It's all a small injury. In fact, I can't help it. Shen An has been pestering me endlessly. He can't stop without teaching him a little lesson. In fact, Shen Ye deliberately wanted to anger Shen An today, which made him a little out of state. Then he recorded a video by himself to threaten him, so that he was always sinister. But she didn't expect that things would get out of control later, and she didn't expect it to be like that. There are many ways to teach him a lesson. Why don't you tell me? Luo Yining's tone sounded calm, but for some reason, Shen Nian heard a sense of blame. I just want you to be so busy, and I don't want our family's bad things to affect you. But we are husband and wife. At the red light, the car stopped, and Luo Yining turned his head to look at Shen Nian. Shen Nian was stunned. Yes, they are husband and wife, but they are husband and wife who live together. There was a bitterness in Shen Nian's heart. Shen Nian, I told you a long time ago that no matter what we get married for, since we are a legal husband and wife, we should face problems together. Otherwise, your life will be unsteady, and so will my life. Shen Nian didn't say anything. Luo Yining's voice was very soft, like a feather sweeping the softest part of her heart. The car continued to drive, and neither of them spoke again. The atmosphere in the car was a little cold. Suddenly, Luo Yining's mobile phone lit up, and he glanced at the car and stopped. I may need you to accompany me to the law firm. Chapter 27. Is that my rival? The two arrived at the office soon. Luo Yining was about to get out of the car, and Shen Nian hurriedly pulled him. Well, I won't go up. I'll wait for you in the car. Shen Nian felt that he was really a little embarrassed at this time, for fear of following Luo Yining to embarrass him. Luo Yining thought about it and didn't force her. He gave her the key, by the way. Then you wait for me here. Shen Nian nodded repeatedly and sent Luo Yining away. As soon as Luo Yining entered the office, Li Xiao and Cao Man immediately surrounded them. How is your sister-in-law? It's not a big deal. The man has been arrested. Should. Cao Man recited a sentence. Luo Yining went into the office and sat down. You two will watch the fun today. Well, you're wrong. We didn't watch the fun. Your wife is ready to collect evidence. It's not easy for us to destroy it. Let's talk about it. Li Xiao sat down happily on the chair. Isn't it good for me to send you a message to give you a chance to save the beauty as a hero? What? Did you call him here? Cao Man was a little surprised. Li Xiao raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, Cao Man suddenly realized, no wonder why Lao Luo arrived so timely. Obviously, the meeting was not over yet. Of course, I have to tell him about such a big thing. Otherwise, this kid can't come to me and ask for the blame. Li Xiao picked up the desk calendar on the table and turned it over. Luo Yining reached out and brought back the Taiwan calendar. Go and arrange a meeting and arrange the case as soon as possible. I have something to do later. It's good to say good, and I promise not to delay you from accompanying your wife. Li Xiao and Cao Man went out with a laugh. Shen Nian played with his mobile phone in the car for a while. When he felt stuffy, he got out of the car to blow the wind. I originally wanted to chat with Xi Ye, but I gave up because it was a little late. It's already late autumn, and it's still quite cold outside. Fortunately, Luo Yining came out without waiting for a while. He was wearing a t-shirt, and his whole body looked thinner in the cold wind. Shen Nian took a look at Luo Yining's coat, which was still wearing, and was a little upset. If she had just given it to her, she quickly took off her clothes and walked to Luo Yining. After a few steps, a girl in professional clothes suddenly trotted behind Luo Yining and caught up with him. Shen Nian stopped, and Luo Yining also stopped to talk to the girl. The girl was still holding a coat in her hand as if to give it to Luo Yining. Luo Yining did not pick it up, but pointed to Shen Nian at her. Soon, two people came over together. Why did you get off the bus? Luo Yining frowned at Shen Nian. Oh, the car is stuffy, your coat. Shen Nian handed over his coat. Yining, won't you introduce it to me? He talked to the girl beside Luo Yining. Her voice was a little cold, and Shen Nian's eyes were also slightly provocative. Just from this name, Shen Nian clearly felt that the person who came was not good. It seems that this is her rival. Oh, this is my wife Shen Nian, Nian, this is my colleague Tong Shi. With that, Luo Yining put his clothes on Shen Nian again. Shen Nian just wanted to refuse Luo Yining and shook her hand. Shen Nian was stunned for a moment and did not refuse anymore. Tong Shi looked at Shen Nian, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and soon returned to normal. She stretched out her hand in a friendly manner. Hello, Miss Shen. Although Shen Nian felt her hostility, he still shook hands with her generously. Hello. Tong Shi withdrew his hand and asked with a smile, when did you get married? Yining didn't even inform us. Not long ago, we were both used to keeping a low profile, so we didn't let many people know. Shen Nian answered calmly. Well, but marriage is a big deal after all, and such a big thing should not be kept a low profile. Otherwise, people who don't know will think that you don't pay attention to it. Tong Shi looked at Shen Nian meaningfully. How can Shen Nian not hear it? It's nothing more than saying that Luo Yining doesn't care about her. It's really not a good thing to provoke such a separation. Shen Nian smiled. Marriage is originally a matter between husband and wife, and others are not qualified to take care of it so much. What does it have to say? Shen Nian almost said that Tong Shi meddled too much. The corners of Tong Shi's mouth twitched, but she still kept smiling. Yining, your wife is really clever. Really? I think it's okay. Put your hand on Shen Nian's shoulder all the time. It's getting not early. It's time for you to get off work. My wife is not feeling well today, so we'll go back first. Tong Shi nodded and said goodbye to the two with a smile. On the way back, Shen Nian still couldn't help asking curiously, does Miss Tong like you? Luo Yining was silent for a moment. How do you know? It's so cold that I chased downstairs to deliver clothes to you. It's so obvious that I can't see that I'm a fool anymore. Shen Nian thought of Tong Shi's eyes looking at Luo Yining. Isn't that the emotional vein in her novel? But Luo Yining didn't call her at all, and even pulled her to block the peach blossom. I guess Tong Shi was sad tonight. However, you two are colleagues. You look up and don't look down every day. Don't you care about her at all? Shen Nian's heart of gossip came up again. Luo Yining is full of black lines. He glanced at her sideways. Shen Nian, have you ever seen someone's wife react like this when she knows that her husband has another suitor? Shen Nian stuck out his tongue, like a cunning little fox. I'm not curious. Who stipulates that you can't have a suitor after marriage? If someone chases you, it means that you are excellent. Besides, she chased you, not you, and you didn't care about her. Of course, I don't need to be angry or anything. What she said is true. She saw clearly Luo Yining's alienation from children's poetry. Besides, it's not normal to care too much about each other in a relationship like them. You want to open it. Luo Yining was angry and didn't pay attention to her. Luo Yining didn't say a word to her until the two of them returned home. Shen Nian leaned over with a blank eye. This is for you. Luo Yining glanced at the bag handed over by Shen Nian and did not immediately take it. What is this? Shen Nian was a little embarrassed. Didn't I dirty your clothes? This is a new one I bought for you. Luo Yining paused and took the bag. There was a neatly folded shirt and a tie in it. He took out the box of his tie and looked at Shen Nian. Is this also compensated for me? Shen Nian shook his head. This is not, this is for you. Thank you for taking care of me. Luo Yining stared at the tie for a while and suddenly laughed. Shen Nian has never seen Luo Yining smile like this. It's like the first SHI of warm sunshine I saw in winter, and my heart is warm. She lost her mind for a moment. After a while, Luo Yining looked up at her, and his eyes flashed. I like it very much. Chapter 28. I caught a cold. Both of them were in a good mood that night and slept well, especially Shen Nian. She didn't get up until the alarm clock rang 3 times. At a glance, it was already 11 o'clock. Shen Nian reluctantly got up and took the cup to the living room to pour water. As soon as she went out, she saw that Luo Yining's door was still closed. Shen Nian is a little strange. Luo Yining usually only closes the door when he is at home. Isn't he going to work at this time today? While I was thinking about it, there was a cough in the room, and the cough was very serious. Shen Nian hesitated and knocked on the door. Luo Yining, are you all right? It's okay, cough cough, I'm fine. She was still coughing and his voice was hoarse. Shen Nian knew that he was sick as soon as he heard it. Shen Nian turned around to pour a cup of warm water and then came back and knocked on the door. Can I come in? Come in. Shen Nian was allowed to push open the door carefully. Luo Yining sat by the bed and kept coughing, and his face was not good. What's going on? Do you have a cold? Shen Nian handed the water to Luo Yining. He was not polite either. He took the water and took 2 sips before he got better. I guess I may have a cold. It's okay. I'll take a rest. Luo Yining didn't feel well in the middle of the night yesterday, but he didn't care too much. Your face looks bad. Shen Nian suddenly put his hand on Luo Yining's forehead. Luo Yining was shocked. Shen Nian was also shocked by Luo Yining's hot forehead. It's so hot. You can't. You have to take antipyretics. Do you have any at home? Luo Yining shook his head slightly blankly. I usually don't take medicine, so I didn't prepare. Then lie down and rest first. I'll buy you medicine. Luo Yining originally wanted to refuse, but Shen Nian had already gone out. He had no choice but to turn around and take his mobile phone to ask for leave. Shen Nian changed his clothes, hurried to the pharmacy to buy medicine, and hurried home. Luo Yining was already lying down, and he was also half asleep and half awake. Shen Nian first took a cooling patch and put it on Luo Yining's forehead. You lie down for a while. I'm going to cook some porridge. You can take medicine after eating, otherwise it will hurt your stomach. After saying that, he plunged into the kitchen again. When Luo Yining woke up again, he was stimulated by the fragrance of white rice porridge. He opened his eyes and Shen Nian had already put the meal on the table beside him. It's just right to wake up. Let's eat. It should be easier to have a good sleep after taking medicine. Luo Yining was stunned and muttered, I can actually go out to eat. People don't want to move at all when they have a fever. I've always been sick since I was a child. I know it's uncomfortable to have a fever. It's okay. You can eat here. I'll clean up after eating. Luo Yining saw Shen Nian go out, put on his shoes and walked to the table. A bowl of white rice porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of cold cucumber. A very simple meal. Luo Yining took a bite of cucumber, and the sour and spicy taste instantly opened his taste buds. Originally, he didn't have an appetite, but now he suddenly wanted to eat. He took 2 mouthfuls of porridge and picked up a steamed bun, and soon finished all the things sent by Shen Nian. When he went out with the dishes and chopsticks, Shen Nian was still eating. There were obviously more cucumbers on her plate than peppers sent to herself. Luo Yining's heart was warm. You're done. Do you want more? Shen Nian got up in a hurry to collect the bowl. Luo Yining held her down and couldn't laugh or cry. I'll come by myself. It's just a little cold, and I don't need someone to serve me. Oh, then I'll get you some medicine. Shen Nian hurried to get the medicine. Shen Nian matched all the fever relieving, cough relieving and cold treating, and took the initiative to pour water for Luo Yining. Luo Yining sat down at the table after taking the medicine. You seem to be very good at taking care of people. Shen Nian smiled awkwardly. It's not true. The main reason is that I often catch a cold when the season changes, and taking medicine is commonplace. So I'm used to it. At first glance, you are a person who doesn't often catch a cold. I guess it was cold last night. If you gave me the clothes, you wouldn't have caught a cold. I should take care of you. Shen Nian felt a little guilty when he thought of Luo Yining's thin figure in the cold wind last night. He made such a fuss yesterday, which bothered Luo Yining for a day, and finally caused him to catch a cold. Luo Yining smiled and said, "It's normal to have a small cold. I haven't taken medicine for years." That's not good. Although the cold is not a serious disease, it can't be delayed all the time. Sometimes a small problem is a big problem. I bought a lot of medicine today, and basically all the commonly used ones are available. When I buy a medicine box online later, I will pack it all. If I feel uncomfortable in the future, I will have to take medicine. Shen Nian's words were serious, and Luo Yining also listened carefully. The sunlight outside shone into the room through the balcony. The two really looked like an ordinary couple. Luo Yining went back to the room to sleep. Shen Nian took the computer to the table to write the manuscript in order to take care of Luo Yining. I was busy all day yesterday because of Shen An's affairs. There was no code last night. Today's task volume is still very large. Shen Nian quickly devoted himself to work. It was already evening when she looked up again. Shen Nian glanced at the time on the computer. It was 6 o'clock, and Luo Yining hadn't woken up yet. She quickly cleaned up the computer and planned to cook. I just put on my apron and the doorbell rang. Shen Nian opened the door, and the person standing outside the door was Tong Shi, whom he had seen last night. Shen Nian was stunned. "Miss Tong." "Hello, Miss Shen. I heard that Yining is sick. I came to see him." Tong Shi raised the insulation bucket in his hand, which was obviously prepared. "Come in and sit down. He is still sleeping after taking cold medicine. I'll call her for you. The visitor is a guest." Of course, Shen Nian can't block him from the door. "No, I'll just wait for him." Tong Shi entered the door and sat on the sofa, as if she was the hostess. "What does Miss Tong drink?" "Coffee is still. Just give me white water. Bring me that white porcelain cup. I'm used to it." Shen Nian's hand holding the cup paused for a moment. She looked sideways at Tong Shi, who looked at her with a smile. "What's the matter? Is there any problem?" Shen Nian pulled the corners of his mouth with a smile. "No, wait a minute." She took the porcelain cup on the cup holder and poured a glass of warm water out. "What does Miss Shen do?" "Hold up the cup in a childish and elegant manner." Online author. It turned out to be a writer. No wonder Miss Shen looked full of book fragrance. Shen Nian smiled and didn't answer her words. Tong Shi continued to ask, "I'm a little curious about how you and Yining met. I've never heard him mention you before." Shen Nian originally wanted to talk about a blind date, but Shen Nian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Tong Shi's appearance, so he smiled and said, "This is a private matter between us. I'm afraid it's inconvenient to tell Miss Tong." "Private matter?" Tong Shi smiled sarcastically. "Miss Shen may not know that I have a very good relationship with Yining, so we have no private affairs." Chapter 29 Crisp Refusal. This oath of sovereignty is a blatant provocation, no matter how it sounds. Shen Nian was a little funny. It was the first time she saw someone run to someone's house and swear sovereignty to his wife. It was no wonder that Luo Yining didn't like her. Since there is no private matter between Miss Tong and her husband, why did she come to ask me this? Tong Shi was stunned by Shen Nian's words. The smile on his face also disappeared. "What does Miss Shen mean?" Shen Nian still smiled. "Miss Tong, what do you think I mean?" "Well, I'm going to cook." "Excuse me for a moment. There is really nothing to say about this kind of childish poetry." Shen Nian packed up the dishes by himself, and Tong Shi sat alone on the sofa and was a little annoyed. She and Luo Yining have known each other for 5 years, and she has also liked Luo Yining for 5 years. Although Luo Yining has not responded to her in the past 5 years, she always believes that she can enter Luo Yining's heart as long as she persists. But who knew that Luo Yining got married just because she went on a business trip? Looking at Shen Nian's bare face, she really didn't understand where she had lost. While thinking about it, the door of Luo Yining's room opened. Tong Shi stood up quickly. Luo Yining frowned when he saw her. "Why are you here?" Tong Shi said gently with a smile on her face, "I heard that Brother Li Xiao said that you were sick and came to see you." Luo Yining went straight into the kitchen without answering. "Oh, you're awake. Shen Nian is washing Xilanhua. How about it? Is it better?" "I'm much better. Do you need any help?" Luo Yining slept and felt that he was much lighter, his head was not heavy, and his throat was not uncomfortable. No, I'll do it. You can accompany the guests." Shen Nian glanced at the direction of the living room and lowered his voice. "Lawyer Luo, everyone is here. It's not polite for you to reject people thousands of miles away." As she said, she blinked her eyes, looking forward to the drama. Luo Yining glared at her, slapped her forehead, turned around and walked out, and said loudly as he walked, "Honey, there are guests today. Cook more rice." Shen Nian trembled at the wife's call, and the western blue flower in his hand almost fell to the ground. She curled her lips and deliberately answered loudly, "I know, husband." Through the kitchen door, she clearly saw Luo Yining's hand shaking with the cup. Shen Nian smiled with satisfaction and washed the vegetables happily. Luo Yining sat on the edge of the sofa, far away from Tong Shi, and had no intention of talking to her at all. Two people sink after a long silence. Tong Shi's face became more and more ugly. She glanced at the thermos on the table and quickly picked it up and handed it to Luo Yining. Yining, you must have no appetite when you are sick. I cooked a little chicken soup for you. Luo Yining looked up with a polite smile on his face. Thank you, but I have a cold and don't want to eat too greasy food. Tong Shi's face stiffened, and his hand holding the insulated bucket was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, she still couldn't help asking the question in her heart. Yining, what the hell are you? Tong Shi, we are just colleagues. There was some warning in Luo Yining's eyes. You know my temper. I don't want my work to disturb my life. I'm married and I don't want anyone to cause me trouble. This refusal is like a sharp blade, piercing childish and poetic heartache. Her face turned a little pale, and her hand holding the insulation bucket tightened and tighter. Shen Nian came out with the dishes and happened to see the strange appearance of the two people. What's the situation? Quarrel? When Luo Yining saw her coming out, he immediately got up and walked over, and his face became gentle. Are you ready? There is also a soup, which will be ready soon. Okay, then I'll serve the meal. Luo Yining walked into the kitchen and took the dishes and chopsticks, and Shen Nian was busy cooking soup. Tong Shi looked at the harmonious backs of the two people and her heart stung. She couldn't stay any longer and picked up the bag and was about to go out. Miss Tong, what are you doing? It's time to eat. Shen Nian brought out the rice. Tong Shi pulled the corners of his mouth and showed an extremely reluctant smile. I won't eat, I still have something to do. I'll go first. After saying that, she also looked at Luo Yining, who came out and tried to see his retention. But Luo Yining didn't mean that. All right, slow down on your way. This sentence completely dispelled the last hope in Tong Shi's heart. She hurried out of the door, closed the door and took a heavy breath at the door. Her eyes were full of tears, and she felt very wronged when she looked at the closed door. Luo Yining, why do you treat me like this? Why do you trample on my dignity on the ground? Shen Nian in the room saw Tong Shi's patience when she went out. She quickly asked, what's wrong with her? Nothing will happen, will it? It's okay. Come and have dinner. Luo Yining didn't seem to care. Shen Nian pulled a chair and sat down, still curious about Tong Shi. This woman can come to the door to question her. It can be seen that it is not a fuel-saving lamp. It must have been something that Luo Yining said to provoke her to leave so out of posture. Shen Nian looked at Luo Yining's calm eating and sighed helplessly. Luo Yining glanced at her. What's the matter? Shen Nian shook his head and sighed. It's okay. I just sighed that the goddess has a heart, and the king of Xiang has no intention. Luo Yining was full of black threads, picked up a piece of chicken breast and put it in Shang Nian's bowl. I can't even gag your mouth when I eat. Shen Nian smiled, picked up the chicken breast and took a bite. By the way, what are you going to do about Shang An? Do you want to sue? The police can't keep him locked up all the time. Luo Yining suddenly asked. I haven't thought about suing for the time being. I just want to teach him a lesson and let him suffer for a few days. Although Shen Nian hated them very much, Shen An was her younger brother after all. She really didn't think about suing him or anything. She just wanted him to have a memory and dare not mess around in the future. Luo Yining didn't object when he heard what she said. I think you can take this opportunity to make a family property agreement. The agreement? Does this work? Shen Nian was a little confused. I have understood that although there are provisions in the law on family disputes, many things are also decided according to the actual situation. It can't be generalized. Your parents ask you for money 3 or 4 times, but they are sure that you can't do anything about them. But now that you have the handle in your hand, they care so much about your brother, you can completely take this opportunity to ask them for a guarantee, not to mention anything else. At least you can restrain them. Luo Yining's words hesitated, and Shen Nian immediately understood. In this case, she can really make good use of this opportunity. At least she can't let them bother her because of money, so that she will be much more worry-free in the future. I'll make a phone call. Shen Nian will immediately come out to talk to Shen Qingguo and Xi Shan. The sooner this trouble is solved, the better. Luo Yining quickly held her hand. Why are you in a hurry? When they come to you, you have the upper hand in this matter. The more you endure, the more anxious they will be, so that you can better negotiate the conditions with them. Chapter 30 Money and Son Choose One. Luo Yining was right. In the next few days, Shen Nian stabbed his head. He went into his own manuscript and no longer cared about Shen An's affairs, nor did he contact Shen Qingguo and his wife. The couple began to think that Shen Nian was just scaring people and wouldn't really move. But they are anxious because there is no news. Xu Shen went to the police station twice in a row to see Shen An, but she was rejected. She couldn't get through to call Shen Nian. The two of them were in a hurry at home. Lao Shen, I said no, let's go to Shen Nian again. It's not a matter that my son has been locked up all the time. I can't even get through the phone. Can she see us? I think this girl has made up her mind to fight with her family. Shen Qingguo's face was gloomy. But no matter what, we have to rescue our son first. Now, nothing is as important as our son. If it really doesn't work, we can go to Luo Yining first. Xu Shen just wants to save her son now. Thinking of Shen An, who stretched out his hand to eat and open his mouth at home all day, I don't know how miserable it is to be locked up now. Shen Nian didn't even see us. Do you still count on Luo Yining? That's not a good thing. It's much more difficult to deal with than Shen Nian. Shen Qingguo is now afraid of Luo Yining. Then what should we do? Do we have to watch our son being prosecuted? That's going to jail. If my son goes to jail, I won't live. Xu Shen burst into tears as she said. Although Shen Qingguo was also annoyed, he felt uncomfortable when he saw his wife crying. So he still comforted him patiently and said that he would find a way. But Xu Shen didn't listen to him. I have thought of all the ways I could think of in the past 2 days, and I have also found people who can find them, but it is true that Shen An deliberately hurt people, and no one can help at all. Seeing that Xu Shan cried more and more sadly, Shen Qingguo could only compromise and promised to go to Shen Nian again. The two went downstairs to Shen Nian's house again. I thought that the security guard knew them last time and wouldn't stop them this time, but who knew that the security guard told them directly that the owner told them not to let them in. If Xu Shen had heard such words in the past, she would have made a big fuss. But today she had something on her mind, and she was not in a noisy mood at all. She just scolded a few words. They couldn't enter the door and couldn't make a phone call, so the two had to wait for the rabbit at the door, waiting for Shen Nian to come out. From dawn to dark, when the two were about to give up, Shen Nian came back from outside with a bag of vegetables in his hand. Shen Nian, Shen Nian. Xu Shan shouted and ran over. Shen Nian was shocked and took 2 steps back. Xu Shan held Shen Nian's clothes tightly, afraid that she would run away. You stinky girl, you avoid us, you dare to avoid us. With that, he was about to raise his hand to hit her. Shen Nian immediately blocked her hand. There is surveillance here, and there are security guards over there. If you do it here, you will intentionally hurt someone. Xu Shan looked around and could only put down her hand. Let your brother out quickly. Can't let it out. Why? You are brothers and sisters. Shen Nian rolled his eyes. You have said this sentence many times, and it is useless to me. I don't care. You must let your brother out. Xu Shan shouted at Shen Nian with a sharp voice. Shen Nian broke her hand and took a step back. Mom, Shen An was arrested by the police. It's up to the police to decide if you let go or not. What's the use of forcing me here? Go to the police station and make this matter clear. Just say that you and your brother are playing a joke. If you don't investigate, it will be fine. Shen Qingguo's face was cold and his tone of order. Shen Nian sneered, why should I? He beat people in public, so many people watched, and he also extorted. Why should I let him go? You. Shen Qingguo was so angry that his eyes widened. He pointed at Shen Nian but couldn't say a word. Dad, Mom, it's getting early. My husband will be back from work soon. I have to go back to cook. You should go back early. Shen Nian's tone was light and he was about to leave after saying that. He didn't take Lao's words seriously at all. You wait. Shen Qingguo shouted. Seeing that Shen Nian stopped, he sighed deeply. What on earth are you going to do to let your brother go? As long as you say, we can discuss anything. Listening to Shen Qingguo's words, the corners of Shen Ye's mouth rose. She turned around and looked at Shen Qingguo with a smile. Really? Half an hour later. Shen Qingguo looked at the family property agreement in front of him and looked so ugly. Shen Nian, we are your parents. The content of this agreement is similar to that of the marriage property agreement. It probably means that Shen Nian has married. In the future, everything about her mother's family has nothing to do with her, and she can no longer ask for money from her. This thing was formulated by Luo Yining. All the questions are written very clearly. Shen Qingguo and his wife have no loopholes to exploit at all. I am very kind to the Shen family, and it is you who have forced me to come to this day. Shen Nian looked at the two of them and didn't soften at all. She has lived for them for more than 20 years and doesn't want to live like this in the future. But we are your parents. Don't you care about us? Is your heart so cruel? Xu Shan began to count Shen Nian with tears again. You are my parents. I thank you for giving birth to me and raising me, but that's all. What you have done over the years has already made me feel cold. So whatever you say is fine. If you want me to give up the prosecution, I'll ask you to make a request. Shen Nian walked to the balcony and looked at the vehicles coming and going on the Cross River Bridge outside, and his heart was extremely calm. Shen Qingguo and his wife looked at Shen Nian's back and the promise on the table and fell into entanglement. They don't want their son to go to jail. But they don't want to give up Shen Nian, the money tree. Sign it, or your son will be in jail, and the rest of his life will be over. Xu Shen saw that Shen Qingguo hesitated and could only make an idea by herself. Money is important to her, but the second half of her son's life is not important. After weighing it, Shen Qingguo finally had to choose his son and signed reluctantly. Mom also has to sign, and you have to press the handprint. I don't know when Shen Nian came in. No, your father has already signed it. Shu Shan is unhappy. He is him, and you are you. Shen Nian insisted. She doesn't want to make any more mistakes. It's always good to have one more name. Shu Shan had no choice but to sign her name and press the handprint. Are you satisfied now? When will your brother be released? Shu Shan asked viciously. I will explain to the police station that I will no longer pursue it, but although I don't prosecute him, the police will also have to deal with the people who gather to make trouble and maliciously injure people. You have to ask the police station for the specific time. Shen Nian was sure that there was no problem with the two people's signature before he put away the things. The couple couldn't care about anything else after hearing this, and rushed to the police station impatiently. Chapter 31 The Dead Nature Does Not Change. Shen An stayed in the police station for 7 days before he was released. His beard was shaggy, and he no longer had the dashing appearance of the play before he came in. Shu Shan and Shen Qingguo waited outside the door early in the morning. They were so excited to see Shen Amar. Kid, why are you so thin? Shen Qingguo couldn't help blushing his eyes when he looked at his thin and haggard son. Shu Shan choked directly, I can't eat and sleep well in this place. How can I not lose weight? It's really a sin to make my son suffer such a great sin. Oh, okay, don't talk about it. You too. You haven't rescued me for so long, just watch me suffer. Shen An was full of resentment, and now he blamed his parents. Yes, it's my parents' fault. My parents are late. Shu Shan also quickly took the responsibility on herself. Well, don't talk about this. Go home first. Your mother specially bought you your favorite dishes and fruits. Shen Qingguo didn't care about anything else, and Zhang Luo went home with peace of mind. Shen An also stayed in the police station for a long time and didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. He obediently followed the old two back home. After not seeing their son for 7 days, Shen Qingguo and his son couldn't wait to wake up. But Shen An didn't want to see them and didn't even want to say anything more to them. As soon as he came back, he locked himself in the room and called his girlfriend. I thought that if I didn't see you for a week, my girlfriend would take care of me. But who knows that the phone connection is a bad scolding. Blame him for suddenly losing contact, not doing what he promised her, and so on. However, Shen An couldn't tell the truth. If he let his girlfriend know that he was locked up in the police station, he would break up with him immediately, so he could only coax him in a good voice. But his girlfriend is not easy to fool. She didn't believe what he said at all. At the end, the two had a big fight and broke up unhappily. Fuck. Shen An smashed his mobile phone on the bed angrily, turned around and punched the cabinet again, smashing the door of the cabinet into a hole. The loud noise alarmed the old man outside. Shu Shan hurriedly opened the door and came in. Looking at the pit on the cabinet door, she rushed to Shen An in a panic. Oh, my son, what's the matter? Why are you so angry? Are you hurt? She quickly checked Shen An's hand to see if his hand was injured. Shen An suddenly shook off her hand. It's all your fault. It's all your fault that you have no ability. You can't even control your own daughter. You made me like this. Now my girlfriend has turned her back on me. Shen An still doesn't feel that this matter is his fault. He thinks that Shen Nian wants to harm him, and his parents don't have the ability to stand up for him. No, why did you turn your face? Why? Shu Shan asked anxiously. Her son has been hit once, and she can't bear to be hit emotionally again. Why else? Shen An punched the bed heavily again, and his eyes were full of cruelty. Shen Nian, you make me feel bad, and I won't make you feel better. With that, he was going out to settle the score with Shen Nian. Shen Qingguo hurriedly stopped him. You dare not go to her again. Why? It was she who hurt me that day. She forced me to do it. Why can't I go to her to settle the score? Shen An clenched his fist. Thinking of what happened to me in the police station these days, I couldn't wait to strangle Shen Nian. She was already holding your hand. It took me and your mother a lot of effort to prevent her from suing. You are making trouble now. Shen Qingguo felt angry when he thought of Shen Nian's face. He didn't want to see her again for a short time. I'm still afraid of her. If she has the ability, she will really sue. She is just scaring you. Shen An was angry at this time. I completely forgot the trembling look when I heard that the police station was going to be sentenced. Good boy, be good. What your father said is true. Your sister is different from before now. She is not joking. If you make trouble again, you can't please them. You are your parents' lives. What if something happens to us? Shu Shan knew that her son was angry and persuaded him. But the more she was like this, the more Shen An's temper became. He shouted at the two people. She dared to threaten you because she knew you were timid. I really stood in front of her and saw what she could do to me. How can your child? Why are you disobedient? If she is really scary, how can we let her go? She would have gone to seek justice for you long ago. Shu Shan can see clearly that Shen Nian is cruel now. She doesn't think Shen Nian is scaring people at all. I don't care. How can I make her feel better if she made me like this? I'm going to find her. I want her to pay the price she deserves for this matter. Shen An twisted his head, looking like he didn't look for Shen Nian, and vowed not to stop. Xu Shen was so scared that she pulled Shen An tightly and didn't dare not let go. I'm afraid that his impulse will really rush to Shen Nian. At that time, nothing can be saved. Lao Shen, you persuaded your son. Seeing that Shen Qingguo had been indifferent, she quickly asked her for help. But Shen Qingguo was silent for a moment and said, "Let go of your hand and let him go." Xu Shan was stunned and then slapped him fiercely. "What are you talking about?" Shen Qingguo's face was very ugly. "Since he wants to go, let him go. He doesn't want to live a good life. What can we do if we have to cause trouble? This time we can fish him out. Next time if there is no such good luck, let him stay in prison, just as if we don't have this son." Seeing Shen Qingguo's appearance, Shen An's attitude softened and he didn't dare to shout anymore, but he still looked stubborn. "Shen An, you are not a 3-year-old child. You should know that you can't solve things by fighting and making trouble. I have repeatedly advised you not to be impulsive in doing things. You are good. This time, you have no long memory after suffering such a serious crime. What else do you want to make trouble? If you really want to take revenge, then live your own life well and have a good life. Teach her a lesson." Shen Qingguo looked like he hated iron into steel. He didn't know why his beloved son was so unreliable, and he couldn't even tell the importance of him. "But I just can't swallow this breath," Shen An said with hatred. Shen Qingguo sighed when he saw this, and his tone softened a lot. "I know, you can't swallow this breath, just like your mother. This girl is not a fuel-saving lamp now, and her husband is not easy to mess with. It's not the time for us to clash. Let's talk about it later." Hearing this, Shen An stopped answering. But the more I stayed for a while, the angrier I felt. I always felt that letting Shen Nian go like this would let her watch jokes. After thinking about it, he turned on the computer. Chapter 32. Don't forget. Shen Nian still knew from Xi Ye that Shen An had been released. There is no surprise. She asked Luo Yining that if she did not pursue criminal responsibility, Shen An would at most be a problem of disturbing public order and causing trouble. She would be released after 6 or 7 days. Anyway, her goal has been achieved, and it doesn't matter if she is released. Nian, you have to be careful recently. Your brother is a cautious person. I'm worried that he will take revenge on you. Xi Ye was still a little afraid when she thought of Shen An's previous bullying of Shen Nian. He dares. Shen Nian picked up an apple and put it in his mouth. Luo Yining said that I have his evidence in my hand now. If he dares to mess with me, I can send him back immediately. That's what I said, but that kind of shameless person, in case he finds the place where you live, he will kill you. Xi Ye still feels at ease. Shen Nian smiled and said, "Then you are wrong. I know Shen An, he has so many things to miss him that he can't bear to kill me. Besides, I don't live alone now, and I can still be afraid of him. Yo, it seems that some people enjoy their married life with your lawyer." Xi Ye touched Shen Nian's shoulder with a bad smile. It's not bad. Shen Nian thought carefully that the life with Luo Yining seemed to be really good. Luo Yining is basically not at home during the day. She is alone. Occasionally, she can come back for a meal at night. Now, the two are more and more familiar and talk more. She still enjoys this stable life. Nian, I think your husband is not bad. Do you have any ideas for further development?" Shen Nian was stunned by Xi Ye's question. "Further development? What will develop further? Pretend with me." Xi Yubai glanced at her and began to speak more seriously. "It turns out that I'm still a little worried about your marriage partner. But now it looks handsome, not to mention that it's good for you. I think you can take care of yourself. After all, you are married, so you can't live like this all the time." Shen Nian didn't expect that she was talking about this, and she didn't react much for a while. "I really didn't think about this. I think it's good for the two of us to live together and help each other when needed. There is no need to talk about other things." At the beginning, she and Luo Yining got married just to get rid of each other's troubles. Now it's good that the two of them can coexist peacefully and have a good relationship. As for the rest, she doesn't care much. "Are you serious? Your life is long. Do you want to be like this all the time?" Xi Ye was a little puzzled. Shen Nian smiled. "There is nothing wrong with this. Compared with the usual noise of husband and wife, I may be more suitable for this kind of respect." Xi Ye frowned and asked tentatively, Nian, let me ask you a question. You have to answer me seriously. If you don't want to devote yourself to your relationship, you haven't forgotten Yaoti, have you?" As soon as the name came out, Shen Nian's face changed obviously. His eyes flashed and he stood up and walked to the window. "What nonsense are you talking about? How long has it been? I forgot." Xi Ye looked at her obvious abnormalness and immediately knew it. She was a little angry. "Shen Nian, did you deceive others and deceive yourself? Then, Yao Qi was originally a scumbag. Why do you want to remember him?" Shen Nian smiled bitterly. "How can I still remember a scumbag in my heart? What I can't forget is myself at that time." Looking at the blue sky outside the window, Shen Nian was in a trance. Nian, people have to look forward and can't always live in the shadow of the past. Don't punish yourself with other people's mistakes, let alone let one failure completely block your courage to believe in happiness. Xi Yu looked at the sadness in her expression and felt a little distressed. But feelings can only be known by herself, and only she knows what she can't get through. No matter how much others say, she has to figure it out by herself. Xi Yu has been walking for a long time and Shen Nian has not yet struggled out of the memory of the past. Yao Qi is her ex, her first love, and a scar that she doesn't want to recall. The prompt sound of the computer message pulled Shen Nian's thoughts back. She turned on the computer and it was a WeChat message. It was sent by Luo Yining, telling Shen Nian that he had a social gathering in the evening and would not come back for dinner. Shen Nian replied to her and found that her editor had sent her several messages half an hour ago. It may be because the mobile phone and the computer log in at the same time, and the message is delayed without reminder. She clicked on a screenshot of the comment at the top. She is just plagiarism. When she was in school, she liked to do this, and she also copied other people's award-winning compositions. I heard that this little orchid's private life is not good, and he wanders among different men all day long. The following are also almost slandery content. Xiao Lando is the pen name of Shen Nian's novel, so this should be the comments below her work. Shen Nian turned off the computer and replied to the editor's message. The voice call sent to the editor just came. Hello, Sister Wen. Have you read those comments? Liu Wei's tone was a little urgent. Well, I saw it, but I can guarantee that I didn't plagiarize. Shen Nian explained. I know this. I still have confidence in the fact that we have cooperated for so many years. I just feel strange that you haven't had any bad reviews over the years. Why are there so many comments attacking you today? It's not normal. Liu Wen and Shen Nian met when Shen Nian first entered this line, and Shen Nian also got today's achievements under her suggestion, so the relationship between the two is more like friends. I'm also wondering. There are no violations in the chapters I have updated recently. Shen Nian writes small. It is said that the bad reviews I have seen for so many years are only at the beginning, and I have never seen this kind of personal attack. You don't have to worry about the manuscript. The website will handle it, and I will also deal with these comments. I just feel a little abnormal, so I want to remind you. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Sister Wen. Shen Nian hung up the phone and clicked into the background of the website. The comments under her new book are still rising, and they are not good words. After reading a few, Shen Nian felt a little irritable, so he turned off the computer and got into the quilt. Maybe it's someone's prank. Shen Nian thought so and fell asleep in a daze. But the truth is far beyond her imagination. She was woken up by a sudden ringtone of her mobile phone. Hello. Shen Nian hasn't woken up yet. Nian, look at your mobile phone quickly. Something big has happened. Xi Yu's terrified tone made Shen Nian sober up a lot. She sat up and looked at the dark sky outside the window. She lowered her head and slipped away her mobile phone. Chapter 33. The storm is coming. It was already 8 o'clock when Luo Yining came out after socializing. It was already the end of November, but there was a rumbling thunder in the sky. It's really strange this year. It's thundering in this season. Carlman looked up at the sky. Luo Yining didn't say anything. Looking at the dark sky, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Yining, this is your wife, right? What? Luo Yining turned his head and Tong Shi was staring at his mobile phone with a strange face. You'd better take a look for yourself. She handed the mobile phone to Luo Yining. It's a Weibo article. The title says The Road to the Fall of Internet author Shen Nian. Looking down, there are 2 unsightly pictures. The face in the picture is Shen Nian. As for the others, Luo Yining did not look carefully, but directly crossed out the text below. Probably the content is that Shen Nian's relationship between men and women is chaotic, and she often goes to places that should not be entered and exited. Not to mention many unidentified men around him, most of his own works are plagiarized. The more Luo Yining looked at it, the more gloomy his face became, and his fingers holding the mobile phone turned a little white. Yining, where did you meet Shen Nian? What is said above? Tong Shi stopped talking, looking at Luo Yining with some concern in his eyes. Nonsense. Luo Yining suddenly opened his mouth. Although you can't believe all the things on the internet, they are not necessarily all about catching the wind and catching the shadow. The hot search of this article is still very high. I think you'd better go back and ask her. Tong Shi looked anxious, but his heart was gloating. This kind of online article is true, and it is not easy to clarify. With Luo Yining's self-disciplined character, the marriage of the 2 people is about to come to an end. Luo Yining didn't say anything, gave her her mobile phone and rushed home. Pushing open the door, the room was dark. The uneasiness in his heart increased a little more. Shen Nian. He shouted, but there was no answer. He walked straight to Shen Nian's room. The door was not closed. Shen Nian was sitting motionless in front of the computer. The computer screen was the indecent photo he saw in that article. Luo Yining slammed Shen Nian's computer. Shen Nian was so excited that he turned his head and met Luo Yining's dark eyes. Don't look at it. Luo Yining's tone was a little cold. You are back. Shen Nian's tone is quite calm. Well, I already know. What's going on? Luo Yining went straight to the point. Shen Nian shook his head. I don't know. I woke up like this when I slept. She is really at a loss. She didn't expect that she was so good at getting on the hot search, and inexplicably a bunch of unnecessary news appeared. You get up. Luo Yining pulled Shen Nian up and sat in front of the computer. As soon as his hand touched the computer, he remembered something. He turned to look at Shen Nian. Can you help me pour me a glass of water? Shen Nian was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he was afraid that she would be sad when she saw the photo. It's nothing. In fact, the photo is synthetic. The technology is not very good, and it can be seen at a glance. Shen Nian said it easily, but he still went out. Luo Yining watched her go out before turning on the computer. He closed the photo, opened the web page again, and looked at it one by one. It's already on the internet by now. Netizens also have everything they say, all kinds of unpleasant words, and Luo Yining can only turn down patiently. When Shen Nian came back with a glass of water, Luo Yining had already copied the links of those articles and posts, and also took screenshots one by one. What are you doing with these? This is a fictional fact, falsifying evidence, and falsely accusing other people's reputation, which can be prosecuted. Moreover, this matter is suddenly so serious that someone must be manipulating it behind the scenes. We have to investigate carefully and find the source to solve the storm. Luo Yining quickly recognized the key issue of this matter. False accusation? Shen Nian's tone was a little surprised. What's the matter? Is it true what these people say? Luo Yining looked at Shen Nian. Of course not, but... Do you really believe me? Luo Yining nodded. Of course I believe it. He never doubted these things from beginning to end. He rushed back just because he understood the seriousness of the matter, and he was worried about Shen Nian. Listening to his answer without hesitation, Shen Nian was a little moved. To be honest, looking at those words, those forged evidence, and real hammers, Shen Nian felt confused. Most of those who didn't know about it would believe it. Even some of her classmates on WeChat sent messages to ask her. Unexpectedly, Luo Yining believed her unconditionally without asking her. Looking at her expression, Luo Yining understood that she was thinking too much. He patted her on the shoulder. I still believe in the perspective of people. I have seen a lot of rumors and trouble. You don't have to worry about it. Just leave it to me to deal with. I will write a lawyer's letter in the evening. And you will send it with your social media account tomorrow. No, in fact, you don't have to pay attention to these things. No one will remember it in a few days. Although Shen Nian has not experienced this kind of storm, she always feels that the clear one is self-clear. If she ignores the slow slip behind, no one will mention it again. It's not that simple. This matter can develop so fast that someone must have deliberately targeted you. Besides, you are writing a novel, and reputation is also very important. If you don't clarify this matter, it will affect your normal life in the future. Luo Yining clearly knows the madness of cyber violence. So what he can do now is to try his best to help Shen Nian get through the difficulties. But if I write a lawyer's letter, will it affect you? These netizens spoke so badly that she was worried that it would cause trouble to Luo Yining. I'm a lawyer. What else can I be afraid of? Don't worry. Luo Yining packed the information he had just sorted out and sent it to himself on Shen Nian's WeChat. Well, don't think about it. Have a good sleep first, and let's talk about the rest tomorrow, he said in a gentle tone and rubbed Shen Nian's head. Shen Nian nodded and watched Luo Yining go out of the door. She leaned against the head of the bed, and her heart was no longer as big as she began to know about this matter. I don't know if it's because of Luo Yining, but it seems that as long as Luo Yining appears, she will feel inexplicably at ease. Luo Yining is sitting in front of the computer and busy investigating the matter. When the mobile phone rang, he didn't bother to answer it. He directly pressed the Bluetooth headphones on his ear. Hey, boss, I'm afraid it's not easy to check this matter. I've checked all the URLs you gave me, and the IP addresses have been hidden. It seems that you are a computer expert. Li Xiao's voice came. I guessed it. Don't worry about it first. You hand over all the cases in my hand to Cao Man and Tong Shi. I'll ask for 2 days off. Luo Yining hurriedly explained a few words and hung up the phone. His eyes never left the computer screen from beginning to end. Chapter 34 Thrilling Express Delivery. Early the next morning, Tong Shi looked at the case that was divided and was very surprised. You said Yining wanted to ask for leave. Is it because of his wife? Yes, my sister-in-law has such a big thing, and he probably doesn't feel at ease. Tong Shi was a little disappointed when he heard Li Xiao's words. Last night, she thought that the two of them would quarrel because of this matter, but not only did she not make a fuss, but Luo Yining also asked for leave. Who in the office doesn't know that Luo Yining is a workaholic? He takes very little leave. This time, he didn't even want to work for Shen Nian. So did he say how many days he would hire? Children's poetic question. I didn't say this, but this matter is very tricky. I guess it will take a few days. What's the matter with you? Li Xiao asked. Oh, no, I'll just ask. The more she thought about sending Li Xiaotou's poetry, the more unbalanced her heart became. She thought about it and turned on the computer to find the official website of Shenroi Media. After a while, she took out her mobile phone and called the number above. The phone was quickly connected, and Tong Shi whispered, "Hello, I want to break the news. Shen Nian tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep. He didn't fall asleep until dawn, but he was woken up by a harassing phone call before he slept for a long time. I have to say that these netizens are really awesome. It didn't start until last night, and I got Shen Nian's phone number in less than 12 hours. Shen Nian originally wanted to turn off the phone, but he was worried about missing the phone call from the website, so he had no choice but to adjust the mute and take a look from time to time. Hearing the sound of opening the door in Luo Yining's room, Shen Nian also got up. "Good morning." She greeted Luo Yining as if nothing had happened. Luo Yining also responded to her with a smile. "What do you want to eat in the morning? I'll do it. You don't seem to have slept well last night." Shen Nian caught a glimpse of the dark circles under Luo Yining's eyes. Luo Yining pointed at her, "Aren't you the same?" The two looked at each other and laughed for a few seconds. "Let's go together. I haven't cooked for a long time," Luo Yining said. Shen Nian did not refuse and went into the kitchen with Luo Yining. She took the beans to make some soy milk. Luo Yining took out some semi-finished products from the refrigerator, including beef pancakes and banana buns. The two people cooperated tacitly and soon made a simple breakfast. As a result, the courier came to the door before a meal was finished. "Is it what you bought?" Luo Yining looked at the recipient above and wrote Shen Nian. "I don't have it. Maybe it's my best friend." Xi Yu always likes to buy things for Shen Nian. In the past, she didn't dare to buy things for Xi Yu at home for fear of being missed by Xi Shan. Now that she is not at home, Xi Yu buys some for her from time to time. But who knew that as soon as Shen Nian opened the express, a dress dyed red with blood came into view. There is also a puppy who died tragically in his clothes. Our Shen Nian was so scared that he took 2 steps back and almost fell down. Fortunately, Luo Yining quickly helped her. This is not. Luo Yining quickly covered the box and helped Shen Nian to sit down and poured another glass of warm water for her. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Shen Nian was so scared that his face turned pale and his body couldn't stop shaking. Luo Yining stood beside her and gently stroked Shen Nian's back to comfort her. Shen Nian took a long time to calm down a little. "Is this what those netizens did? Maybe. I saw that your mobile phone number was posted on the network, and the address should also be leaked. Don't be afraid first. I'll deal with this. By the way, ask the security guard who sent it." Luo Yining said that he was going to leave, but Shen Nian grabbed his hand. Her hands were very cold, and Luo Yining couldn't help shivering. "What's the matter? I'll be back soon." "No, Luo Yining, they found my number and address. Will they also find your information? Will you also be involved?" Luo Yining's heart tightened as Shen Nian looked horrified. He hooked the corners of his mouth and smiled, and then shook Shen Nian's hand. "It's okay. Don't think too much. I can handle it." He comforted Shen Nian and Luo Yining and went downstairs with the box in his arms. He found the property and adjusted the surveillance, and could only see that a man in black clothes and a black hat sent the box. The man was wrapped so tightly that he couldn't see his face at all. He could only roughly judge that he was a man from his figure and height. "Mr. Luo, do you need to call the police?" the person in charge of the property asked. Luo Yining thought about it and decided to call the police. The development of this matter is more serious than he thought. Relying on their ability alone, it is easy to be negligent, and safety is also a great danger. "Okay, call the police for us, but my wife is scared and it's inconvenient to meet people. After the police come, you can call me and I'll come down. And after that, all the things and express delivery in our family will not be accepted for the time being." Li Xiao called when he came out of the property. Similar to Shen Nian's guess, Luo Yining's identity and work address have been exposed. However, Luo Yining's identity and status are there. These netizens dare not make excessive comments now. Basically, they still say that Shen Nian has more. But things the office was also targeted by some sneaky people, and the people in the office were also nervous. "Li Xiao, I think the speed of development of this matter is a little abnormal." Luo Yining was silent for a while and suddenly said, "Abnormal? Why is it abnormal?" Li Xiao hasn't reacted yet. "We have also taken over normal cyber violence cases. Although online public opinion has developed rapidly, personal information has not been leaked so quickly. It has not been more than 24 hours since last night. From Shen Nian's mobile phone number to our home address, everything has been exposed. Don't you think it's strange?" Luo Yining analyzed calmly, and Li Xiao was also anxious over there. Yes, I also think it's strange. My sister-in-law is not a star public figure, and there is no need for these people to stare at an ordinary person so closely. Well, so I suspect that this matter should have been done by an acquaintance." "Acquaintance?" "Yes, and this person also knows the situation of both of us very well, or Shen Nian's situation very well. Luo Yining felt that only people who knew it well could send out all these private information in such a short time. If you say so, is it your sister-in-law's enemy? I have a grudge against my sister-in-law. Li Xiao's words suddenly made a person's figure flash in Luo Yining's heart. Before he could speak, there was a prompt for a new call on the phone. He took a look at Luo Jianhua. He didn't need to think about calling at this time. He knew that it was for Shen Nian's business. At this time, people who have something to do with Shen Nian should be careful. So Luo Yining hung up Li Xiao's phone and quickly dialed Luo Jianhua back. Hello, Dad? As soon as Luo Yining's words fell, Song Shuqian's scream came from the other side. Chapter 35. To make matters worse. Shen Nian visiting in a daze, the miserable situation of the bloody puppy in the express kept flashing in my mind, and I couldn't help but feel sad. She has had an inexplicable fear of blood since she was a child, and she felt uncomfortable when she saw blood. There was a sudden vibration on the dining table, and Shen Nian was inexplicably nervous. She hesitated to take her mobile phone. Fortunately, it was Liu Wen. Shen Nian adjusted his mood and connected the phone. Sister Wen, are you all right? Liu Wen's voice is a little low, which sounds heavy. I'm fine. What's the matter? Shen Nian understood that something must have happened to Liu Wen calling her at this time. Liu Wen was silent for a moment before saying slowly, Nian Nian, your book may be temporarily removed from the shelves for a while. Shen Nian was stunned for a moment and asked calmly, is it all? Well, because the public opinion on the internet is too fierce now, the website is afraid of causing more trouble. Therefore, you can only temporarily remove your work from the shelves. One is for the reputation of the website, and the other is to protect you. However, this is only temporary. When the limbo is over, it will be put on the shelves for you again. It is difficult for Liu Wen to explain this paragraph. Shen Nian was brought out by her hand, and she saw Shen Nian's efforts. Now that such a thing happens, she has to be removed from the shelves. The fruits of her hard work are no different, so to make matters worse. But this is the company's decision, and she has no choice. Nian Nian, I'm sorry. Shen Nian took a long breath and tried to pull the corners of his mouth to show a smile. I know, Sister Wen. It's okay. I understand. Just deal with it. Hearing her say that, Liu Wen felt a little relieved. Don't look at those messy comments on the internet. We are not afraid of shadows. If you need any help, just let me know. Okay, thank you, Sister Wen. Shen Nian kept smiling all the time. She was a little unable to hold it until she hung up the phone. My eyes hurt astringently, and I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. Just then, Luo Yining came back. He looked at Shen Nian still sitting on the sofa and his face was a little ungroomed. What's the matter? Didn't you find it? Shen Nian asked softly. I have asked the property management to call the police, and I will deal with the future. Don't think about it. Shen Nian hummed and said nothing. Luo Yining went straight into the room. When he came out again, he changed his clothes and took the car key. Are you going out? Shen Nian looked at him. Luo Yining looked at her with a little hesitation, but still nodded. What's the matter? Shen Nian clearly saw Luo Yining's solemn face, and he knew that something must have happened without thinking about it. In the face of her questioning, Luo Yining wanted to say something but stopped, as if he was thinking about what to say. But the more he is like this, the more anxious Shen Nian becomes. Those people on the internet can even send terrible express delivery. Maybe they can do something else. Seeing that Shen Nian was really anxious, Luo Yining quickly explained, it's my father. My father is sick. I have to go back and have a look. Is it because of me? Shen Nian is not stupid. At this time, the illness is 9 out of 10 that it has something to do with himself. I don't know yet. I want to go back and have a look. Don't think about it. In fact, Song Shuqi made it clear when she called him that Luo Jianhua fell ill in a hurry after reading Shen Nian's news. But Luo Yining was worried about causing a burden on Shen Nian's heart, so he didn't tell the truth. But Shen Nian had already guessed it since he wanted to say something but stopped. She immediately stood up and said that she wanted to go together. Luo Yining frowned and wanted to stop him, but he didn't know what to say. He could only ask dryly, aren't you going to write a manuscript today? Shen Nian smiled. A moment, pretend to be relaxed, the website has called. No need to write for the time being. I can have a good rest for a while. I just go back to see my uncle with you. Luo Yining felt very uncomfortable when she saw her forced smile. He stopped Shen Nian, who was going to change his clothes. You can rest at home. I'll take care of our family's affairs. It is usually difficult to deal with the things at home. Now if Shen Nian goes, Song Shuqi will definitely target her. He doesn't want her to go back and get angry. I'm still scared at home alone. Besides, aren't we husband and wife? My father-in-law is sick. I should go back and have a look. Even if there is any misunderstanding, I should make it clear in person. In the face of Shen Nian's insistence, Luo Yining didn't know what to say, so he could only agree. When the two returned to Luo's house, Luo Jianhua had already taken the medicine and fell asleep. Luo Jiaoyang and Luo Yize were not at home, only Song Shuqi was there. Seeing Shen Nian and Song Shushi immediately had no good face. Why are you here? Shen Nian knew that Song Shushi didn't like her, so she didn't care about her attitude. She just answered politely. I'm going to see my uncle. You still have the face to come. If it weren't for you, how could Yining's father be sick? Get out of here, you. Song Shushi came up and wanted to drive people away. Luo Yining was unhappy. Mom, Shen Nian is my wife. Please speak respectfully. Besides, we came back to see my father, not to listen to your nagging. I asked you to come back, but I didn't let her come back. Do you still think your father is not angry enough? Song Shushi stared at Luo Yining. Luo Yining also stared at her without showing weakness. There is a misunderstanding here. We will explain it to my father clearly, so you don't have to worry. After saying that, he pulled Shen Nian upstairs and completely ignored Song Shushi. Song Shushi, who was angry, smashed the cup in her hand fiercely. Although Lord Tianhua was lying down, he did not fall asleep. When he heard that it was Luo Yining, he immediately gave way in. Shen Nian looked at Lord Tianhua lying on the bed with a pale face and felt a little uncomfortable. She still remembered Lord Tianhua's kindness to her last time, but she didn't expect that it didn't take long for her to get angry. Xiao Nian is also here. Lord Tianhua was not as angry and excited as he imagined. Instead, he greeted Shen Nian in a very kind, which made Shen Nian not react. Uncle, let's come to see you. Lord Tianhua burst into laughter when he heard this. You child, you still call me uncle even after passing the door. Do you think I paid less for the last change of words? Shen Nian was embarrassed when he said this. Indeed, she married Luo Yining and took the change of mouth fee from others. Now, she should change her mouth no matter what she says. She shouted hesitantly, Dad. Lord Jianhua immediately smiled and became more open. Luo Yining looked helpless. Dad, you can still tease people. I don't think your illness is very serious. It's not serious. It's not serious. I just had an old symptom of a heart. It was your mother who made a big deal and had to call you back. Lord Jianhua has a little effort to speak. Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Shen Nian sincerely apologized. Lord Jianhua waved his hand quickly. He held Luo Yining's hand. Yining, you go out first. I'll say a few words to Xiao Nian. Chapter 36 Father-in-law's attitude. Luo Yining went out and Shen Nian looked a little cramped. Although she could feel that Lord Jianhua was not malicious, she had never been together. Xiao Nian, sit down. Lord Jianhua pointed to the stool not far away. Shen Nian thought about it and wanted to move the stool to the front of the bed. Lord Jianhua was sick and tired of talking. She sat far away and he spoke harder. Just a small action made Lord Jianhua very satisfied with his daughter-in-law. Xiao Nian, I want to tell you about the internet. Dad, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible, and I will definitely not let these things affect you again. Shen Nian said in a hurry. Lord Jianhua shook his head. I'm not talking about this. I want to tell you that the internet is now more developed than before. Therefore, the people on the internet are also full of nonsense. Don't take it to heart and don't be angry with yourself. You can let Yining deal with this kind of thing. He is a lawyer and is better at dealing with this kind of thing than you. Lord Jian's long Chinese words made Shen Nian stunned again and again. She looked at Lord Jianhua blankly. Dad, don't you blame me. You kid, it's not your fault. You are also a victim. Why should I blame you? Lord Jianhua didn't care. I saw those things. I'm really angry, but I'm not angry with you, but angry with those who talk nonsense without knowing it. I feel that those people are irresponsible and can slander others casually. Shen Nian was shocked and moved by his words. On the way here, she had already thought about coming to Luo's house to accept the storm. Lord Jianhua was angry because of her matter. She had to say a few unpleasant words anyway. Maybe it was serious and she would ask Luo Yining to divorce her. But sitting here now is completely different from what she wants. Lord Jianhua didn't blame her, but comforted her. Shen Nian suddenly wanted to cry. She has lived in a family without warmth these years. But after meeting Luo Yining, she felt the warmth of being cared for and unconditionally believed again and again. This feeling really made her feel that she had lived in vain for more than 20 years. Lord Jianhua chatted with Shen Nian for a while, and finally fell asleep when the medicine came up. Shen Nian watched him fall asleep and retreated carefully. Luo Yining was waiting outside. Shen Nian was stunned. Have you been here all the time? Of course, your new daughter-in-law enters the door. I'm afraid you won't be able to find the way later. Luo Yining's tone was light. Shen Nian glared at him helplessly. You are still in the mood to joke, and you are not curious about what your father said to me. Luo Yining raised his eyebrows. If it's such a thing, how can I fight a lawsuit? Besides, he is my father, and I know he won't embarrass you. He still has confidence in Lord Jianhua in this regard. Moreover, Lord Jianhua has a good impression of Shen Nian. He should be satisfied with his daughter-in-law. If Shen Nian had to tease him, but today Shen Nian was really not in the mood. Your father is asleep. Do you still want to go in to see him? Luo Yining glanced at the room behind him. No, let him have a good rest when he falls asleep. Let's go back first. The property manager called and said that the police would go over to deal with the morning affairs later. Shen Nian nodded and followed Luo Yining downstairs. Song Shushi was still sitting on the sofa, but her face was even more ugly. Mom, we have something to do at home, so we'll go back first. You still have to work hard to take care of Dad. Luo Yining's tone is still cold, but his attitude is respectful. Song Shushi snorted and posed out the elder's score. Now she knows how to talk to me well. Where did the stubbornness just now go? Luo Yining's face was still cold. Mom, Nian Nian is my wife. I still hope you can respect her more. You don't want to be so a chicken and a dog every time we come back, do you? Are you teaching me a lesson, Luo Yining? Song Shushi's emotions suddenly became excited. I'm for your own good. If the wife you are looking for is those who can live a stable life with you, of course, I have nothing to say, but look at what those people say on the internet. How can such a woman live with you? You also said that it was a statement on the internet. Of course, it is not credible. Those who spread rumors and make trouble will be found out sooner or later. Luo Yining's intention to defend Shen Nian is very clear. This made Song Shuqian very crazy. These people don't talk about it. Why do others talk about her? Also, do you know all the people in their family? That family is not a fuel-saving lamp, and she sent her own brother to the police station a few days ago. If she is really a good person, she can do such a thing. Auntie knows a lot about me. Shen Nian looked at Song Shuji coldly. Although the matter between her and Shen An was not a big deal, it was not to the extent that everyone knew it. And it seems that Song Shuji should be very clear about her family situation, which shows that she must have sent someone to investigate herself. Although it is normal for parents to know their children's partners. But Song Shuji didn't care much about Luo Yining. She didn't believe that she investigated her for Luo Yining's good. Song Shuji glanced at her with a disdainful face. You became my son's daughter-in-law without knowing it. Of course, I know more clearly. Auntie is right. As a mother, you should know more clearly. If you want to know anything, you can ask. I must know everything. Shen Nian didn't be stubborn with her. Instead, he followed her words, so that Song Shuji didn't know how to take over. She said coldly for a moment, I have nothing to know. Since Auntie has nothing to know, she doesn't have to bother to look it up. Because the information obtained by the aunt for a long time is the same as the information on the internet, and it is not necessarily accurate. For example, Yining is fully responsible for my brother's affairs, and I am also a victim. Shen Nian's words made Song Shuji's face turn white and red. She didn't expect that Luo Yining was also in the matter of Shen An. In this way, it seems that she is catching the wind and catching the shadow. Luo Yining looked at Song Shuji and was speechless by Shen Nian's 3 or 2 words. He admired Shen Nian a little more. You should know that Song Shuji's mouth has not been afraid of people over the years. Black can be said to be white. When she meets Shen Nian, she is considered to have met an opponent. Seeing that Song Shuji was angry with Luo Yining, she came forward and hugged Shen Nian's shoulder at the right time. Mom, let's go back first. You should also have a good rest. Don't look at your mobile phone when you have nothing to do. It's not good to get angry in a hurry. After saying that, she took Shen Nian away. Song Shuji was almost angry to death by the couple's singing. She wanted to sue Luo Jianhua in anger. But thinking that Luo Jianhua was still sick, if she went to make trouble and aggravated his condition, she would not have a good life. In the end, she could only swallow the anger in her heart. Chapter 37 Mysterious Phone Call. As soon as Shen Nian got back in the car, his mobile phone rang. Looking at the strange number, she still chose to ignore it. But that number is very persistent, and I called 4 or 5 in a row. Pick it up. If it's a harassing call, just hang up. But in case any of your friends have something to do, don't delay. Luo Yining reminded. Shen Nian felt that what Luo Yining said was reasonable and hesitated to answer. Hello. There was a strange sound over there, which seemed to have been specially treated. Who are you? Shen Nian asked. It doesn't matter who I am, Shen Nian, you must have had a hard time these 2 days. The voice also laughed dully twice. Shen Nian frowned. Who the hell are you? If you don't say anything, I'll hang up. The man was not in a hurry, but continued to be weird. Believe it or not, if you hang up this phone, I will make the internet more lively. It's you who did it. Shen Nian immediately reacted. There was a strange laugh from the person on the other end of the phone again. Luo Yining took Shen Nian's mobile phone and pressed the amplification, and then turned on the recording to signal Shen Nian to speak. Why did you hurt me so much? What on earth do you want to do? Shen Nian asked. It doesn't matter, Shen Nian. I'll give you a 1-day chance to prepare 5 million, otherwise the consequences, hum. The man hummed twice and hung up the phone directly. Shen Nian was stunned all of a sudden. She looked at Luo Yining blankly. What should I do? Don't worry yet. Luo Yining picked up his mobile phone and saved the number. Since this person wants money, he will definitely call, but I don't know whether this person is the mastermind behind it or not. Now in this situation, there are also some people who take the opportunity to blackmail. Whether this person is the mastermind behind the scenes or not, I think this person has to change his voice before he dares to call me to show that this person is familiar to me. Yes, and when I went to the property to check the monitoring in the morning, I remembered something. I think the speed of this matter is a little abnormal, and it is very likely that it is done by someone who is very familiar to you. Luo Yining told Shen Nian his guess. Shen Nian also thinks it makes sense. According to what you said, people who know everything about me and still pay attention to my life and have a grudge against me. She turned her head and Luo Yining happened to be looking at her. The two said in unison, Shen An. Although Shen Qingguo and Xu Shen are also very suitable, these two people are old after all. They are not familiar with computer networks and so on, and these two people can't think of this method. But Shen An can. Shen An always likes to do things that don't make people happy. And he must have a grudge against the fact that she put Shen An in the police station before. If the mastermind behind the scenes is really Shen An, then this call was also made by him. We grew up together, and I am very familiar with his voice. It's possible. So what are you going to do now? If Luo Yining finds out on someone else's head, he will have a direct way to deal with it, but if this person is Shen An, he has to ask Shen Nian's opinion. Shen Nian thought for a moment, no matter who this person is, we have to catch the evidence. We are clear that he is in the dark, and it is not easy to catch the evidence. I think he can call for money, and he will definitely contact me later. Let's wait and see what happens and wait for him to come to us. You make sense. Shen An's spleen is not patient. As long as he moves again, we can catch the evidence. Luo Yining also agreed with Shen Nian's idea. He quickly found out that the owner of the number that called Shen Yang today was a friend of Shen An. Nowadays, mobile phone cards require real name authentication, which will not be a problem. In this case, it is Shen An in 10 out of 10 cases. Now, we only need to get direct evidence. Shen Nian stared at what Luo Yining found and his eyes were a little cold. She and Shen An are incompatible, but she has always been thinking about their compatriots, but Shen An has never taken these into account, and now he is harming her with such an invisible means. This time, if she is sure that Shen An did it, she will not be soft-hearted. The mysterious phone call came again in the evening. The voice still changed, and directly asked if the money was ready. It's not difficult for you to ask for money, but how can I believe that you didn't take advantage of this opportunity to rob and deliberately lie to me? Shen Nian changed his confusion at the beginning and calmly chatted with the man. There was a cold snort on the other end of the phone. I'm so busy all day that I don't have time to play these deceptive tricks. That's what you said? I don't know. I can't believe you just by what you say. Shen Nian, don't want to play tricks with me. I can make you lose your reputation in minutes. The man was in a hurry with just these two words. This is very similar to Shen An's inability to calm down. Shen Nian sneered, my current state is not much worse than my reputation. What do you think I am afraid of? What can be said on the internet now can't be said. The real and false are mixed together. Shen Nian is already an unforgivable person in the eyes of many netizens. She really can't imagine how bad her situation can be. The man was so angry that he cursed when he heard Shen Nian's words. Shen Nian was not angry either. He waited for him to grit his teeth and asked, tell me, what do you want me to do to prove it? This question depends on you. What do you think can prove that you are the mastermind behind it? It can prove that you can make the public opinion on the internet disappear if you take money. As long as you can prove it, I will believe you. After Shen Nian's words, there was a 3-minute silence on the other end of the phone. Okay, I promise you to wait and see after 12 o'clock in the evening. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At about 12 o'clock in the evening, a whitewashing post about Shen Nian's identity was on the hot search, and it has been forwarded more than 100,000 times in less than 10 minutes. The public opinion on the internet has changed dramatically again. Many netizens who scolded Shen Nian before began to turn around and scold those who made up the facts, and even many netizens shouted for justice for Shen Nian. Shen Nian looked at the reversal comments and couldn't tell what it felt like. It's a little shocking and a little mocking. The advantages and disadvantages that shock a person can be affirmed and overturned just by a post that comes from nowhere. The irony is that these netizens don't seem to care about the truth of the rumors on the internet at all. They only care about their emotions and their cheerfulness. Luo Yining quickly sent this post to Li Xiao, and soon found the IP address of the post, which happened to be Shen Nian's home. Shen Nian sighed for a long time, and her goal was achieved. She knew that Shen An was a person who was eager to make a quick profit. As long as she promised to give him money, he would let go of all his vigilance and only wanted money. That's why she deliberately asked for a certificate in the afternoon, which is a mountain of evidence. Chapter 38 Caught in the Act. Shen Nian was still in a daze. The phone call came again. Shen Nian listened to that smug voice and she really wanted to pierce him. But in order to solve this matter, she can only endure it. I saw your proof. I have the money ready. How can I give it to you? At 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, you can put the money in the self-pickup cabinet in Century Square and send me the pickup code. The voice on the phone was a little excited. Shen Nian's eyes twitched. What a joke. That's 5 million. Do you know how much it is? How can I take out so much money? That's right. There is no sound on the other end of the phone again. It should be thinking about countermeasures. Seeing this, Luo Yining quickly typed a line on his mobile phone to show Shen Nian. He must pick it up in person. Transfers and payments are not accepted. Shen Nian nodded clearly and took the initiative to say, well, I'll deposit the money in a card and put the card in the container. I'll send you the password then. Do you think it's okay? No way. The man refused without thinking about it. Bank cards are too dangerous. You can write a check, the kind that can be cashed directly. Shen Nian thought about it and agreed to him. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yining handed her a glass of water. Do you want to call the police? We have evidence in our hands now. As long as we get the stolen money tomorrow, he will be extorted. I don't need it for the time being. I have my plans for this matter. Shen Nian herself suffered such a big loss. How can she let Shen An go to jail easily? She also wants him to go crazy. You can think about it yourself, but I wonder if he will let others pick it up tomorrow. Luo Yining thought that Shen An was so careful this time. In case they are afraid of leaving a handle and leaving this matter to others, they will be in trouble. No way. Shen Nian is very sure, I know him. He is easy to get carried away. At this time, he will get 5 million, but he is not at ease to borrow other people's hands. Shen An's love of money like life, I'm afraid that the money will not be passed by Shen Qingguo and his too. At noon the next day, Shen Nian arrived at Century Square at the agreed time, and then put an envelope into the container. She took a picture of the pickup code and sent it to the number, and then left. In less than 10 minutes, a man in black clothes and a black hat came. He looked around vigilantly to confirm that there was no suspicious person. He pressed the pickup code, and the door of the cabinet where Shen Nian put the envelope opened. As soon as the man took out the envelope, a man put his hand on his shoulder. He trembled and looked back, only to see that Luo Yining and several people had blocked his way. Soon, people were brought to Shen Nian. At this time, his full armament was removed, and his face was exposed to the air. It was not Shen An or anyone else. Shen Nian, you are playing with me. Shen An struggled to shake off the hand holding him and questioned Shen Nian angrily. It was you who played these unsightly things first, and now you still have the face to blame me. Did you know it was me for a long time? Shen An was surprised to see that Shen Nian was not surprised at all. It's not too early, thanks to you for delivering the express yesterday. Otherwise, I can't doubt you, Shen An, you are really easy to change. It seems that I should have let you go to jail last time. Shen Nian looked at him with hatred in his eyes. If you dare to let me go to jail, my parents will beat you to death. Shen An is still hard-mouthed. Shen Nian snorted, and there was a cold irony on his face. Yes, I'm timid, but you are bold. You make up facts, falsify evidence, insult others, extortion, so many crimes, which one do you think your parents can protect? Shen An was shocked. He suddenly became timid when he saw that Shen Nian didn't look like a joke. His tone was not rushed, and his attitude was also better. Sister, I'm just joking with you. Sister, don't be angry. I'll post these things clearly when I go back today, I promise. Even dogs won't believe your promise. Shen Nian's face was expressionless. You can believe it, sister, I'm serious. Seeing that Shen Nian ignored him, Shen An hurried to find Luo Yining. Brother-in-law, believe me, I'm serious. Stay away from me. When Luo Yining saw him approaching, he immediately took a step back and didn't even bother to look at Shen An. Shen, you don't have to waste your saliva with us. Go back and clean up and see you in court. Shen Nian didn't have any soft thoughts this time. She used to let him go for the sake of a mother's compatriot, but it doesn't mean that she can tolerate him forever. No, don't, sister, let's talk about anything. I don't want your money anymore. I won't bother you in the future, okay? Shen An wanted to beg for mercy, but Shen Nian didn't want to listen anymore. The group of people left, leaving Shen An to cry without tears. Soon, Si Yu sent a WeChat message, which was a video of Shen An being caught in the act. It turned out that Shen Nian had just asked Xi Ye to secretly shoot a video. Now the evidence is conclusive, and she wants to use this video and this evidence to clarify herself. Luo Yining, do you think it is illegal for me to post these on the internet now? Since she married Luo Yining, Shen Nian has also paid special attention to the law.it. It's not illegal for you to send an article to clarify the evidence, but judging from the current situation, you can find someone to send this video, which will have a better effect on converging public opinion. You can clarify it when the public opinion turns. Well, it makes sense. Shen Nian listened to Luo Yining's suggestion and sent a message to Xi Yi, asking her to help find someone to send out the video, and then asked several author friends to help her forward it. In less than half an hour, the video of Shen An's arrest was uploaded to the internet. Someone also wrote an article called Bloodsucking Brother, which describes what the Shen family has done to Shen Nian over the years, and Shen Nian's money to support his family. The trend of public opinion on the internet has completely changed, and it has become a pity for Shen Nian and accusing Shen An's family. Shen Qingguo and his Tuong didn't know what had happened, and Shen An had already knelt in front of them. Dad, Mom, please help me. What's wrong with you? When I went out in the afternoon, everyone in the community pointed at me. What's going on? Xu Shan was also at a loss and didn't know what had happened. Shen An lowered his head and said, This is actually all my fault. If I had listened to you and not provoked Shen Nian, I wouldn't have done this. Are you going to provoke your sister again? Shen Qingguo's eyelids jumped and a bad premonition arose. What's going on? Make it clear. Then I said, don't be angry or excited. Shen An still didn't dare to look up. He slowly told how he falsely accused Shen Nian on the internet and falsified evidence to cause online violence one by one. Chapter 39 Ridiculous Family Affection. Shen Qingguo was shocked to hear Shen Anda's words. He pointed at Shen An and couldn't speak for a long time. Xu Shan exclaimed and hugged her son. Didn't your parents tell you not to look for trouble with your sister? Why are you causing such a big trouble for yourself? At this time, Xu Shan still thought that her son was in trouble, and she was not worried about Shen Nian being abused by the internet. I just couldn't swallow that breath in my heart. I wanted to teach Shen Nian a lesson and let her feel a little angry. Later, I didn't expect things to develop like this. At first, Shen An really just wanted to curse Shen Nian on the internet, so that Shen Nian also felt that he was dumb and eating Huanglian. But later, when he saw the rapid development of online public opinion, he was moved. He knew that Shen Nian was living on the internet, and Luo Yining was also a person who wanted to ask face. They must want to solve this matter, so they asked him for 5 million. Unexpectedly, he was caught in the act because of money. Mom and Dad, Shen Nian said that she was going to sue me. What should I do? I'm going to jail. You guys think of a way. Shen An is the kind of person who has the ability to cause trouble but no ability to solve problems. He cried and begged his parents. Xu Shan had no way to deal with this matter, so she could only ask Shen Qingguo for help. Shen Qingguo lowered his head, and his face was difficult to see the extreme. You bastard, really let me say what's good about you. You don't know your sister's attitude towards us now. What's the benefit to us if you make her angry? Dad, I know I was wrong. I won't mess with her again, really. Shen An raised his hand and swore and admitted his mistake. Although Shen Qingguo was very angry, after all, he was his own son. What could he do? He couldn't watch his son go to jail. He pondered for a moment and said to Xu Shan, you can buy some fruits that Shen Yan likes to eat later, and we will go there in person. Still want to buy something? She is living so well that she doesn't need us to buy things. Xu Shan was unhappy when she heard that she was spending money. Shen Qingguo glared at her. You are also stupid. When is this? Your precious son's handle is in the hands of others. We don't say good words in a bad voice. Do you expect her to give up? Xu Shan didn't say anything when she heard this. She turned around and obediently to get her wallet. So, do I want to go, too? Shen An doesn't really want to face Shen Nian. He felt panicked when he saw Shen Nian's face now. If you don't go, you will add fuel to the fire if you go now. You should reflect on yourself at home. Shen Qingguo said angrily. Shen An immediately breathed a sigh of relief and sat in the room and waited with peace of mind. Shen Qingguo and Xu Shan still couldn't enter the community. Xu Shan called Shen Nian patiently. At least, Shen Nian let the security guard let them in. The couple didn't have the same momentum as before when they came to the door this time, and they entered the door with a smile on their faces. Nian, have you eaten yet? We bought you some fruits that you like. Xu Shan put the fruit she picked on the table, and Shen Nian didn't even look at it. Where is the son-in-law? Isn't he at home? Xu Shan didn't care about Shen Nian's attitude and smiled. He still has a job. Shen Nian replied lightly. You are here for Shen An's affairs, right? If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Facing Shen Nian straight to the point, Xu Shan didn't know how to open her mouth. So he nudged Shen Qingguo with his arm and signaled him to say. Shen Qingguo swallowed his saliva and said in a gentle tone, Nian, we all know what your brother did. It is indeed his fault. We are here to apologize for him. No, whoever does something wrong will bear the consequences, and the elders can't apologize. Shen Nian continued to be expressionless. That's right. We know that he did something wrong, and he knows it himself, so he is afraid to come. Shen Qingguo didn't know how to say it, so he could only follow Shen Nian's words. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Anyway, we will meet in court another day. Are you really going to sue your brother? Xu Shan was anxious when she heard Shen Nian's words. Otherwise? Shen Nian looked at her. I falsely accused her for nothing. Xu Shan hurried to sit beside Shen Nian and took her hand, looking like a loving mother. Good boy, my mother knows that you have been wronged in this matter. Shen An's mother, the stinky boy, will go back to clean him up and definitely vent her anger to you. After all, this matter is our own family's business, and the family's ugliness can't be publicized. Your mother is right. After all, we are a family. Even if we get married, blood and family affection are still cut off. There is no need to be so ugly. Shen Nian sneered while listening to the words of the couple singing together, and took his hand out of Xu Shan's hand. Your son knows that we are a family when he is in trouble. What am I usually, your ATM? Shen An's money tree? From the beginning to the end of this matter, I am the victim. None of you care about my situation, and every word is just thinking of justicing your son. What, do I deserve it? Shen Nian's tone was very calm, and he couldn't even hear the slightest sadness. It's not like that. We also care about you. Our family is related to blood and affection. We just because Shen An is the son, because he is young. Shen Nian helped Xu Shen make up for the following words. Xu Shen was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Shen Nian felt that his throat was a little tight, and the smile on the corners of his mouth became more and more mocking. You think we should have blood affection for your son. But I'm sorry, this kind of blood relationship is rare for me. Well, even if you are not rare, your brother is the life of me and your father. If you go to court, how can you and your father live in the future? Xu Shen started her old tricks again. But this trick has long been useless to Shen Nian. She sniffed. That's not the problem I should consider. What I should say has been made clear. You can go back. No, Nian, just think about it for me and your father. You see, we specially bought your favorite fruit, and we still miss you. Xu Shen pulled Shen Nian to play the family card. Yes, Shen Nian, you are our daughters. We may have done something wrong before, but we don't care about you at all. Shen Qingguo also squeezed his eyes hard to look more sincere. But Shen Nian suddenly began to laugh after listening to their words, and tears fell from the corners of his eyes with a smile. Do you think you miss me? Do you know that I'm allergic to mango? Do you know that I will have diarrhea after eating dragon fruit? Xu Shen and Shen Qingguo were shocked and looked at the mango and dragon fruit on the table and were stunned. Chapter 40. I will remember it in the future. Luo Yining in the room suddenly stopped listening to the sound in the living room and immediately opened the door and came out. He walked to Shen Nia's side and stood still. His tone was not polite. It's getting late. My wife and I are going to rest. If you have anything else to say, let's talk about it on the day of the court. No, good son-in-law, let's discuss this matter again. Xu Shen said and walked over. Luo Yining immediately stood in front of Shen Nian. Shen Nian glanced at him and said nothing. Luo Yining resolutely issued an order to expel guests. There is nothing to discuss about this matter. Please go back. Xu Shen looked at Shen Qingguo unwillingly. However, Shen Qingguo had nothing to do about this cold son-in-law, and he was afraid that it would be more troublesome to annoy Luo Yining. He could only ask Xu Shen to go first and then think of other ways. Looking at the two people about to go out, Luo Yining picked up the fruit on the table and delivered it to the door. You can take these together. There is no shortage of fruit at home. Although Xu Shen was unhappy, she took it over. After all, she paid for it, and she doesn't want to waste it like this. Luo Yining closed the door and turned around to find that Shen Nian was standing alone on the balcony and looking at the night view of the river. He paused and went back to the room. When he came out again, he held a small blanket in his hand. It's winter. Be careful of catching a cold. Shen Nian felt the warmth on her shoulders. She lowered her head and said thank you. You're welcome. Luo Yining walked to the edge of the railing and put his elbows on the railing, and the hair in front of his forehead was lifted by the breeze. If you are sad, you can cry, but it is easy to get sick in your heart. Shen Nian sniffed hard. Who told you that I was sad? For more than 20 years, they have been like this. I'm used to it. She said so, but her eyes quietly turned red. Thinking of the bag of fruit just now, her heart seemed to be pulled by gravity, and it hurt so much. Luo Yining saw her emotions at a glance, and he didn't turn his head to look at the night outside the window. About 2 years ago, our office encountered a family dispute case. The girl was 19 years old. She began to drop out of school at the age of 16. She had to bear all the expenses of the 2 younger brothers in the family and support her parents. Later, she fell ill and got cancer. The family not only did not intend to treat her, but also sued for her house. The reason is that she is terminally ill and should not waste money. The money and house should be left to her brother. So, what happened in the end? Shen Nian asked. We didn't take over the case. Later, we heard that the girl was not cured, so she left the house and money to her family, and at the last moment of her life, she didn't change a word of care from her parents. Shen Nian's heart suddenly twitched. Perhaps because of her experience over the years, she can actually sympathiate with the girl's despair at the end of her life. So Shen Nian, you are great. Luo Yining looked back at her, and his bright eyes were full of sincerity. Shen Nian was stunned. Me? Yes, compared with that girl, you are at least sober. You know that you are redeeming yourself, which many people can't do. When Luo Yining said this sentence, he was a little impressed. As a lawyer, he encountered many strange cases. But 90% of people are not as sober as Shen Nian. It is really rare for her to struggle from the injustice of her original family and work hard for her life. Shen Nian's eyelashes flashed slightly, and the smile on her lips was a little bitter. I'm not sober. If I were sober, I wouldn't expect those impossible things, and I wouldn't still hope for a little care from my family at this time. Her voice was slightly trembling and choked, but she still tried not to let herself cry. In fact, I just asked them to come because I still have a little hope, wondering if they will care about me a little. Even if she wanted to beg Shen and for mercy, but those fruits slapped her heavily, making all her last little hope worn out. Shen Nian's red eyes and thin figure were like a red soldering iron at this moment, which was deeply branded in Luo Yining's heart. He really wanted to hug her and give her a little comfort. But the steps under your feet can't be taken out. After struggling for a long time, he raised his hand and touched Shen Nian's head. It doesn't matter. I will remember it in the future. Shen Nian looked at him blankly. What? Luo Yining raised the corners of his lips. I will remember that you are allergic to mangoes, and I will remember that you can't eat dragon fruit. His eyes are very gentle, and his voice is also very gentle, as if he is treating his lover. Shen Nian was a little in a trance. She stared at Luo Yining blankly, and her whole body fell into this kind of tenderness. She really wants to keep this kind of tenderness. Suddenly, Luo Yining coughed. Shen Nian's thoughts were immediately pulled back. You were too little. Let's go in and don't catch a cold again. She quickly turned around and lowered her head all the way and didn't dare to look at Luo Yining for fear that her ridiculous idea would be discovered. Luo Yining didn't notice her abnormality and followed her into the living room. Shen Nian poured a glass of water and drank slowly, hiding his embarrassment and the afterglow of his eyes. But it has been stopped on Luo Yining. He didn't notice her. He was holding her mobile phone, and his slender fingers were tapping on the screen quickly. Shen Nian's heart beat faster when he looked at him seriously. She quickly took her eyes back and warned herself over and over again not to think nonsense. After a while, her mood calmed down. She walked to the sofa and sat down. I have something I want to ask for your help. Well, you say? Luo Yining raised his head. Shen An and I must fight the lawsuit this time. I entrust you to help me fight this lawsuit. Shen Nian doesn't know any of these lawyers. The only one he knows is Luo Yining. Moreover, Luo Yining knows this matter very well, and it must be better for him to come forward. Luo Yining raised his eyebrows, and his eyes looked strange. Do you know what kind of lawsuit I'm fighting? I know, you are basically only responsible for marriage litigation. But you don't care about the rest at all. I think it's more reassuring to leave it to you. Don't worry, the cost is negotiable, and I won't let you lose money. Luo Yining frowned when he heard Shen Nian's serious words, stood up and walked to the room. Shen Nian stood up in a hurry. What are you going to do? Would you like to? Luo Yining stopped for a moment. He turned his head, but did not look back. I'll go back to my room and calculate how much lawyer's fee I should charge you. Shen Nian was stunned. It was not until she saw Luo Yining close the door that she realized that he had agreed. She immediately smiled and shouted thank you. Luo Yining leaned behind the door and smiled helplessly. Chapter 41 The Thoughts of the True Mother. Shen Nian finally took Shen An to court for fabricating facts, slander, insulting, and extortion. No matter how Shen Qingguo coerced and seduced, she did not let go of her complaints and begging for mercy. Originally, they also wanted to hire a better lawyer for their son. But I didn't think that no one wanted to go through this muddy water because of Luo Yining's relationship. Originally, what Shen An did was the truth, and it was difficult to defend himself. In addition, the other party's lawyer is Luo Yining, so there is basically no possibility of winning the case, and it may also offend Luo Yining in vain, which is not worth the loss. In this way, Shen An was sentenced to 2 years in prison for insulting, slandering others and extortion. The public opinion farce that caused a sensation on the internet is over. When Shen Nian walked out of the court, Shen and Shen Qingguo had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing her husband and her, I hated it so much. Shen Qingguo raised his hand to hit her. Shen Nian dodged immediately. Dad, I advise you not to do it here. This matter has not been settled yet. Where are the paparazzi reporters here hidden? If you hit me, you may also be on the hot search. At that time, your life with your mother will be unclear. Do you think I'm scared? My son is still afraid of reporters when he is locked up. Shen Qingguo's eyes widened. Although the words in his mouth were stubborn, his hand was put down after all. Shen Nian, you are really a white-eyed wolf. If I had known that you were going to harm my son like this, I should have strangled you when I was born. Shu Shen cursed viciously. Shen Nian looked indifferent. Then it's too late for you to regret it now. If you strangle me now, you will kill someone on purpose. You. Shu Shen was so angry that she almost couldn't come up. Dad, Mom, you have this time to waste with me here. It's better to tell your son to behave well in prison, and try to reform early and get out early. Shen Nian now has no trace of affection in the face of Shen Qingguo and Xu Shan, and he doesn't have any scruples when talking. Shen Nian, you are so cruel that you will be retattered. Shen Qingguo was so angry that his body trembled. Shen Nian smiled without being together. People are doing it, and God is watching. God sees clearly who should be retributioned. After saying that, she left without looking back. Xu Shan was so angry that she scolded her regardless of her image. But no one came and went to pay attention to her, and even thought there was something wrong with her. Luo Jianhua laughed at the message pushed on his mobile phone. What's so funny? It's worth making you laugh like this. Song Shuxi came out of the kitchen with fruit. Hey, Shuxi, come here and look at this. Song Shuxi took a look at Luo Jianhua's mobile phone. It was Shen Nian's matter that was pushed. She curled her lips disdainfully. It's still an honorable thing for you to send your own brother to prison. You deserve to be so happy. What if he is his own brother? If he is a good man, can he do such a thing? He deserves what he deserves. Lord Jianhua sat up straight and continued to pull with his mobile phone. I can't see that Yining's daughter-in-law is still courageous. It's good. Lord Jianhua's face was full of his appreciation for Shen Nian. Song Shuxi felt bad and immediately started to fight. What's the courage? This is to be afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Look at how other people's families don't have such messy things. She is good. She married Yining and gave birth to such a bunch of things in just a few days, and even went to the court. At first glance, it is not a fuel-saving lamp. Lord Jianhua looked at her helplessly. You are prejudiced. Don't blame Shen Nian for this matter. What's wrong with protecting their legitimate rights and interests? Yes, it's no problem for her to protect her legitimate rights and interests, but look at her brother. Being able to do such a thing means that there is a problem with her parents' education. What's wrong with Shen Nian? As long as Lord Jianhua says a word to Song Shuxi, there will be a lot of words waiting for you. Lord Jianhua didn't listen to her at all and only insisted on his own ideas. Long Sheng's 9 sons are different. I think Shen Nian is a good one. Our Luo family needs such a courageous girl. It would be a good move to help me take care of my business. Lord Jianhua was still chattering, but he didn't notice that Song Shuxi's face had changed. She has always known that Lord Jianhua is biased towards Luo Yining over the years, and now she values Shen Nian so much, which is not a good phenomenon. It seems that she has to do something. She can't let the Luo family fall into the hands of these two. At this time, Shen Nian didn't know that he was targeted by his future mother-in-law again. She has been very busy these 2 days. The matter of online public opinion has been solved, and all her books have been put back on the shelves, and more fans have been gained because of this incident. The website just wanted to take the opportunity to make a lot of money and urged her to update. Shen Nian plunged into the manuscript every day without dawn until late at night, and often forgot to eat on a busy day. And Luo Yining is about the same. He asked for a few days off because of Shen Nian's matter, and he had a lot of things to do. He was also anxious in the office all day long. Shen Nian finished writing the manuscript early that day. When she looked up, she found snowflakes floating outside the window. This was the first snow in winter. Shen Nian was so excited that he stood on the balcony and took 2 selfies and posted them to his moments. Shen Nian rarely posts on WeChat Moments, which has attracted a lot of likes and comments. She turned over one by one and suddenly saw Luo Yining like her dynamic. Shen Nian's heart moved. She and Luo Yining originally cooperated to get married. After so many things, their relationship seems to have changed subtly. After thinking for a while, she clicked on Luo Yining's dialogue box. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Soon, Luo Yining replied with 3 question marks. He should be surprised that Shen Nian suddenly invited him to dinner. I want to thank you for helping me so much. If it hadn't been for Luo Yining, I don't know what it would have developed into. Shen Nian would be full of gratitude to Luo Yining when he thought about it. Luo Yining stared at the WeChat message on the computer and touched his chin to think. After a while, he replied, okay, but I have a meeting in the evening. You can come to the office and wait for me. Shen Nian quickly replied with a good one, with an emoticon pack of a little cat. Luo Yining looked at the emoticon and unconsciously thought of Shen Nian's face, which was a little like a cat. He couldn't help laughing, and Cao Man and Li Xiao, who were busy beside him, all looked up at him. Cao Man leaned his head in front of Li Xiao. Don't you think there is something wrong with Lao Luo? I have been smiling a lot recently. Li Xiao nodded seriously. I also found out that there must be something wrong here. Find time to torture him to confess. Cao Man also nodded seriously, and the two easily reached a consensus. Chapter 42. Does Miss Tong want to be a junior? Shen Nian drove downstairs to the law firm. She wanted to wait in the car, but it was snowing today and it was too cold outside. After thinking about it, she decided to go upstairs. She looked at herself carefully in the mirror in the car and confirmed that there was no problem with her makeup, but she couldn't embarrass Luo Yining. This is the first time she has seriously invited Luo Yining to eat out, so she has dressed up carefully. After packing up, she went upstairs with her bag. The little girl at the front desk stood up as soon as she saw someone coming. Hello, miss. What can I do for you? Hello, I'm here to see Lawyer Luo. Do you have an appointment? The little girl is checking the time on the computer. Shen Nian's eyes rolled and she made an appointment. She has it. Sister-in-law. Shen Nian was about to answer when Li Xiao suddenly came from the side. He was very surprised to see Shen Nian. Hello. Shen Nian greeted politely. You get busy. This is Lawyer Luo's wife. I'll take her in. Sister-in-law, follow me. Li Xiao's voice was not small, and the busy people raised their heads one after another. Each one's neck is called a long one, and they all want to see what Luo Yining, the wife of a handsome man, looks like. Shen Nian wore a beige coat and a loose glutinous rice pants today, with a light pink semi-high-necked undershirt inside, plus loosely pulled hair and exquisite pearl earrings. The whole person has a sense of tenderness. She was a little embarrassed to be seen and quickly followed Li Xiao away. That's Lawyer Luo's wife. She's so beautiful. Yes, it looks so gentle. It's a good match for Lawyer Luo. This pair of talented men and women, no wonder Lawyer Luo has not even fallen in love over the years. He must have been hiding someone in his heart for a long time. The discussion is up and down. The folder in Tong Shi's hand not far away is about to be crushed. Li Xiao took Shen Nian to Luo Yining's office. Yining is still busy. You have to wait here for a while. I'll pour you a cup of tea. It's okay. Don't worry about me. You can do your own business. I'm not busy. If I don't entertain you well, you will be blamed. Li Xiao walked to the door and winked at her. Shen Nian couldn't laugh or cry. Soon, Li Xiao came in with tea and brought Shen Nian a small snack. Because Li Xiao still had work to do, he left first. This is the first time Shen Nian has been to Luo Yining's office, and she looked at it curiously. Luo Yining is a complicated person who doesn't like, so the furnishings in the office are also very simple, and there is basically nothing special. She turned around and saw a light blue sticky note on the small table calendar of Luo Yining's desk, which said 0411. Shen Nian is very familiar with this string of numbers. This is the password of the door at home. However, why did Luo Yining put the password here? Is it difficult or afraid of forgetting? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Before Shen Nian's door was pushed open, it was childish poetry. Miss Tong. Why did Miss Shen come to the law firm today? Tong Shi came in directly, as if this was her office. Shen Nian didn't like Tong Shi, and his tone became a little colder. I'm here to pick up my husband from work. What's the matter? Miss Tong has a problem. Tong Shi hung up the signboard and smiled, of course not. Miss Shen and Yining are legal husband and wife. What can I think? Looking at her face, Shen Nian really wants to say, shut up if you have no objection. But out of politeness, she still put up with it. Tong Shi didn't care and sat down instead. Yining is a very good person, and there are many people who like him. It is normal for Miss Shen to have some worries. But there is a truth that Miss Shen should know that a woman with ability will not look at men too closely. Because things are bound to be reversed, and it will be disgusting after a long time. What does Miss Tong mean by these words? Are you reminding me that there are too many people who miss Luo Yining like you? Or are you telling me in disguise that you want to destroy our marriage as a junior? As soon as Shen Nian's words came out, Tong Shi's face immediately became ugly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Didn't you say it yourself? He also said that there are many people who miss my husband, and he also told me not to look at my husband too closely. Why, I don't look at him and let you have a chance to take advantage of it. Shen Nian is a novel writer, and she doesn't miss a word to fight people. Tong Shi's face turned white and red because of her, and she couldn't say a word of anger. Shen Nian sat down on Luo Yining's chair generously. I said, Miss Tong, you are so young and beautiful. Why do you always stare at other people's husbands? Don't you know that this is a very immoral expression? Besides, you and I haven't had any sparks for so many years. Now that he's married, you still expect him to have an idea of you. Shen Nian, don't speak too badly. Tong Shi was angry. She has been very excellent since she was a child, and the people around her are also flattering her. No one has ever said that to her. What I'm saying is all true. Do you really think I can't see your provocation this time? Luo Yining is a lawyer. How many marriage and love lawsuits he has fought? Do you think people like him will cheat? Miss Tong, if I had turned around long ago, I would have had to talk nonsense in front of my wife. Shen Nian really hates people like Tong Shi. It's true that you like someone, but this kind of nonsense is really disgusting. Tong Shi looked at Shen Nian viciously, and his fingernails were almost clamped into the flesh. Do you really think it's amazing that you occupy the position of her wife? Shen Nian, don't be too proud. Sooner or later. Before she finished her words, Luo Yining pushed the door open and came in. He was stunned when he saw Tong Shi. Why are you here? Tong Shi was also stunned for a moment, and then lowered his head and changed to a look of wanting to speak but stopped but was wronged. I'm here to send you the documents. I'll have a chat with Miss Shen when you're not here. At this time, Shen Nian's heart was even more disliked by Tong Shi. When you see a man, you will pretend to be pitiful. Humph, no one will. She immediately stood up and sniffed, and tried to blink her eyes to make her eyes look foggy, as if she had just cried. Honey, why are you here? People are in a hurry to wait. Luo Yining was stunned by this delicate voice. He looked at Shen Nian in surprise. Which tendon was she not good? Or did you take the wrong medicine? Shen Nian came over and took Luo Yining's arm very naturally. Tong Shi's eyes tightened when she saw the intimate movements, and her heart stinged. All the documents you want are here. I'll go first. She put the documents on the table and left in a hurry with red eyes. Luo Yining was even more confused about the situation in front of him. What's the situation? Chapter 43 Help you deal with rotten peach blossoms. Before Luo Yining could realize that Shen Yan had let go of his arm, he picked up the teacup as if nothing had happened. Which one are you singing? Luo Yining is a little funny. No, doesn't she like to pretend to be pitiful? I just learned it. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Why did she come to you? Luo Yining and Tong Shi have known each other for a long time. He knows Tong Shi's feelings for him very well. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he specially introduced Shen Yan to her before. What else can you do? It's just something you can guess. But I know why you don't like her. I don't like this kind of person. Shen Yan looked disgusted. Luo Yining laughed and said, didn't you say this before? It's different. I know more about it today. Don't worry, I can help you deal with this kind of rotten peach blossom. Shen Yan said and posed to wipe his neck in a very funny way. Luo Yining laughed out loud by her. That's great. I can save a lot of trouble. Shen Yan curled his lips. You are not modest at all, for fear that others will not know that you have many suitors. Modesty? There is nothing to be modest about this kind of thing. Others will also see it with long eyes. Luo Yining put the computer in his bag. Let's go, where to eat? As soon as he said dinner, Shen Yan immediately came to his senses. He didn't care about laughing at Luo Yining anymore. He took his arm and walked out. Let's go, I'm optimistic about my place. You follow me. The snow outside is getting bigger and bigger, and now the trees and roofs are already white. Shen Yan stopped the car and Luo Yining looked at the hot pot restaurant in front of him and was stunned. Are you talking about hot pot? Here? Yes, what could be more suitable than hot pot and snowy day? This restaurant was recommended to me by Ye, saying that it was an old restaurant that had been open for many years, and the taste was very good. I didn't have time to go before. Luo Yining didn't move, but just looked at the hot pot restaurant in front of him in a daze. Shen Yan touched him. What's the matter? Don't you like hot pot? She remembered that Luo Yining had said before that he was not happy. Oh, no, I like to eat hot pot, but I rarely have time to eat it after work. Let's go in. Luo Yining left first after saying that. Shen Yan felt that Luo Yining was a little strange. But he didn't ask. When Shen Yan entered the store, he found that Luo Yining and the owner of the store actually knew each other. The boss is a man in his 40s and 50s. Luo Yining looked very excited when he saw him. But I haven't seen you for several years, young man. Yes, I've been busy with work these years, and I rarely come here again. Luo Yining's attitude towards the boss is also inexplicably kind. That's right. I'm old, and you children have also grown up. Hey, this is... The boss looked at Shen Yan with a little doubt in his eyes. Luo Yining took Shen Yan's shoulder with a gentle face. This is my wife. The boss was stunned for a while, and then laughed. Okay, she is a beautiful girl. The boss warmly greeted the two people to sit down. Shen Yan and Luo Yining discussed and ordered Mandarin duck pot and ordered the signature set meal of the store. The boss also specially sent two people a pot of chrysanthemum tea. Why didn't you just say that you knew the boss? Shen Yan asked the doubts in his heart. I often came to this store with my friends when I was in college, but I didn't come back after work. I'm not sure if the boss has changed, so I didn't say it. Luo Yining handed the poured tea to Shen Yan. I see. Shen Yan didn't think much about it, so he ignored the gloom in Luo Yining's eyes. Shen Yan is a veteran hot pot lover. She can't walk away as soon as she sees hot pot. The taste of this restaurant is very good, so she is even more hungry to eat. Luo Yining sat next to her and picked up food for her most of the time, eating a few mouthfuls from time to time. Why don't you eat? What? Doesn't it taste as good as before? Shen Yan asked strangely. No, the owner of this restaurant is from Sichuan and Chongqing, and the taste of their hot pot has always been very authentic. Luo Yining answered, and the hairy tripe that had just been scalded on the chopsticks was put in Shen Yan's bowl. Then why don't you eat it? Luo Yining hesitated as if he was thinking about how to answer this question. When he looked up, he saw Shen Yan's mouth stained with sesame oil and looking at her. The silly appearance made his heart soft. He picked up the tissue and approached Shen Yan, and gently wiped off the oil on her mouth. How can you feel like a child when you have a meal? Shen Yan was stunned by his sudden action. The faint fragrance of Luo Yining's body penetrated into Shen Yan's nasal cavity. Her face turned red in an instant, and she hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Luo Yining noticed her movement and gently hooked the corners of her mouth. After a while, Shen Yan looked up and found that Luo Yining was looking at the snowflakes falling outside the window with a teacup. The warm yellow light in the room contrasted with Luo Yining's side face and looked particularly gentle. With the heavy snow outside the window, Shen Yan's heart suddenly moved fiercely. Luo Yining, do you think we will always be like this? Luo Yining stiffened for a moment. What? He turned around, and Shen Yan was looking at him. The four looked at each other, and their hearts seemed to be pulled, and they subconsciously lowered their heads together. Shen Nian didn't know what he had just been nervous about. She just felt that the moment just now was very good. She liked it very much. She wanted to keep this kind of good thing all the time. But now that I come to my senses, I feel that there is something wrong with me. What the hell are you asking? She and Luo Yining are a partner couple. She can't scare people if she asks like this. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She was even anxious to bring food, and the chili oil suddenly choked in. Cough cough cough. Shen Nian coughed violently with a sore throat and a feeling of foreign body. Why are you in such a hurry to eat? Drink some tea quickly and squeeze it. Luo Yining gently patted Shen Nian's back with his hand while handing over the tea. Shen Nian poured 2 mouthfuls of tea in a row, but his throat was still very uncomfortable, and tears came out. Wait for me for a moment. Luo Yining walked downstairs quickly, and soon he brought up a bottle of chilled yogurt. It will be better to drink a little of this. Shen Nian didn't care about anything. He took a few sips of yogurt. After drinking the cold yogurt, it finally suppressed the spiciness in my throat. Are you feeling better? Luo Yining asked with a concerned face. Shen Nian nodded and looked a little aggrieved with his mouth flat. Luo Yining rubbed her head and sighed helplessly. What if you leave me after you say you are so stupid? When the words fell, he looked at Shen Nian's surprised eyes and his expression stiffened, and he quickly explained, I mean, you have to be careful when you eat. If I don't come to dinner with you one time, you will choke yourself up again. Oh, I got it. Shen Nian muttered and sat back in his seat full of thoughts. Chapter 44 Emotional Pulling. At the end of this meal, the two of them were in the mood. When they got home, they went back to their rooms without saying a few words. Shen Nian lay on the bed and couldn't sleep. What he thought about was Luo Yining's every maintenance and help to her. She was only grateful to Luo Yining before, but today she suddenly found that it didn't seem to be like that. She, who has not depended on anyone for so many years, seems to be more and more dependent on Luo Yining. She can't help but want to talk to him about everything, and even more and more looking forward to staying with him. And Luo Yining in the other room is not much better now. He tossed and turned, but his heart was full of Shen Nian's shadow. My wife was originally married to take care of the family. But he didn't know when Shen Nian seemed to get into his heart. This strangeness made him at a loss, and he didn't even know how to face Shen Nian. So Luo Yining set the alarm clock at 6 o'clock in the next few days. He rushed to the law firm before dawn and didn't come home until late at night. Shen Nian deliberately turned off the alarm clock and didn't sleep until almost dawn. She slept until noon. When Luo Yining came back at night, she locked herself in the room to catch up with the manuscript. But such days did not last for a few days. That afternoon, Shen Nian suddenly received a call from Luo Jianhua asking her and Luo Yining to go home for dinner tomorrow. Shen Nian thought about it and couldn't find a reason to refuse. He could only agree first, and then call Luo Yining again. I know. I promised to let him call you. Shen Nian didn't know what to say because of Luo Yining's words. After thinking for a long time, she said angrily, then you have already decided, why do you push it to me? Ask for your consent. Luo Yining's tone sounded very serious. Although Shen Nian knew that he did it on purpose, he couldn't find anything wrong. He could only say sullenly, I know, hang up. Wait a minute, I'll go back for dinner in the afternoon. After Luo Yining finished speaking, he obviously heard a cold snort from the other side, and then the phone was hung up. Luo Yining was in a good mood in an instant. He hasn't talked to Shen Nian these days. He always feels empty in his heart, as if something is missing. So he deliberately asked him to call Shen Nian when he received a call from Luo Jianhua today. Looking at his mobile phone, Luo Yining sighed helplessly. He has been proud for so many years, and now he has to be careful about a phone call. It's really different from the past. Although I sighed in my heart, I still packed up my things very quickly. Cowman pushed the door and saw him a little surprised. Isn't it overtime? Where are you going? No more, go home for dinner. Luo Yining's smile like a spring breeze made Cowman's eyes widen. Am I right? Is this still Lawyer Luo, who has been cold every day recently? Come and tell me how your mood has changed. Won the lottery? Luo Yining squinted his eyes and showed his white teeth. Keep it a secret. Cowman curled his lips and said, you are still playing with me. Let me guess, it must have something to do with your little wife. Luo Yining did not deny it, but his eyes were full of smiles. Cowman knew that he had guessed right and immediately smashed his mouth. Well, I value sex over friends. After having a daughter-in-law, I don't even think about us brothers. Luo Yining patted him on the shoulder. I envy him. I envy you for finding a wife. Cowman was suddenly speechless when he was hit. Luo Yining left the office happily, and Cowman kicked the table in a hurry. Really, why did you say I provoked him so much that I was fed a mouthful of dog food? The next day, the weather was good and the sun came out. Shen Nian and Luo Yining went back to Luo's house early. Luo Yuza is not here today, only Luo Jiayang is back. Luo Jianhua and Luo Jiayang were very happy to see Shen Nian, and Song Shuxi also didn't show her face. When they saw the two people entering the door, they arranged a meal, but the family had a decent meal. After dinner, Lord Jianhua asked Luo Yining to go to the study to talk. Lord Jiayang Hospital had a video conference and went back to his room. Seeing this, Song Shuqian asked Shen Nian to go to the yard to bask in the sun. Shen Nian didn't want to refuse, so he followed. As soon as she arrived in the yard, Song Shuqi handed Shen Nian a tablet. Although it is Saidi don't like you very much, but after all, you have received a marriage certificate with Yining, so let's not talk about the past. Just live a good life later. Here are some wedding styles I chose. See if you like them. Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but Yining and I agreed not to have a wedding for the time being before we got married. How can we not have a wedding? Song Shuqi's voice suddenly raised. Shen Nian, our law family is not as good as yours. Yining is the eldest son. How many people are watching this marriage? What's the matter without a wedding? Shen Nian was embarrassed by the question raised by Song Shuqian. She and Luo Yining did say that they would not hold a wedding, but she didn't know how to refuse in the face of Song Shuqi. Song Shuqi is Luo Yining's stepmother. Although she said that the relationship was not good, it seemed that it was not wrong for Zhang Luo to hold a wedding. Well, auntie, this wedding is not my business alone. I'll discuss it with Yining first. She thought it would be good to let Luo Yining communicate with her for the time being. But who knew that Song Shuqi immediately changed her attitude when she heard this. Don't use the reason why things can pull Luo Yining out and gag me. Shen Nian, don't think that I don't know. Didn't you marry Luo Yining to us just for money? Did you deceive others and still want to deceive me? Shen Nian was helpless in the face of Song Shuqi's sudden buttoned hat. Auntie, I know you don't like me, but you don't have to think so unbearable of me. After all, Yining is not a fool. Song Shuqi was very disdainful. Humph, men, they have no measure when they meet a few beautiful little girls. I don't know this yet. Song Shuqi's words reminded Shen Nian of a sentence. People who are dirty in their hearts look at others in the same way. So no matter how much she says, it's useless. In Song Shuqi's opinion, it's all sophistry. Thinking of this, Shen Nian didn't want to talk to her anymore, so he got up and went back to the room. But the moment she stood up, Song Shuqi also stood up, grabbed her hand and shouted, I don't mean anything else. Don't be angry. I just want to hold a wedding for you. Auntie, what are you doing? Go, let go of me, let go of me. Shen Nian was shocked and tried his best to break free from her hand. But Song Shuqian grabbed her hand so hard that she didn't let go. Until the voice came from the room, Song Shuqi suddenly sneered, and her tone was also very low. Shen Nian, you are not suitable for this family. You are a little tender to fight with me. When the words fell, she suddenly pushed Shen Nian. Chapter 45. The plan failed. Almost for a moment, Shen Nian suddenly reacted. She did not let go of Song Shuqi's hand, but pulled her vigorously by inertia. Song Shuqi staggered against the wall and stood still. But Shen Nian thought that he fell directly from the steps because he was wearing high heels. When Luo Yining and others came out, they happened to see this scene and ran out quickly. What's going on? Lord Jianhua and Lord Jiayang both went to help Song Shuqi. Luo Yining has come to Shen Nian's side eagerly. How is it? Where did it fall? Shen Nian shook her head and tried to stand up, but there was a sharp pain in her ankle, which made her have to fall to the ground again. Did you hurt your foot? Luo Yining quickly lifted Shen Nian's trouser leg to check. Sure enough, the left ankle was swollen. Luo Yining's face couldn't see the extreme in an instant. Song Shuqi saw that the situation was wrong and quickly said, Oh, it's all my fault. I was supposed to discuss their wedding with Xiaonian. Who knows? Before he finished speaking, Luo Yining's sharp eyes looked over. Song Shuqi's last words stopped abruptly. Luo Yining didn't say anything. He picked up Shen Nian and walked out. Yining, take Xiaonian to the hospital first. Jiayang, you know the hospital well. Hurry up and go with your brother. Lord Jianhua knew that now was not the time to investigate the reason, so he quickly told Lord Jiayang. Lord Jiayang quickly responded and wanted to follow. Luo Yining stopped and looked back at the three of them, with a cold and scary tone. No need. Lord Jiayang was frightened by Luo Yining's eyes, and the steps under his feet did not dare to take a step forward. The three of them could only watch Luo Yining go out of the door with Shen Nian in their arms. What's going on? How did the good become like this? Lord Jianhua's face is also not good looking. It was hard for me to ask my son and daughter-in-law to come back for a meal. It was originally happy, but now it has become like this. Song Shuqi pretended to be pitiful at this time and sighed. The course of love, it's all my fault. I originally thought that the two children were married, so I held the wedding in a beautiful way. As a result, Shen Nian said that they didn't want to hold a wedding. I was anxious and quarreled with her for a few words to talk to Yining. Who knew that Shen Nian's girl suddenly grabbed my hand and pushed me a few times. I didn't know how to reply. Matters. She looked self-reproachful, but silently put all the responsibility on Shen Nian. In fact, she originally wanted to take advantage of this matter to make herself fall. At that time, Shen Nian will definitely not be able to get rid of the relationship. Lord Jianhua and Luo Yining will also quarrel because of this, so that her goal will be achieved. But she never thought that Shen Nian would see through her plan, and now she is injured, which makes her inhuman inside and outside. Didn't I tell you before that let them be in the master of the matter of the two children? If he doesn't want to hold a wedding, he won't do it. What's so noisy? Lord Jianhua did not doubt Song Shuxi's words, but he was still unhappy. Because he has already told Song Shuxi about these problems. Am I also kind-hearted? Yi Ning is the eldest son of the Luo family. His marriage is a big deal. I thought about supporting the family, so I said a few more words. I didn't know that I could make it like this. Song Shuxi knew that what she said was not right now, so she also softened her attitude. Lord Jianhua didn't want to say anything more when he saw her like this. Well, you've been busy all day. Go to rest. I'll call Yi Ning. Song Shuxi watched Lord Jianhua go to the study and went back to the room angrily. This little goblin has a lot of eyes, and he can still trick me. Mom, what are you talking about? Dad will be unhappy when he hears it later. Lord Jiayang quickly gave her the water on the table, wanting her to shut up. Jiayang, let me tell you, this Shen Nian is not a fuel-saving lamp. You have to be careful in the future. Although Song Shuxi was angry, she did not forget to remind her daughter. She really felt the power of Shen Nian today. Oh, Mom, why do you have to target your sister-in-law? What's the good for you to make such a fuss? Lord Jiayang can't understand Song Shuxi's persistence. What do you know? I'm not for you and your brother. Your father now values Luo Yining and Shen Nian very much. If the couple occupies your father's heart, I think your brother and sister will drink the northwest wind in the future. It's still the same as the previous theory. Lord Jiayang knew that he couldn't change his mother's idea, and he didn't bother to tell her anymore. He said a few words perfunctory and went back to the room by herself. The more Song Shuxi thought about it, the more angry she felt. She felt that she couldn't let Luo Yining and Shen Nian live a good life like this, so she picked up her mobile phone and opened WeChat. Suddenly, a circle of friends came into her eyes, and Song Shuxi immediately had an idea as soon as her eyes turned. On the other side, Luo Yining took Shen Nian to the hospital. I was busy for a long time to do an examination and take a film. Fortunately, it was just a soft tissue injury, and the bone was not injured, but the injury was not small. It took at least half a month to move the leg. This made Shen Nian very distressed. If I had known, I wouldn't wear high heels today. You don't know how to wrestle when you wear shoes. Shen Nian turned his head and looked at Luo Yining and couldn't help looking up to the sky and roaring. What did she suffer? Shen Nian, don't take such a risk in the future. Luo Yining suddenly spoke. Shen Nian looked at him in a dad, you can see it. Luo Yining also turned his head to look at her, with no ups and downs from her expression to her tone. I'm not a fool. If it hadn't been for her crooked mind, you wouldn't have fallen like this. Luo Yining can't say that he knows 100% about his stepmother. But at least 70 to 80%, he knows that this woman is the best at playing these inconspicuous tricks. In fact, it's nothing. In my opinion, her little trick is not technical at all. I will take out the tricks I wrote in the novel to kill her every minute, but if I do that, you and your father will be in trouble. So I still feel calm for a while. Of course, today is an accident. At that time, the incident happened suddenly. Shen Nian really didn't think too much about it. He only thought that Song Shuxi must not fall. Otherwise, she couldn't speak clearly, and she hurt herself too hard for a while. Why are you afraid that I will be in trouble? Luo Yining's eyes became a little deep. He turned sideways and put his arm on the chair beside Shen Nian. In the past, I didn't want to get into your family's affairs, but in our family, you don't have to think so much. I can solve the big things you cause. Shen Nian looked at Luo Yining and reacted a little sluggishly. My god, isn't this the line of the male protagonists in his novel? In reality, someone really moved to her, and there is no sense of disharmony. She was thinking that Luo Yining's body suddenly leaned forward, and his whole body lay down in front of her. Chapter 46 is the plot of the idol drama. This sudden approach made Shen Nian's heart beat wildly, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Luo Yining's breath was close at hand, and the faint fragrance on his body rushed straight into her nasal cavity. What is he going to do? At this moment, countless pictures that made people blush and beat their hearts came to her mind. However, Luo Yining reached out and pulled the seat belt at the moment he approached her face, fastened it sharply, and then sat back in his seat. Shen Nian stared at his big eyes and couldn't recover for a long time. Why is this different from the plot of the story? What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Is there anything wrong? Luo Yining didn't know Shen Nian's thoughts and reached out and touched her forehead. It's okay. It's just a little hot in the car. Shen Nian quickly pressed the car window and turned his head to the other side. Is it hot? I don't think so. Luo Yining didn't know the reason, but he didn't investigate deeply. Shen Nian didn't want to look back along the way. It's really embarrassing. She doesn't know what she is thinking every day. Fortunately, I arrived at the community soon. Luo Yining parked the car and came to Shen Nian's side. He bent down to hug Shen Nian. Shen Nian immediately shrank back. No, I'll go by myself. She has been embarrassed once, but she doesn't want to be embarrassed again. How do you walk with this foot? Luo Yining pointed to her swollen ankles. I can do it. Shen Nian said as he held the door frame and was ready to stand up. Then she couldn't use the injured foot, and the high heels she wore on the other foot didn't work hard. She tried 3 times in a row, but she couldn't stand up. Luo Yining stood aside and looked at it without blinking his eyes, and the expression on his face seemed to be mocking. Shen Nian couldn't wait to get under the car. Really, there is no shame, only more shameful. All right, I'll hug you. After saying that, Luo Yining bent down and picked up Shen Nian. Shen Nian didn't dare to look up when he met 2 security guards along the way. Because it is inconvenient for Shen Nian to move now, Luo Yining sent her back to the room directly when she got home. It will take some time to cultivate your leg. I'll find an aunt to take care of you tomorrow. It will be inconvenient for the 2 of them to take care of her in this case. And it's almost the end of the year, and there are a lot of things to do in the law firm. He can't stay at home all the time. So, but I have to pay for this money. It was Shen Nian who hurried to speak in front of the words. She and Luo Yining have been married for so long, and the family expenses are basically spent by Luo Yining. Although she said that she would take part of it, because there were more things that happened during this period, and Luo Yining didn't seem to give her this opportunity. Why? Luo Yining looked at her puzzledly. Shen Nian squinted his eyes and smiled at him. After all, this is to take care of me, and I must pay for it. Also, I haven't given you the lawyer's fee for helping me with the lawsuit before. It just so happens that I'll give it to you once. Thinking of the last lawsuit, every time she asked Luo Yining, she said that he had not settled yet. Seeing that the spring festival was coming, she had to settle the money as soon as possible, otherwise she would always have a lump in her heart. Luo Yining did not answer her immediately, but stared at her for a while. You are injured in our family. I should pay for this money. As for the lawyer's fee, I will tell you when I calculate it. His tone is a little cold, which sounds different from usual. He pulled the quilt over Shen Nian's lap and turned out of the door. Shen Nian keenly felt that Luo Yining seemed to be angry. But why is he angry? Luo Yining returned to the room and called Luo Jianhua back to tell him about Shen Nian's situation. Luo Jianhua immediately came to see Shen Nian. Dad, I really don't need it. It's no big deal. You kid, what do you mean it's not a big deal? It's not a big deal to be injured. Besides, Xiao Nian was hurt in our family, and we, as elders, should also go and have a look. Luo Jianhua was single-minded about his daughter-in-law's injury. Luo Yining was a little helpless. I really don't need it. It's the end of the year. The law firm has a lot of things to do, and I don't have time to entertain you at home. Just leave it alone. By the way, how is your mother? He changed the topic, hoping to get around the topic. But in fact, it didn't play a role. Luo Jianhua is still very persistent. Your mother is fine. If you want to be busy with work, you just need to be busy. I'll go to see Xiao Nian with your mother early tomorrow morning. That's the deal. You go ahead. After saying that, Luo Jianhua hung up the phone without waiting for Luo Yining to speak. Luo Yining sighed for a long time at the hung-up phone. For so many years, his own son has never been so concerned, but he is very concerned about his daughter-in-law. When he walked to the door, he could see Shen Nian. She is pulling her mobile phone seriously. Luo Yining stared at her for a long time, and there was a feeling of indescribable in his heart. It was clear that he was particularly sensitive to property. It was clear that when he got married, he insisted on dividing the money clearly, but now he was really happy to hear Shen Nian settle accounts with him. Evening. What did you say? Let me move to your room. Shen Nian almost spit out the soup he drank in his mouth. Seeing this, Luo Yining took the tissue on the table and handed it to her. Don't be so excited. The main reason is that my father said he would come to see you tomorrow. We are living apart like this now. They can see it at a glance. For unnecessary trouble, I asked you to move to my room. However, can't you refuse? Shen Nian didn't know what to say for a moment. I refused, but your father-in-law is going to see his daughter-in-law. I really can't refuse. Luo Yining said very earnestly. Shen Nian was stunned. Well, can you say that I lived in that room because I was injured? Help, they are nominally husband and wife. How embarrassing it is to move to a room. Luo Yining glanced at her as if he were a fool. They are not stupid. Can they not see it? I've thought about yours. Just put the things in my room at night. You can move to my room early tomorrow morning. When they leave, you can move back. It doesn't affect anything. Don't you mind? Shen Nian looked at Luo Yining tentatively. Do you mind? What do you mind? Luo Yining was puzzled. Shen Nian exaggeratedly pointed at himself. I want to sleep in your bed, do you mind? Luo Yining has a cleanliness fetish. It's really impolite for her to sleep in his bed. How about this? Put my things in your room, and I'll lie on the sofa tomorrow. Anyway, it's just to deal with the elders. As long as it doesn't look like a big problem, it should be okay. Luo Yining couldn't laugh or cry in the face of Shen Nian's exaggerated reaction. He knocked on Shen Nian with his backhand. I'm not too much to the point where even my injured wife dislikes me. Shen Nian rubbed his painful head and whispered, isn't this for you? Luo Yining looked at her and shook her head helplessly, and there was a trace of inexplicable pampering in his eyes. Chapter 47. The mother-in-law should take care of it herself. Early the next morning, the aunt Luo Yining found came. She got up and helped Shen Nian move the things to Luo Yining's room. Soon, Lord Jianhua and his wife came. Luo Yining had a lawsuit today, so he left without saying a few words, leaving Shen Nian and Lord Jianhua. Xiao Nian, what did the injured doctor say? How long will it take to get better? Lord Jianhua has been thinking about Shen Nian's injury since he entered the door. It's not a big deal. It's just an ordinary soft tissue bruise. It's about half a month. You don't have to worry. Shen Nian comforted Lord Jianhua. You said you blamed me for this. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Don't blame your aunt. Song Shuxi pretended to blame herself and took Shen Nian's hand to apologize repeatedly. Although I know that she is not a good person, she still has to do enough for the face. Shen Nian smiled politely. It's okay. Auntie didn't mean it. Besides, young man, it took a few days to raise it. You can still speak, but it's my fault, no matter how you say it. See if there's anything you need your help. Just say it. Song Shuxi continued to pretend to be virtuous. By the way, this is for you. Lord Jianhua took out several packs of money from his bag and gave it to Shen Nian. Shen Nian's eyes widened. What are you doing? If you are injured, have a good rest. Don't think about work or anything. You can take this money and buy something you want to eat and what you like. If it's not enough, call me at any time. Shen Nian is Lord Jianhua's first daughter-in-law. Lord Jianhua doesn't know how to express his feelings, so he can only send money arrogantly. This is also the first time for Shen Nian. Over the years, only others have asked her for money, and no one has taken the initiative to give her money. That's not good, Dad. I have money. She was at a loss to return the money to Lord Jianhua. Lord Jianhua pushed the money back to Shen Nian with a big wave. You have your business. This is my intention. You must take it. Song Shuxi looked at Lord Jianhua several times in surprise. Although the Luo family is not short of money, she has never seen Lord Jianhua be so willing to any outsider over the years. And they went out together today, but Lord Jianhua didn't mention the money. It seems that Shen Nian really cares about it. This made Song Shuxi feel very bad, and she hated Shen Nian even more. But she also knew that now was not the time to turn around, so she immediately smiled and persuaded Lord Jianhua to accept the money. You were injured at home because we, as elders, didn't take good care of you. You must keep this money and regard it as the heart of our elders. Yes, what I mean is that you dare not push it away. Lord Jianhua also said immediately. Originally, Shen Nian couldn't push it alone. Now both of them said that Shen Nian really had no choice but to take the money temporarily. Soon the aunt cooked the meal. Shen Nian also politely asked the second old man to stay for dinner. But Song Shuxi began to be picky as soon as she ate. After a while, this one was too oily and that one was too light. In short, there were all kinds of problems. You still have so many things to do after a meal. Thank Xiao Nian not to be angry, otherwise you will be annoyed. Lord Jianhua said something to Song Shuxi. Of course, I'm not picky about anything else. It's this aunt who can't do it. You, a big man, don't know? You have to be more careful when taking care of people. Moreover, Xiao Nian is injured now, so you should pay special attention to eating. Song Shuxi said and gave Shen Nian a piece of stewed pig's feet. Shen Nian lowered his head to eat and didn't talk to him. She always felt that Song Shuxi must have some purpose inexplicably saying this. As a result, as soon as the meal was over, Song Shuxi proposed that she come to take care of Shen Nian in person. Shen Nian didn't want to refuse quickly. Auntie, this is not appropriate. I'm a minor injury. Don't worry so much. Song Shuxi was already unkind to her. If she came to take care of her in person, she didn't know what would happen. Don't take it seriously. The injury on this foot recovers the slowest. If you can't keep up with your nutrition, it will hurt your body very much. Song Shuxi took Shen Nian's hand and said seriously. Shen Nian smiled awkwardly. I've been hurt since I was a child. It's nothing. That was before you, not now, and you were hurt because of me. I felt sorry for you. If I don't do something, I won't have the face to see you and Yining in the future. Song Shuxi's eyes were red as she said, looking like she couldn't blame herself. This. Shen Nian is a little embarrassed. She has a low face when dealing with their family. But this is her mother-in-law, and she doesn't know what to say. Seeing this, Song Shuxi immediately said, Xiao Nian, are you still resenting your aunt? No, auntie, don't think too much. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't care about it. Shen Nian hurried to explain. That's it. Then let me take care of you. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble to you too. I come every morning and go back when I come back in the evening. No, I mainly think I'm a minor injury, and my father also needs someone to take care of me at home. What if my aunt is with me and my father is bothering? Shen Nian immediately threw the problem to Lord Jianhua, hoping that the father-in-law could help him stop Song Shuti. However, she thought too much. Lord Jianhua didn't know Song. What Shuti did, in his opinion, Song Shuti was willing to take the initiative to repair the relationship with her eldest son and daughter-in-law. It was too late for him to be happy, so she also helped Song Shuti to speak. I have a meal when I go back one day. I don't need anyone to take care of me. And your aunt is right. No matter how big or small, you can't neglect it. Let your aunt take care of you here. You have to take care of yourself as soon as possible. We are still waiting to have grandchildren. Lord Jianhua was even more happy when he talked about his grandson. Shen Nian was embarrassed and helpless. She could only stubbornly agree to let Song Shuti take care of her. That's all. If she refuses again, she will be ignorant of good and bad. As soon as Luo Yining got home, she couldn't wait to tell him about it. Luo Yining was also a little surprised. He didn't know what medicine was sold in Song Shuji's gourd. Then, if you really don't want to deal with it, I'll call home now. Well, no, I have agreed in the afternoon. If you say it again now, what will I become? If she rebels, let alone Song Shuji, Lord Jianhua will be unhappy. Then can you cope with it? Luo Yining is a little uneasy. Don't worry, anyway, I have been fighting with my family over the years. I'm just a mother-in-law. There's nothing to be afraid of, but if something goes wrong, don't think I've caused you trouble. Shen Nian blinked his eyes and looked at Luo Yining. Luo Yining handed her the milk with a smile. Do you think I look like a person who is afraid of trouble? Chapter 48 Sleep here. With you? After drinking milk, Shen Nian suddenly remembered the money given by Lord Jianhua during the day. She opened the drawer and took out the money. These are for you. Luo Yining was stunned for a moment. You are? Oh, don't get me wrong, this is my uncle. Oh, no, your father gave it to me today. I said don't come. He had to let me take it, so I had no choice but to take it. Shen Nian is not a greedy person. Although Lord Jianhua gave the money to her, she had an agreement with Luo Yining before marriage. It was not appropriate for her to hold these money belonging to other people's families. Luo Yining looked at the brand new money in his hand and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Shen Nian didn't know why. Luo Yining shook his head, and the smile on his face did not retreat. It's nothing. Since this is for you, you can take it well. It's also his heart. How can this work? We agreed before. Shen Nian looked serious. Luo Yining sighed, took her hand and put the money in her hand. Miss Shen, please make it clear that we signed a marital property agreement, which was given to you by your father-in-law and your personal property. Besides, his voice suddenly became much quieter, and his eyes were full of helplessness. How can a husband and wife be so clearly separated? If everything is clearly separated, how can they live their lives? Shen Nian was a little confused. She muttered in a low voice, but at that time, you really wanted to distinguish clearly. Her voice was very low. Luo Yining didn't hear it clearly, so she asked again, what? It's nothing. It's getting late. I'm going to bed first. Shen Nian lifted the quilt and was about to get up. Luo Yining held her hand. Just sleep here. Shen Nian suddenly stared wide-eyed and stuttered. Sleep? Sleep here? With you? What does it mean to let her sleep here? Is she going to fulfill her marital obligations? Not so much, just because you took the money. Luo Yining looked at Shen Nian's unpredictable expression and his eyes slowly became deeper. He suddenly leaned forward, and Shen Nian's heart was raised in an instant. Fortunately, Luo Yining stopped when he was about to approach him. He stared at Shen Nian for a long time until he saw her cheeks turn red. Shen Nian, I really want to see what you have in your mind every day. After saying that, Luo Yining rubbed her head hard, then stood up and walked out. Mom is coming tomorrow, so we have to continue to pretend to live together. If your legs are inconvenient, just stay here. Just call me if you have something to do at night. After saying that, he closed the door. And Shen Nian was still immersed in the atmosphere just now for a long time and couldn't recover. Oh, my god, she just said something shocking again. Shen Nian knocked his head hard twice and scolded angrily. Shen Nian, you are an unpromising person. Isn't he just a little good-looking? Are you so much? As for every time you get close to him, do you make a mess? She hit the pillow hard to vent her resentment, but she didn't know that all her words were heard by Luo Yining, who had not left the door. Luo Yining was happy, and his smiling eyes narrowed together. It's more interesting to cross this day. He was going to go to the guest bedroom to sleep, but after thinking about it, he went to Shen Nian's room. Shen Nian lay on Luo Yining's bed that night and miraculously slept well. It was already 8:30 when he opened his eyes. You should know that she usually has a serious difficulty in falling asleep. It takes 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning every time to fall asleep, and she has nightmares when she falls asleep, so she has developed the habit of writing manuscripts at night. But last night, lying in bed and smelling the familiar smell on Luo Yining's body, she slept surprisingly soundly, and she didn't even remember what dream she had last night. It seems that Luo Yining does have a different magic for her. She sat up and stretched with great satisfaction. She was about to get up and go to the bathroom when she knocked on the door. It's Song Shuxi. Xiao Nian, are you awake? Have breakfast. Up, up. Shen Nian answered quickly. Song Shuxi pushed the door and came in with a kind face and a gentle tone. She didn't have the strangeness of discussing the wedding with her that day. You must be hungry. When Yining left in the morning, he said that you hadn't woken up yet. I wanted you to sleep for a while, so I didn't call you. Shen Nian smiled and said that it was okay, so he got up and sat in a wheelchair. Luo Yining was afraid that Shen Nian's mobility would be inconvenient, so he specially brought back a wheelchair after work yesterday. Originally, Shen Nian was ready to fight with Song Shuxi, but he didn't expect that today's Song Shuxi was like a new person. She not only took the initiative to push Shen Nian to wash, but also pushed her to eat, but also stared at her aunt to clean up. She was really careful, like a good mother-in-law. This makes Shen Nian more cautious. There must be demons when something abnormal happens. I don't know what kind of medicine Song Shuxi sells in this gourd. Fortunately, Xi Ye came after lunch. She heard that Shen Nian was injured and came to see her on purpose. When Song Shuxi heard that it was Shen Nian's friend, she immediately greeted her very enthusiastically. She washed the fruit and brought it, and took the initiative to close the door to leave room for the two people to talk. Nian Nian, your mother-in-law is not bad. Not to mention being beautiful, she is also good to you. Xi Ye didn't know the truth and looked envious. Shen Nian curled his lips and lowered his voice. On the surface, I don't know what medicine I took today. She pointed to her leg again. This is what she did. She told Xi Ye about what happened at Luo's house, and Xi Ye's eyes were about to fall out of surprise. Who is this person? He can pretend so much? What kind of era do you still do the one in the ancient mansion? Yes, I used to hear people say that getting along with my mother-in-law is like those concubines fighting in the palace. I still can't understand, but this time I have experienced it. Shen Nian sighed and sighed. Does Luo Yining know? What did he say? Xi Ye asked. I know, he saw it with his own eyes. The relationship with his stepmother was already tense, and I was afraid that he would make a fuss about this matter. Then let him make trouble and let this old demon woman know that you are also supported by someone. Shen Nian gave her a blank look. What do you unmarried little girl know? There are scriptures in her family that are difficult to recite. I'm already doing well. How can I cause any more trouble to my husband? Yo, a few days ago, you said that your partner is living a good life. How long has it been? My husband called out, and your house has also been changed. Tell me quickly, do you understand? How far have you developed? Xi Ye caught Shen Nian's topic with a gossipy face. Shen Nian's eyes turned around, with a proud look on his face. How to say this question? Oh, don't talk nonsense, say it quickly. Xi Ye looked impatient and almost overwhelmed Shen Nian. Chapter 49 Childhood Sweetheart. Shen Nian couldn't stand Xi Ye's continuous questioning, so he had to tell Xi Ye everything after he encountered online public opinion, and also told her all the changes in Luo Yining's heart. Xi Ye worships Luo Yining to the extreme. She took Shen Nian's hand and said solemnly, isn't this the hero in your novel? He can make money, is handsome, and can protect you. Nian Nian, if it were you, I would have fallen long ago. Of course I know Luo Yining, but I'm not as exaggerated as you said. Shen Nian said so, but his face was full of smiles. Xi Ye curled her lips. It's not so exaggerated. I think you have fallen in love with him. Nonsense. Shen Nian immediately denied it. I just felt that my decision to flash marriage at that time was not wrong. The person I met was so good that I couldn't say that I liked him. She answered simply. Li Luo, but I don't know why. When she said this, she always felt an indescribable sense of strangeness in her heart. Just be hard talking. I tell you, the emotional problem is that the authorities are fascinated by the bystanders. I remind you that there are a lot of people like your husband staring at him. If you don't take care of it, you will regret it later. Xi Yu and Shen Nian have known each other for more than a day or two. She knows Shen Nian very well, knowing that she is easy to be confused about feelings, and she realized it after the afterthought, so she kindly reminded her. Shen Nian also listened to Xi Ye's words. But she still doesn't feel that she likes Luo Yining. She feels that her liking is only because Luo Yining is with her and helping her when she is in trouble. Until a person arrived, she completely broke all her confusion. Xi Yu accompanied Shen Nian until more than 5 o'clock before leaving. Shen Nian found songshuxi.it. Gone. I asked the aunt at home and she didn't know very well. She only said that Song Shuxi was going to pick up someone and had to come back later. Shen Nian didn't think much about it. Anyway, she felt a little more comfortable when Song Shuxi was not here. Song Shuxi didn't come back until Luo Yining came back from work. Luo Yining thought that Song Shuxi should not come. So I asked my aunt to be served the dishes and planned to eat first. The doorbell rang as soon as I sat down. Luo Yining got up and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, Luo Yining was stunned. Xingye, why? Before he finished speaking, a figure had already rushed into his arms. Brother Yining, I miss you so much if you haven't seen me for 2 years. Luo Yining raised his hand blankly and subconsciously looked at Shen Nian. Shen Nian looked at the girl who was holding Luo Yining tightly and was also stunned. This girl is still as crazy as before. Hurry up and go first. Song Shuji's voice came. Luo Yining quickly pushed the person in his arms away and turned around and walked to Shen Nian with some embarrassment. Qingye, let me introduce to you. This is my wife Shen Nian. Nian Nian, this is Ling Qingye, my little sister. Although Shen Nian was stunned, he still smiled politely at Ling Qingye. Hello. When Ling Qingye listened to Luo Yining's introduction of Shen Nian, she was stunned, and her face was also instantly ugly. Brother Yining, when did you get married? Why did you come back suddenly not long ago? Luo Yining didn't worry about the topic of marriage, and poured water on Ling Qingye and Song Shuqian. I naturally came back after my overseas project. My aunt heard that I came back and specially picked me up. Ling Qingye's tone was not as out of her tone as when she first entered the door, and her eyes always fell on Shen Ye as if nothing had happened. Song Shuqi hurriedly explained, I saw Qingye in her moments a few days ago saying that she would come back. I thought that you and Uncle Ling were not in China, and Qingye was alone, so I went to pick her up. Luo Yining glanced at her and said nothing more. Shen Nian felt a little embarrassed to sit here, so he asked him to come over for dinner. Yes, let's have a meal, Qingye, just try Chinese food. Song Shuqian also quickly pulled Ling Qingye to eat, and deliberately let Ling Qingye sit next to Luo Yining, and she sat next to Shen Nian. Ling Qingye was not polite and instructed Luo Yining to get her dishes and chopsticks. Luo Yining was also very used to it. He also took the initiative to pick up food for Ling Qingye. The two chatted passionately. Shen Nian picked up the rice in the bowl and didn't say anything. Intuitively told her that Ling Qingye's ideas for Luo Yining were definitely not simple, and Luo Yining was not easy to say to Ling Qingye. But at least she was not as cold as Tong Shi. Xiao Nian, don't mind. Yining and Qingyu grew up together. They are so used to it. Song Shuji was very considerate and gave Shen Nian a chopstick of food. Shen Nian smiled and said lightly, It's okay, auntie. The visitor is a guest. She finally understood why Song Shuji pretended to be virtuous to take care of her. It turned out that she was waiting here. After a meal, Ling Qingyi and Luo Yining were chatting. The two of them talked from abroad to China, as if they had something to say, which made Shen Nian feel like an outsider for a while. She put down the dishes and chopsticks and planned to go back to the room first. Song Shuji suddenly asked Ling Qingye, Qingye, are you going home with your aunt or staying here in Yinu at night? Shen Nian looked at Luo Yining silently. The movement in Luo Yining's hand stopped for a moment, and Ling Qingye was about to speak. It's just you and your uncle at home. It's boring. I'd better live with Brother Yining. Anyway, our new company has moved to the vicinity of Brother Yining's law firm. We can also go to work together tomorrow. This. Luo Yining looked at Shen Nian with some hesitation. Shen Nian didn't say anything with an expressionless face. What's the matter? You have become less bold after getting married. Are you afraid that your wife will be angry? Ling Qingye finally turned her eyes to Shen Nian. Although the scrutiny in her eyes is heavy, it doesn't seem to be malicious. Shen Nian, can I stay at your house for a few days? Don't worry, I won't disturb your young couple. This question was left to Shen Nian to say what she could say. Looking at Luo Yining's closeness to Ling Qingye, if she disagreed, Luo Yining would be unhappy. She pulled the corners of her mouth and showed a friendly smile. Of course, I have no problem. Yining, my legs are inconvenient. Please help me arrange it later. Luo Yining's eyes flashed, and he looked at Shen Nian with a little complicated expression, but in the end, he only said okay. Shen Nian's heart seemed to be blocked in an instant. She didn't say anything and transferred the wheelchair back to the room. It was already dark, and there was no light in the room. Shen Nian moved the wheelchair to the window to look at the night outside. He felt unspeakable sadness, but also a little funny. She has only helped her a few times. How can she not distinguish the reality? She and Luo Yining are just living together. It is their freedom to do what they want to do and who they want to associate with. There is no need for her to be sad here. At this time, she didn't know that Ling Qingye's arrival would bring earth-shattering changes to her and Luo Yining's life. Chapter 50. Sleep in the same bed. All right, clean up. You can stay in this room at night. Luo Yining asked his aunt to clean up the guest room for Ling Qingye to live in. But you know I'm not used to the window in this direction. I want to live in that room. Ling Qingye pointed to Shen Nian's room. Luo Yining took a look and his face didn't change. Explanation, some of my information in that room has not been cleaned up. You can stay here first. I will ask someone to find a house for you these 2 days. At that time, you can live according to your preferences. Ling Qingye immediately flattened her mouth. I haven't lived here yet, so you decided to kick me out. It's a bit too much. When I was a child, I lived in your house for a few months and you didn't say anything. You also said that when I was a child. I'm married now. What do you think you have been living here? Luo Yining tried the lamp in the room next to it. What's so great about getting married? Why, are you afraid that your wife will be unhappy? Ling Qingye put her head in front of Luo Yining. Do you like her? Luo Yining's hand stopped, and his eyes looked at Ling Qingye a little more helpless. I found out why you are so interested in the relationship between husband and wife when you went abroad. You changed your career and didn't learn design. Ling Qingye immediately hummed and put on an arrogant expression. It was you who said before that you would not get married if you didn't talk about love, which is not what I said. Luo Yining pulled the corners of his mouth. It was a few years ago. Remember it well. Go to bed early. If you want to go to work tomorrow, you have to get up at 6 o'clock. I have to go out at 7:30 at the latest. Ling Qingye held her arm and looked unhappy. I see. Do you think anyone's memory is as bad as yours? Let's go. Originally, I thought that Luo Yining could tease her as before, but who knew that there was really a sound of closing the door behind her. Ling Qingye turned her head in a hurry. Luo Yining had already left. Ling Qingye was extremely disappointed in an instant. Her fists clenched the quilt tightly, and she was extremely sad and unwilling to the extreme. She likes Luo Yining since she was a child. She has studied hard over the years and tried to make herself better, just thinking that Luo Yining would see her good one day. Now, she finally has enough independent ability, but when she comes back, it becomes another scene. Luo Yining stands beside him with another woman. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she became. She hugged her legs and cried lowly. Luo Yining on this side stood outside his door and hesitated for a long time before summoning up the courage to knock on the door. He couldn't help knocking twice in the room without answering for a long time. Shen Nian's voice finally came out. Come in. Luo Yining breathed a sigh of relief. He turned the doorknob and came in. The temperature in the room was a little high. Shen Nian was still sitting by the window, and the window was still open. He frowned and walked over and closed the window. It was so cold outside, why was he still sitting at the air outlet? You can't go out because you are stuffy in the room, so you can get some air. Shen Nian's tone was flat, and he didn't have the usual happy appearance. Luo Yining noticed her strangeness. He turned to look at her. What's wrong? Did her mother say something about you today? No, my aunt took good care of me and was very careful. Song Shuxi tried her best, and she couldn't wrong others. Then why don't you look happy? Really? No, right? Shen Nian laughed as he said. Why don't you have a rest yet? She was so depressed that she didn't want to continue the topic. Seeing that she didn't want to say that Luo Yining didn't force herself, he pointed to the bed. I'm just here to rest. Shen Nian was stunned. Oh, then I'll go out. He said he was going to leave. Luo Yining immediately held her hand. What are you doing? I'm going to bed, too. Shen Nian didn't know why. Luo Yining rubbed his hair, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. There are guests at home in the evening. If you go out to live, wouldn't it be an exposure? Well, then, how to sleep here? Shen Nian looked at a bed and made trouble. Obviously, Luo Yining didn't think about this problem. The two were silent for a long time. Luo Yining planned to lay the floor. Shen Nian immediately objected. How can that be? It's winter. Although the air conditioner is on in the room, it is still cold on the ground. It's okay. I'm in good physical condition, and there's basically no problem. Luo Yining said that he was going to take the quilt. Shen Nian hurriedly stopped him. Stop tossing and turning, just sleep in bed. She blushed after saying this. Luo Yining stared at her. Are you sure? Shen Nian was embarrassed and didn't dare to look at him. Didn't you say that we are a legal couple? Since we are a legal couple, it's not strange to sleep in the same bed, and we can occupy one side of such a big bed. She lives in other people's rooms, but she is embarrassed to rush them to the floor. So that night, the two finally slept together for the first time after marriage. Both of them were very embarrassed. They only dared to lie flat, and no one looked at each other. Shen Nian was obviously more nervous, and he didn't even dare to gasp loudly. The two lay quietly for a long time, and Luo Yining suddenly said, Are you sleeping? Well, it's okay. Shen Nian closed his eyes and tried to force himself to fall asleep, but obviously had little effect. Luo Yining suddenly turned sideways and looked at Shen Nian. Shen Nian also felt his gaze and closed his eyes tightly and did not dare to move. After a long time, Luo Yining suddenly laughed. Only then did Shen Nian open his eyes slowly and turned his head to look at him. What are you laughing at? Luo Yining supported his head with one hand, and the smile on his face had not been put away. I think that since we are legal husband and wife, it is natural to sleep in the same bed. How strange it would be for others to see such a dead-like expression. Shen Nian immediately retorted, Nonsense, who can see it when he sleeps? I can see it. Isn't it watching? Luo Yining pointed to his eyes. Shen Nian gave him a white eye. Something wrong. I didn't intend to pay attention to Luo Yining. However, under his gaze, Shen Nian was even more sleepy, so she simply turned sideways. Luo Yining, Miss Lin has a good relationship with you. I heard from my aunt that you grew up together since childhood. After all, she couldn't help her curiosity to inquire about Lin Qingye. Well, our family and the Lin family are friends. My grandfather's generation had a good relationship, and our two families were close before. So we grew up together, but later their family immigrated abroad because of business. Luo Yining did not hide it and told Shen Nian generously. Then how can I hear Miss Lin that she works near your law firm? She stayed in China in college and later found a job here. It is estimated that she will also leave here in the future. I see. Shen Nian calculated in his heart. Luo Yining suddenly came to her. Shen Nian, why did you suddenly ask about this? Could it be because of jealousy?